Hello everyone, I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes, we invite you to listen to part 6 of the series. Chapter 340, A Reality Gate Rune. Arthur looked at King Solomon, who was holding into the memory fragment silently. Before he teleported into the workshop, he used his shadow to learn how Solomon created genuine artifacts. He used a rune. This face made Arthur question his legacy, but the rune he used was unlike any other before. It was a rune to inscribe runes. The inscribing process was the same for artificial runes, but Solomon can give the artifact a reality gate at the end of it. Nonetheless, he used a rune. Arthur still found it unbelievable. He never thought he would witness another person using a rune, making him doubt his powers. King Solomon seemed to be weighing everything Arthur told him about the memory fragment. With a sigh, he injected mana into the memory fragment. The fragment lit up as King Solomon began watching the memories. The process took a while, but he opened his eyes again. They were foggy as if he awakened from a long and distant dream. Where did he fell into? Solomon looked confused, understandably. Arthur knew that he was asking about the dungeon his father fell into after being chased by the mimic. I'm not sure. That's a question for you to answer. Arthur smiled. Your father called the bartender Iscavian. Is it a different kingdom? No, it's the previous name of Frida, Iscavia. After I became the king, I changed it into Frida, the kingdom of freedom. That will change if this memory fragment falls into the wrong hands. I've realized that. The law of racial equality won't have any effect if the truth becomes known. Aren't you afraid that I will have you killed? Solomon looked at him with squinted eyes, a trace of bloodshed seeping out of his body. I trust that you are smarter than that. If I wanted to harm this kingdom or reveal this information, I wouldn't have told you now. King Solomon nodded with a smile. He walked toward his desk and opened a safe where he placed the fragment. Arthur saw him walk toward a couch and sit, gesturing for Arthur to do the same. Tell me, Sika, what other gifts do you have for me? I think the Knight of Courage told you already. Arthur walked and sat in front of him. Hidden City will change the way Frida works. A nobility-independent kingdom. Solomon tapped on the chair. They call me delusional king for wanting equality between races. I wonder what the people would say if they know of your ambitions. This goal isn't unreachable, Arthur said. Even if it's hard. The only problem that remains would be the battle strength of the nobles. Indeed so, Solomon nodded. You're tempting me to take you in as my advisor. Then we can skip the test you've placed. We can, but would the nobles allow it? Solomon grinned and placed his hand beneath his chin. This is interesting. You brought a Sika, a knight's medal, and my father's memory with you. What more do you have to offer? Greed is the deadliest sin, Your Majesty, Arthur said while squinting his eyes. Solomon raised his brows and laughed. It's your fault for offering so much. I can't help but expect more. The king then poured himself a drink. Maybe, just maybe, you'll prove helpful even in that matter. He muttered with a low voice as if he was speaking to himself. His eyes were warm, bitter, resentful, and yearning. As he sat in front of him, Arthur knew that he was thinking about her. He was thinking about Rucky, Solomon's love, and Arthur's shadow creation. Both of them had no idea where she was, but they shared a bond through her. Maybe Rucky never left Earth because she already exists here. Arthur wondered, but he can never know. Now, it's your turn. What do you want? In return. I'm not an ungrateful person, you see. Solomon smiled. Arthur pondered his question as a figure appeared in his mind. I want to find the Devil's Hunter. He captured someone I know, and I wish to bring them back. That's a pity, but the assistance I can offer you is limited. That man shares my views of freedom, but he doesn't trust me to take care of the Vernis. I only know of their general location. That will be helpful. Arthur leaned forward, but Solomon shook his head. It's not as helpful because they live beyond the Calamity Gates. Dia looked at the sand watch on her desk, watching the sand slip down grain by grain. She sensed the Sika return to his room after he disappeared earlier. The order was gone, but a sliver of his powers remained in her core, allowing Dia to know his location. She didn't know where he went to, but she got a general inkling. Leaving the chair and her sand watch, Dia strode toward the door. As she opened it, she found someone standing in front of her. Dia scowled at the witch. "What are you doing here?" she said to the witch, who had a mysterious smile on her face. "That should be my line. Why are you still following the Psyche? If you lend Frida your powers, then ruling Alva wouldn't be too much to ask." "We had a deal," Dia said with a frown. "I'll follow him until he gives me Alva. Those nobles would never negotiate with a demi." "Are you sure of that?" Gala walked in, like before, without asking her for permission. "Are you sure that when he gives you Alva, you will leave his side? After we create Hidden City, Frida will have the resources to win the war. The Psyche is the only one capable of achieving that. At that time, King Solomon will listen to his suggestion, and I'll leave." "You'll leave his side?" "Yes." Dia frowned. She hated repeating herself, but the witch still looked doubtful. "Let me ask you this." Gala walked over slowly until she was inches away from diameter. "What would you do if the Psyche dies after you leave?" "That's none of my business," Dia said calmly. The witch smiled and turned to look around the room. With confusion, Dia turned as well. "Oh princess, you're either lying to yourself or me," the witch said as she looked at the room. It was frozen. Dia gritted her teeth as flames appeared on her hands. She waved her arm and sent a blade of fire at the witch, who dodged easily and walked toward the door. "I don't care if you leave or not. Just make sure that you won't regret it. After all, the Psyche won't be around forever," the witch said before she left. Dia stood in the room with her fist clenched. The frozen room melted and the furniture dried under her flames. As she was trying to calm down, a knock arrived on her window. She glanced through the window and found Arthur's puzzled expression. Calming herself down, Dia opened the window to allow him inside. Her tone was harsher than she intended because of the incident with the witch. Arthur looked stunned by her reaction, and he looked around the room. "Are you all right?" he asked with a frown. "I can feel that you are." "That's none of your business," Dia said again, feeling as if he was intruding on her mind. She wondered if he can also hear her thoughts. Can he tell what she felt? He stared at her silently, the moonlight reflecting off his golden eyes. Dia felt something cold touch her forehead and realized that it was the back of his right hand. "You're feverish." Her mind told her body to slap his arm away, but she didn't do it. Arthur retracted his hand with a slightly concerned expression on his face. "There's nothing I can do if it's none of my business," Arthur said, turning away and walking toward her desk. "I have something to tell you." "What is it?" "I think you should stay here. In Livia." He tapped on the sand watch, a slight glow covering his fingers, and the frost covering the sand melted. The grains of sand resumed their falling. "Of course, it's none of my business, but that's my opinion." He turned toward her with a light smile on his face. Her mind needed to process the words he said, and Dia couldn't help but let out a baffled laugh. "You want to leave me here?" Her voice sounded hurt, which made her angrier. The anger gathered in her chest like an unmovable mountain, crushing her insides. "Leave?" Arthur looked confused. "I just think that you need to start forging connections with the nobles of Frida. Not all of them oppose the idea of handing Alva to you, and you need to give them the incentive." He was thinking politically now. Even in her moment of rage, Dia admired how fast he adapted to the rhythm of political life. This proved her correct, that he was capable of being a ruler. His suggestion was the right course of action. However, why does it hurt? Chapter 341, No Medicine for Regret. Arthur Silvera had a few hair strands that fell from the rest, which he tied using a hair tie. His face was calmer than she would have liked. Earlier with the witch, Dia lost control of her powers when she thought about him dying after she leaves. Yet, here he was, asking her to stay here in the middle of people who hated her, leaving her alone. "Fine," her reply was curt as she bit on her lower lip. She wasn't a weakling, and she was no longer a child left in the snow. "Is that all?" "Yes." Arthur looked at her silently before nodding. He didn't say anything more and simply walked past her toward the door. "Is it that okay for you?" Dia tightened her fist, but she didn't say it. She turned to see him close the door behind him without looking back. They met in unusual circumstances. Both of them acted with a mask on their face, trying to deceive each other. Arthur won at the end, and she became his prisoner. They went through a lot, from resentment, to fear, to awe, to frustration, to companionship, to abandonment. The door closed, and Dia wished she was the one closing it this time instead of him. "Are you sure about this?" Gala asked him when he walked out of Dia's room. She was standing outside, listening to them, while her spirit hid her. "That's the best method to achieve our goals," Arthur replied before walking past her. "It's rude to spy on others. It's ruder to decide for them. You know that this isn't what Dia wants." Gala walked beside him. "She's confused. I need to decide for her, as her friend." Arthur didn't slow down for her and walked toward his room. As he grabbed the knob, Gala placed her arms to block him. "That's not what is happening." Gala looked at him with squinted eyes. "You're just running away. Running away. You know that she's growing attached to you. That's why you came up with this plan to leave her here. Why would you do that, Saika? I know that you don't dislike her. As I said, this is for the..." Arthur tried to explain. "You are leaving." Gala's eyes sharpened as she interrupted. "Dia needs to work on her future separately because you won't be in it." Arthur looked at her violet eyes with discomfort. He hoped she was less sharp about people, but that's what made her so valuable. Seeing his lack of answer, she knew the answer. "When?" "I don't know," Arthur replied quietly. "I just know that it's inevitable." "We can come along," Gala said. "We did, until now. I'm not selfish to ask you to keep following me. Dia's goal is to rule Alva, to serve it. Yours is to die, at least temporarily. You're leaving. I'm leaving. We can't always stick together." Gala looked at him silently before retracting her hand from the door. Arthur opened it and walked into the room. Even as he was closing, the witch was looking at him silently. "There's no medicine for regret, Saika," she said as he closed the door, letting the words resound in the empty room. Arthur, however, had no plans of changing his mind. He won't be going to a place where they can accompany him. If that happens, they would have to leave everything they have behind. He took off his shoes and robe before retreating to his bed. The fatigue seeped out of his body as he rested in bed. A single thought overtook his mind as he did. "We've spent a lot of time together." He was thinking about Gala and Diameter. "Even then, I can never ask them to abandon their dreams just because I want them to stay. Be careful. Those are precious items." Gruin shouted with a frown as the servants loaded the crates to the carriages. He turned to face Arthur, who was walking toward him. "Good morning, Saika. You're excited." Arthur lightly smiled as he looked at the carriage. "Are these the items?" "Yes, sir," Gruin said with a grin. "I used the gold coins to stock for our trip. There are many precious items and more useful ones." "Why are you putting them in crates?" Arthur asked with surprise. "Wouldn't putting them in a storage artifact be better?" Gruin's expression was down. "Those were hard to acquire. I looked everywhere, but everyone says they were sold out. I guess this is just the beginning." Arthur smiled. What do you mean, boss? Now that's nostalgic." Arthur laughed as he turned toward Gruin. He was suddenly reminded of Jonah, making him wonder how he was currently. "I guess that there would be a lot of difficulties. The issue of the storage artifacts is one of them." "Are you saying the storage artifacts ran out because of the nobles interfering?" Gruin's eyes widened. "Those sneaky bastards. We should file a complaint to the kingdom. That's what they want, for us to show our incompetence." Arthur shook his head. "We'll have to resolve this ourselves. Keep loading for now," Arthur said before he left. As he walked through the palace grounds, he could feel the eyes of doubt and hostility fall on him. The knights and servants were against him because he was an outsider trying to leech off the kingdom. While he was walking, he saw Dia standing beside a railing that overlooked the palace grounds. He found her watching the knights having their drill under Courage's supervision. Not much different from the soldiers of Alva. Arthur stood beside her. "They are weaker," Dia said with a frown. "However, their teamwork is better. That's how humans manage to push Alva back. I think it's better that you avoid saying such things. Others would think you are spying on the military strength of the kingdom. They already think of me as a spy. After all, who would go against her kingdom without being forced to? Dia shook her head. Someone who cares about the people more than she cares about being a ruler. Arthur smiled. She turned to look at him with a blank expression. I know that you seek more than just a throne. I'm not different from you. I seek change. Dia grabbed the railing. Being the Duke's daughter only served to teach me how corrupted the nobles were. I know. Arthur looked at the knights, each of them sweating heavily. It was summer currently, the sun being high in the sky. The knights had a drill led by Courage, wearing their metal armor under the unbearable heat. How about you cool them down? Dia hesitated at his suggestion but still threw her hand in an arc. The ice energy left from her hand and created a cold breeze that cooled down the knights. Ooh! The knights were surprised, turning to look around in amazement. Their faces looked refreshed by the cold air that dispelled the heat. Arthur smiled as he saw Courage glance their way before ignoring them. However, most of the knights looked at Dia gratefully. The demi-girl looked uncomfortable with their gazes, making Arthur snicker. You have a long way to go. She looked at him hatefully, but Ma arrived before she could say anything. He stood a distance away from them without saying anything until Arthur turned his way. Lady Gala asked for your presence in the workshop. Ma said respectfully. Well, I need to go. Arthur nodded toward Dia in farewell before he left. He could feel her angry eyes lock on his back. Passing the grand hall where he met Solomon, the two walked toward the workshop. They entered the separate building to find Gala sticking to a young man with glasses. The man looked uncomfortable with her actions, but Gala was relentless as she tried to persuade him. Saika. Gala noticed him immediately. I have a gift for you. I hope you're not talking about the man you're holding. Arthur sighed as the thin man looked scared. Are you all right? Well, would you look at that? The Saika is a nice guy if he's not beheading people. Even the king turned a blind eye to it. Gala, how about you stop talking? Arthur glared at her. Even if the king turned a blind eye to it, making the other nobles swallow their indignation, he didn't want to spread the image he enjoyed. Not a chance. Gala grinned as she hugged the young man's arm. I'm taking this guy in as my disciple. She was unusually persistent. Huh, Arthur was taken aback. Why would you call me over here then? I want you to order him into coming with us, Gala said as the young man's body shivered. He looked at Arthur with fear. She's using my creator art to threaten people now. Arthur looked around, hoping that no one heard her words. Why are you so stubborn about this? Arthur asked with confusion. This guy's ability is called Knowing Eyes. He can be the ultimate potions master, but he's only an assistant here. Gala said, anger flooding from her voice. If we take him along, I can create endless potions with him. Chapter 342, Two Tribes. How about you try convincing him instead? Arthur felt a headache. He didn't mind using the submission art to get what he wanted, but only to protect himself, not to enslave others. I always do stuff for you, can't you do this for me? Gala pouted as if she asked him to lend her some copper, not to enslave a person. Where's the fun in that? Arthur smiled. How about we have a bet as to who would convince him? Whoever wins can order the other person one thing. Fun, deal. I'll keep her away from you and give you all the resources you need for your work. Arthur turned to the young alchemist. I accept. The young man nodded like a scared kitten. Gala's face froze as her mouth gaped. I win. Arthur smiled at her. As for my order, stay away from him. He left afterward, leaving Gala speechless at him. Arthur knew what kind of person this man was, as there were many like him in Girano, the type that only cared about doing what they love. Arthur left the workshop and walked back toward Gruin. He found that the crates were loaded to the carriages, all neatly sealed. The young dwarf seemed tired now. Done. And dusted. Gruin wiped away his sweat. Boss, I felt so many eyes on me as I was loading them. He warned with a cautious face. Don't worry, that's why I'm here. Arthur smiled. We can't have these materials destroyed by them. As he said so, he ran his finger on the crates as they began disappearing one by one. This. I'll keep everything with me. I just need you to make sure that no one knows these carriages are empty. Employ our people to keep an eye out. Arthur said as he patted Gruen. It's better to make them think that they won. Yes, boss. Gruen nodded with awe. Now, it's time to set off. Are you going? King Solomon asked Arthur with a frown in the hall. I apologize for not doing anything more to help you. There's no need, Your Majesty. Arthur placed down his tea with a thin smile. I know that throwing my crimes under the rug was tiring on its own. For that, I'm thankful. It was in self-defense, so it wasn't without reason. King Solomon smiled. Tell me one thing before you go, Sika. Why do you want to be my advisor so much that you'll create a city just to prove it? The idea was in spite of the Duke of Contracts, to be honest. It went out of proportion before I realized it. Nonetheless, I think a neutral trading hub needs to exist in the kingdom. Does that mean you'll be selling artifacts to other kingdoms? King Solomon's eyes were probing. Well, of course. Arthur smiled. Artificial ones, but we won't refuse anyone who has the money. They call me the inheritor of the Scholar Guardian, but even I can't create that number of artifacts so quickly. King Solomon sighed. I believe that the Ghost Rune Master has hoarded these artifacts until now rather than creating them on the spot. Arthur held his chin. Are you truly his inheritor? Arthur asked, feigning calm. Maybe. King Solomon didn't give him an answer. I wish you well on your travels. Thank you, Your Majesty. Standing up to leave, Arthur said. Asking any more would be suspicious. He would have to wait for Solomon to trust him before he can know the truth. Oh, by the way, King Solomon called out as Arthur reached the door of the workshop. Maybe you should visit Lady Jia before you leave. Arthur's body went stiff when he heard the words. However, he nodded silently and left the workshop, walking through the empty corridors. It has to be done. Arthur knows. He walked toward her room. Don't be a fool like you did with Emma. He stopped walking a short distance before reaching her room. Glancing to the balcony, he found a familiar figure standing on it. Dia was grabbing the railings. Arthur walked outside and stood a few feet behind her. I'm leaving tomorrow. I know, Dia said without turning. Hopefully, in 3 months, you'll have enough nobles backing you. Then, with the resources that Hidden City will bring, Frida can win the war. From there, you'll have Alva. Dia nodded as Arthur walked closer to stand beside her. She flinched when he placed his hand on hers but didn't move away. You're the only person who knows my name, Arthur said quietly, remembering the time Jaizo's feelings made him lose control. I know that I took you away from your kingdom, from your family, and I'm sorry. Do you know why I want to rule Alva? Dia interrupted him and continued without waiting for an answer. I want to create a place I call home. A place where someone knows me, unlike the prison I lived in after my mother's death. Yet, it feels just the same. She was showing him a side of her for the first time, a vulnerable side that took his hand and squeezed it. As if she was asking him not to let go, she kept holding his hand tightly. Be well, Arthur, Dia said before he could say anything. Create that city and gather all the wealth in the world. When you come back, I'll be a queen. She grinned, her eyes turning into crescents, as she let go of his hand. I see, Arthur smiled and looked at her expression, which looked forced. I'll wait for that. He turned and left the balcony, and his back felt cold all of a sudden. When he turned to look for one last time, Dia was gone, and only snowflakes danced in her place. They raced against the wind, their carriages leaving trails on the unpaved roads. There were almost 50 of them, with Arthur's carriage leading ahead of them. The Knight of Courage accompanied them with her knights, who Arthur met only now. They were scarred men and women with scary expressions. When Arthur asked them what they did before, they all replied with pride. Bandits. Arthur didn't think much of it until bandits blocked their path. With a single slap, a captain from the knights lectured the bandits to mend their way. Astonishingly, they called him Big Brother. It seems he was famous in the circle of bandits, and his story of becoming a knight made the bandits follow them while protecting the convoy. What the hell is going on? Arthur said to the Knight of Courage as she rode beside him. She had a thin smile while galloping her horse. Nothing unusual, bandits respect the strong. They called him Big Bear before I took him in as one of my captains, and it seems he helped a lot of bandits before he became a knight. That works too. Gala snickered. I'm falling in love with this group. We'll be staying in the future hidden city to maintain order. After all you have are workers, not knights. I'll take care of clearing the monsters, though, Arthur said with a smile. You are too similar to Wong. Courage sighed. Seeing Arthur's puzzled expression, she continued. It's the Duke of Battle. He's also a battle maniac, just like most powerful people. What an unusual name. Arthur raised his brows. This name reminded him of the theocracy of Shin back on Earth. Well, he's not from here. Courage said while brooding. We're getting closer. She pointed at the distance. They were riding beside the low river until they reached a valley. The river ran beside a mountain and bordered the valley, which had a large expanse of land. This land will be the place Hidden City is built. There was a river beside them, a road, a mountain, and a forest. As they traveled closer, Arthur felt the presence of monsters in the mountains and the forest. What kind of monsters are we facing? Other than wild monsters, there are ogres and druids. Courage replied with a stoic expression. 2 tribes are inhabiting this land. The ogres inhabit the caves in the mountain, while the druids inhabit the forest. They don't interfere with each other, but they team up against any outsider who gets close. Ogres and druids. Arthur nodded in understanding. Ogres aren't demis, but what about druids? I met them before. They sold me to a lizardman. Hearing the past of him being a slave, Courage looked at him with pity. Gala, on the other hand, looked at him with interest. The tribe is considered demis, but they are outlaws. The kingdom doesn't govern them, and they refused all massagers that we sent to create peace treaties. Courage explained. Are you saying that I can kick them out or kill them if they refuse to cooperate? Arthur asked with furrowed brows as their carriages got closer. Chapter 343, A Meteor. Killing. Courage paused. Well, if they disturb us, I'll do it myself. After warning them, of course. She said with a serious expression. Let's hope it doesn't dissolve to that, Arthur said while looking up. Oh, it's here. Manager grew in. Yes, Saika. Did you make sure all of your staff are here? Arthur asked as he opened the door, making the Knight of Courage steer her horse away as it neighed. What are you doing? She asked with a frown as she pulled on the reins of her horse. We have a little guest called a meteor. Arthur pointed upward at the bright light coming their way. I think it's a little too flashy. He jumped off the carriage and kicked the ground, darting in front of the convoy. Crouching on the ground, Arthur bolted upward to meet the meteor as he used his skill, Wings of Wind. Halt! The Knight of Courage roared as the meteor came crashing their way. The horses began flailing to run away, and the knight waved her hand to cut them loose. The world stood still as everyone pulled to a stop and watched the meteor descend. Arthur flew toward it as a golden radiance surrounded his body. Break! Arthur raised both of his hands as his mana of creation was unleashed. As he felt the heat of the meteor, Arthur couldn't help but think how Jia could handle this kind of attack easily. His barrier appeared, and his creation mana supplied it. The meteor met the barrier, breaking it after a slight pause. He frowned as the meteor began pushing him back while deviating from its original course. Scatter! Arthur roared at the people below, and they ran everywhere. He held the meteor back, but his strength looked puny in comparison. As the people below scattered, the meteor pushed Arthur away while descending on the carriages. The destruction it left was immense. The moment it touched the ground, the meteor destroyed the carriages and whatever they held within. Arthur descended as the Knight of Courage raced toward him. She threw water over his burning clothes, extinguishing them. As he shook his wet arms, Arthur held a thin smile while watching the destruction of his carriages. Why are you smiling? Everything is gone. The Knight of Courage looked wrathful. We need to find the person behind this. I can tell you their identity, but it wouldn't change a thing. It's just another obstacle. Whoever did this is gone by now. So, we should just sit around and cry over what we lost. Courage huffed in anger. Arthur looked at her silently but didn't say anything. Sika. Gruin rushed toward him. Are you all right? I am. The staff. All are unscathed because of the time you gave us. Gruin grinned, making Courage even more confused. She turned toward the staff and saw that all of them were calm. You knew this was going to happen. Surprised filled the knight's voice as she turned to Arthur, who simply nodded. I expected an arson, not a meteor, but yes. Arthur shook his head. Such ruthlessness, so many people would have died if not for me stalling it. Arthur could have destroyed the meteor, but he didn't want their plans to fail. He wanted them to believe that Arthur didn't have any of the resources he needed, giving him enough time to build his city without interference. Let's go. Arthur walked toward the place they were supposed to build their city. The rest of his crew followed them, walking on foot after the horses ran away. They reached the clearing after half an hour, where a group of small hills and trees modeled the landscape. As Arthur stood in the middle of it, he breathed in and out. You seem excited. Gala walked over toward him. He turned toward her with a grin. It's exciting to build something from scratch, knowing that it will succeed, Arthur said. Aren't you excited about building your own potions workshop? Not that excited since getting the materials to work will be a pain. Gala shrugged. Even with the ones we bought. Arthur pondered. They bought ores and herbs of all kinds, enough to supply them for now. They would first have to clear the place from monsters, trees, and hills. After that, they would build the buildings and start making this place more habitable. A dock is also necessary. Arthur realized as he looked at the river in the distance. What we bought can be found everywhere. The rare herbs are always hoarded by workshops and cultivated for their use. Gala sighed. I used to have a giant workshop, but I got bored of it. Maybe we can work around that, Arthur said with a smile. For now, let's start clearing this place for a camp. I got this, Gala smiled and walked toward the trees slowly. She waved her hand as a curved line of green light rotated around her arm. Wind Spirit, Rhea. The wind blade rotated faster before growing larger, surrounding Gala with a green light. The witch waved her hand, and she began floating. Tear apart. She waved her arm, and, with her at the center, a green ring spread to the surrounding. Arthur could feel the sharp edge of the wind, but it passed him without harming him. Phew. He heard the spirits whisper as it passed by. A smile unknowingly took his face as he listened to its whistle. The trees in their close surrounding were torn down by the sharp wind, falling to the ground. There. Gala dusted her hands with a triumphant smile as the trees began falling one by one, shaking the area and scaring the wild animals away. What are you, the embodiment of destruction? Arthur blinked his eyes as she skipped toward him. Hee, no need to flatter me. I'm yours already, she said jokingly as the Knight of Courage and the rest walked toward them. Do you need help getting the trees out of the way? The knight asked, but Arthur shook his head. His empty sleeve fluttered as his spiritual power spread and picked up the trees, stacking them neatly on the side. Now you're just mocking us. The knight shook her head with a sigh. I'm not done yet. Arthur placed his hand on the ground and pulled out a wall of dirt, solidifying it. He repeated the process, and the group witnessed the construction of the first building in Hidden City, a small one-room house. The process took no more than 5 minutes, as the walls solidified instantly. Arthur started building houses until his mana bottomed out. When he was done, there were almost 10 of them. The rest will have to camp, Arthur said as he walked into the most prominent house. He placed a table and several chairs, which he stored in his subspace, and created a conference room. How about we hold our first meeting? Arthur smiled as he sat in the chair. Gala, Gruin, Courage, Big Bear, and Ma. You 5 will be the leaders of each department, so sit down. The rest should create a camp. The 5 looked at each other and hurried to sat. Arthur could feel Ma fidgeting in place after being appointed a leader. He smiled, knowing that this man had specific skills that the others lacked. What am I in charge of, Sika? Gala asked with excitement. For now, we need 5 departments to start working as a trading hub. Agriculture and herbs, potions, artifacts and smithy, order, diplomacy and PR, and civil affairs. Some of them include two things. Courage frowned. What is PR? She frowned as the acronym wasn't something this world knew. Public relations, Arthur answered. And yes, we lack staff. However, you are the only people I trust right now. The five straightened their back with pride as they heard Arthur's words. Seeing them, Arthur didn't know how to tell them that he only trusted they weren't following the Knight of Nobility. Big Bear was an outsider, but he was loyal to the Knight of Courage. If he turned out to be rotten, then there's nothing that Arthur could do. He only needed to place him in a place where no sensitive information exists. Gala will be responsible for the potions, and you will be supplied with the herbs you need by the Agriculture and Herbs Department. Manager Gruin will be responsible for the artifacts and smithy, who will create a smithy as his first task. Gala and Gruin nodded in understanding. They both knew that for artifacts, Arthur was the actual supplier. However, he needed items to inscribe too. Ma will be responsible for diplomacy and PR, make sure that news about our developments reaches our customers before our enemies. I'll trust that you'll control any information leak appropriately. You can also hire whoever you think fits. I will do my best, Saika. Ma stood up and bowed 90 degrees, making the others snicker. Big Bear will lead the order of the city, responsible for protecting it from monsters and outsiders. That is, of course, after I have fun. Arthur smiled. As long as my commander wishes for it. Big Bear turned toward Courage, who nodded in approval. What about me? Courage asked. Civil affairs. I trust that you will do good to the people. Resolve any disputes or issues. All of you need to report to me. That means you will be running the Agriculture and Herbs Department. Gala asked with a knowing smile. Indeed. I am, after all, a gardener. Chapter 344, Evolved Ogre. There are tasks that I need of you all. Arthur stood up from his chair after he assigned the role of each person. Everyone should finish this task in 2 days. As you wish, Saika. Ma nodded and began to jot down notes. Arthur felt like a teacher for a second. Ma, I want you to create a plan for our marketing campaign. Make sure to choose the best method to portray us as an inexpensive trading hub. Reach out to nearby cities and take approval to create a ship's route. Yes. Gruin, create the smithy and create a report of how many items you can produce in a month. I want us to be ready for the auction house in 2 weeks. Who is going to run the auction house? Gruin nodded and asked. I think you have someone for that, someone you just hired. Arthur smiled, and Gruin's face turned joyful. What about me, Saika? Gala asked while crossing her arms on the table. I want a list of the potions we can create with the materials we want and a separate list for potions you can create with rare materials that we don't have and a list for those missing materials. Sounds boring. I'll have my disciple write it down. Gala sighed. As long as I have the lists in 2 days. Arthur smiled and turned to Big Bear. After I'm done with clearing the monsters away, please create barriers and watchtowers around the city. Big Bear nodded. As for the Knight of Courage, please make a list of all personnel we have, their professions, special skills, and even their dreams. I'll be interviewing them all in 2 days. Assign people for each department based on their expertise, but don't let them work before I meet them. As you wish, Saika. As for my first task, it'll be to clean up the place of monsters by tomorrow. Arthur grinned. Rest for tonight. We'll be working hard the next morning. Everyone took their leave except for Gala, who seemed to have something on her mind. After everyone left, and only the 2 of them remained, Gala stood up and handed him something. What is this? Arthur looked at the hand mirror with confusion. He could feel a rune inscribed on it, a telepathic rune. Nothing but a messaging device, Gala said with a smile. I think I also forgot one in Dia's room. I'm not sure. She bolted out before Arthur could reply. After watching her run away with amusement, Arthur turned to the mirror he was holding. As he injected mana, the runes activated to record his face and voice. Hey, Arthur said awkwardly. Gala gave him this item, and I think it records messages. I don't know what to say since I saw you a couple of days before. He tried to think of something to say before choosing the perfect topic. Then, coughing with a grin, he proceeded to tell you about his day. Have you ever tried to stop a meteor? As the chilly morning breeze made its way down the valley, Arthur was awake already. He stretched his body that hasn't fought in a while and prepared himself. Level, 39, 34%. Legacy points, 8, mana, 300/300. Arts, The Art of Creation, Part 1, Creator Art, Submission, Basic Dagger Art, 21%. It has been a while. Arthur looked at his stats, which had changed a lot, but also haven't changed at all. His mana maxed out after his soul's restructure for some reason, but all of his other stats were the same. He gained a new art, but every skill and rune were the same. I've neglected my level, but it's not like I had the time. Arthur sighed. He was at the peak of the Ray rank now, but he needed to max out his other stats to evolve. That's why today was solely for leveling up. Arthur used his detection rune, and his mana washed over the land. He sensed a cluster of monsters nearby, and he teleported toward their location. Arthur found a group of apes with sharp teeth lining protruded jaws. They lived inside the forest, a fair distance away from their camp. Greetings, gentlemen. Arthur appeared on top of a branch in the forest. The apes turned upon hearing his voice and roared. No need to be so loud. If nicely asking you doesn't work, I'll have to kill you all. The apes roared and dashed, using the trees to jump toward him. 3 of them were inches away from him in an instant, trying to rip his limbs off. Brutes, TSK, TSK. Arthur shook his head as liquid fire exploded from his body like ropes, cutting apart the apes closest to him as the scent of roasted meat filled the forest. Oh! The apes roared as they ran toward Arthur at the same time. In an instant, his view was filled with apes of every size. Golden mana exploded from within his body as Arthur grabbed the nearest ape with his right arm. His release rune amplified his stats, and he used the ape as a bat to bash the others. Throwing the ape over its friends, Arthur created the ethereal arm using spiritual power as he did before against Traitor. His golden mana seeped into the ethereal arm as Arthur punched, not worrying about any limits. His punch traveled toward the cluster of apes and turned their bodies into a mushed lump of meat. Blood spurted everywhere as the trees were upturned, but more apes rushed to attack the intruder. Burn! Arthur clawed with his hands as flames appeared between his fingers. The fire exploded around him, making the apes howl in agony. The screams of the monsters echoed to the camp, making the city's residents fearful of what kind of power their new lord had. As he appeared in front of the monster, it bared its teeth toward him. It was a giant wolf with its cubs, which made Arthur frown. Why did you have to be a wolf? Arthur scowled at the monster as memories of Kira resurfaced in his mind. He looked at the cubs behind the wolves with a bigger frown. At first, he didn't kill Kira because he wasn't used to killing, but that made him survive the trial of the Holy Crown. Now, every time he saw a wolf, he was reminded of Kira. Scram from here. Arthur's aura exploded as he threatened, but that only made the wolf growl at him, shielding its cubs. As he observed the wolf, Arthur realized it was a male, making him wonder where the mother was. Did it die at birth? Arthur retracted his aura and pointed away from the camp. The wolf looked at him with unease before picking up its 3 cubs with its mouth and running away. He knew that all monsters were monsters, and only demis had the faculty of reasoning, but he wanted to avoid killing wolves if he can. As Arthur looked for his next prey, he found a cluster of ogres descending from the mountain toward their camp. Teleporting toward the ogres, Arthur appeared in the middle of the mountain's trail and waited. The ogres appeared after a while, giant creatures that had dark green skin, hideous faces, and protruding bellies. Judging from your weapons, I don't think you've come here for tea. Arthur crossed his arms in front of him. The ogres noticed his presence in an instant and took their formation. Arthur was surprised at their caution, as he expected reckless behavior. A giant ogre strode from the group and said some stuff that Arthur couldn't understand. As he looked at the ogre, he found him to have scales on his body. A mutation. Maybe an evolved ogre. Arthur wondered as the giant ogre looked down on him. After saying a bunch of stuff, the ogre swung his hammer toward Arthur, trying to flatten his existence. I wasn't ignoring you, man. I just have no idea what you're saying. Arthur sighed, and his spiritual powers diffused to block the attack. Arthur was surprised when the hammer began pushing his power back, as that never happened before. He double-glanced at the ogre who was struggling against his spiritual energy with interest. High true rank. Arthur realized, wondering how he became this strong to hold back a true rank monster. However, he can tell that the ogre was about to break through his defenses. Let's see how strong the soul restructure made me. Arthur grinned, and the muscle on his right arm bulged, brimming with power. Chapter 345, Lordship. The evolved ogre gave a deep and threatening cry as it retracted its hammer to swing it again. The strength it descended with appeared to be one with the world but trying to split it simultaneously. Arthur punched with his fist, and the hammer bounced away. As the ogre was about to attack again, Arthur's teleport rune appeared, and he used it on himself. He disappeared from his spot where the hammer descended and destroyed the ground and appeared above the ogre. His spiritual powers gathered to form a rough outline of an arm. Using his other hand to cast the liquid fire rune, Arthur used it on his spiritual arm. His ethereal arm turned red, and the rune merged with his spiritual powers, enhancing it further. The monster raised its hammer to attack the descending Arthur, who punched toward the ogre. His fist collided against the hammer, and liquid fire exploded. What it touched from the surrounding turned to ashes, and the ogre's hammer began to melt, but not fast enough to stop it from sending Arthur flying upward. Force 3, Arthur muttered as he directed the force upward, making accelerate back into the ground. He sent an axe kick toward the ogre, who blocked using his wrist protector and pushed Arthur away. Arthur made a flip in the air before landing on the ground. He let go of a breath as the ogre in front of him strode toward him. Suddenly, a memory appeared in Arthur's mind. Didn't I want to fight against unbeatable monsters? Wasn't the ogre in front of him, a giant with scales, the best example of such a monster? The thought filled him with excitement as adrenaline rushed through his veins. As if responding to his excitement, his spiritual arms bulged and grew bigger, appearing disproportioned to the rest of his body. The ogre seemed to sense the power within it and roared to hide its fear. It darted toward Arthur, who rushed forward to meet it. The two attacks collided, and a resounding bang shook the forest as flames and dust flew everywhere. The hammer flew away from the ogre's hand, and scales grew on his fist. With a wide swing, he struck Arthur's side. Arthur blocked using his left ethereal arm, but the power of the punch destroyed the area behind him. Bastard! Arthur gave a bloodied grin and spat at the ogre. Then, clenching his right fist tightly, golden colors exploded from within it. Let me repay your kindness. His punch connected to the ogre's abdomen and sent it flying through the air. Before the ogre got away, Arthur's spiritual arm dissolved and pulled it back toward him. His right fist connected again to the ogre's face, who responded in a fist of his own. With each strike, the land around them was flattened further until only a shadow of what it remained. The Knight of Courage looked at the list of people in front of her with a frown. Including her knights and the people from Hidden Gem, there were almost 100 city residents. All of them lived in tents now, as the only houses available were the ones that the Psycha built. He would have to make more to house all of them. Commander, Big Bear knocked on the door, which wasn't a door as those needed to be installed later, and entered. I have a report to make about the Psycha's progress against the monsters. That's good. How many clusters did the Psycha clear? Courage said absent-mindedly while going over the list of residents. 10 are the ones we managed to track. As for the actual numbers, we don't know yet. Oh, I see. Courage nodded before pausing. Did you say 10? She snapped her head toward her captain, who appeared equally disturbed, and nodded. By himself. He was alone, yes. The witch and the rest are still in the camp. Big Bear announced. I can only say that the Psycha is all over the place. The captain shook his head. 10. Courage repeated with shock. She expected the Psycha to clear out 2 by now, but he cleared out 5 times the amount. She was at the early stages of the demi-rank with her domain, but she still needed to track and travel to each cluster. The last place we tracked him to was. The captain was reporting when a booming sound shook the camp. The quaking continued for several seconds before it disappeared. Courage and Big Bear had to stabilize themselves before looking at each other with confusion. None of the two said anything, and they darted outside the camp toward the source of the sound. The sound came from the ogre's mountain, and they rushed toward it. Was there another meteor? Courage's stomach turned in regret for not investigating the meteor matter more closely. However, the Psyche refused to do so, saying that they wouldn't find anything anyway. If a stronger meteor targeted the Psyche and he got hurt, they would be doomed. Blessed spirits, the hidden city, and the Princess of Ice and Fire were all connected to the Psyche irreversibly. And there was the Duke of Fire's daughter, who seemed to be scaringly protective of the Psyche. If she caught wind that something happened to him, not even the knights could stop her from upturning the kingdom. Running toward the mountain, Courage had many expectations for what she was to find. However, the scene of destruction in front of her sent chills down her spine. Was it a meteor? Her certainty only grew stronger as she looked at the crater of destruction at the base of the mountain. Flames unceasingly burned as if it was a deadly inferno. There's something within the flames. Big Bear muttered beside her while clutching his sword. They could see a giant figure from within the flames as the smell of roasted meat drifted their way. The Knight of Courage frowned and prepared for the fight. She waved her hand, and a wave of water began to extinguish the fire until the figure appeared. It was the corpse of a giant ogre unlike they have ever seen before. What is that? The Knight of Courage unsheathed her sword as soon as she saw the figure standing on top of the ogre's burning body. It was a humanoid creature made of flames, burning so intensely that it burned the tip of her hair strands. Is it a calamity? Big Bear asked with fear as the creature turned to look at them. It stared at the two for a few seconds that felt like ages. Now that's rude. The creature opened its mouth and said in a familiar voice. Waving its hands, the flames disappeared to reveal the Psyche of living beings. He was covered in blood, wounds bleeding from every part of his body. His face was a bloodied mess, but his expression was relieved. As he pulled his hair back after it came off, he looked at them from above the corpse. Psyche. The Knight of Courage was baffled, looking at him with shock. You were on fire. The Psyche tilted his head. How do you expect me to win against? The Psyche suddenly paused and turned to look at the empty air in front of him. Is it still alive? The Knight of Courage was confused by the Psyche's action, but he didn't reply. Man, why does this look like a game I played before? The Psyche muttered with a sigh. There's no need to report about the residents anymore. Send them to my house one by one tomorrow morning. Ah. The Knight of Courage was confused but nodded anyway. The Psyche ruffled his hair with annoyance, but a childish grin could be seen on his face. The only disturbing thing was that his face was dyed in blood. You have leveled up. New legacy function, Lordship. What the heck? Arthur looked at the notification as he stood amidst the flames. He knew that a new function would appear once he reaches level 40, but he didn't think it would be Lordship. He was once again reminded that his legacy was a living entity, not an inanimate object within his soul. It seems it always pushed him to grow stronger through his environment. However, what can this function do? Arthur wanted to ask Jizo, who was the lord of his domain in the past, but he could feel something obstructing their connection ever since he came to Alka. It was probably the effect of being in a different timeline, the same thing that made him unable to use his breaker insignia. However, the legacy could still be used, even if the change in spacetime disorient Atesh its owner. He opened his legacy's lordship, and rows upon rows of information appeared in front of him. There were stats for his estate, like cleared land to the number of followers he had. However, that wasn't all, as there were functions that could help him create Hidden City faster. This way, it might not be long before Solomon trusts him enough to give Arthur what he needed. A way back home. Chapter 346, Estate Level. Arthur clicked the different functions of his lordship, and he was overwhelmed by the number of new functions. His legacy had 3 primary functions for his lordship, and each of those had sub-items. Lordship stats. Estate level, 0. Estate size, 0. Residence numbers, 102. Overall satisfaction, 12%, lordship points, 0. Lordship's creation. Build. Blueprints. Locked. Revenue. Locked. Lordship residence. Professions, potential, loyalty. Arthur had a sense of alienation, as if something had slipped his mind without him realizing it. He tried to think of what it was, reaching out to grab it, but it slipped away like smoke. Well, if I can't remember it, nothing I can do about it. If it were important, I wouldn't have forgotten it. He tried to dismiss it because it would keep bugging him. He turned his attention to his lordship, feeling like his legacy was waiting for the chance to introduce it. His legacy kept introducing functions when he needed them, but Arthur didn't feel like he made the best of them. He didn't obtain any runes from his skills until now, only evolving some of them. He also didn't study enough to evolve his runes. Things will be different, as he would have the time and resources to focus on his growth in these 3 months. As the three of them walked back, the uneasy residents of the city greeted them. "Saika, I think they need to hear a few words." The Knight of Courage whispered, but Arthur looked at her, speechless. "A few words with me looking like this." He gestured toward himself, who was bloodied from head to toe, making the Knight of Courage smiled awkwardly. "Hose me." He spread his right arm. "Well, you asked for it." Courage smiled and pointed her finger toward him. A water ball appeared on her fingertip, and the stream came gushing out. The water washed Arthur's body, cleansing him of the blood and dirt. When she stopped, Arthur was soaking wet. "You enjoyed it too much," Arthur grumbled as flames appeared beside him, evaporating the water. He tied his hair back and began walking toward the residence. "Saika, are you all right?" Ma asked with worry as he saw the several wounds on Arthur's body. "I am," Arthur nodded and turned toward the people. "Everything is fine. The ogre tribe tried attacking us as expected, but they failed." Hearing his words and seeing his wounds, the people can deduce for themselves that Arthur was the one who fended off the attack. For the lord of the new city himself to defend them, the residents felt touched. "As long as I'm here," Arthur looked at every salesperson, guard, blacksmith, and potion master that they brought along. "None of you will get hurt. I brought you here to build the greatest city this world had seen, not to throw away our lives in a godforsaken land." As he said so, Arthur turned away and walked toward his house. The people looked at each other in silence before they cheered, some of them clapping. The cheering wasn't loud with how few of them there were, but it was a start. "How do I raise the level of my estate?" Arthur asked as he leaned back in his chair beside the bed that he placed in one of the rooms. Estate level is a measure of your land's development and your residents' satisfaction. The level rises when with the improvement of your economy, industry, military, agriculture, citizens' standard of living, authority, and other aspects of your estate. So, just improve everything. Arthur sighed as his eyes dropped toward lordship points. Stats, legacy, and lordship points. Things were getting hectic. The rest of the stats were obvious. When Arthur clicked on the only unlocked choice on his lordship's creation menu, grayed-out items appeared. They included things like houses, barracks, farms, wells, resorts, shops, auction houses, smithies, parks, streets, and other things that could solve any construction issues he might face. This will be easy. He noticed that every item needed lordship points to construct. He guessed that leveling up his estate size would reward him with points, so it was a loop of improvement. Blueprints and revenue were locked, so he guessed that his estate needed to reach a certain level for it to be unlocked. On the other hand, whatever they included should be pretty exciting and rewarding. As he was about to lie on the bed and sleep, he remembered that he left you a message. He took out the hand mirror and activated it, but there were no messages from her. He slept after using the Heal 3 rune on himself. After he woke up, he changed his clothes as someone entered the room without knocking. The witch Gala strode as if it was her place and sat on the chair. "I've heard you had made quite the ruckus yesterday," Gala said as she sipped on her juice. "Where did you get that from?" Arthur was amused as he glanced her way. "Ruri made it for me." Gala smiled with pride. "My disciple seems to like me a lot. Do you know why people give offerings to the gods?" Arthur smiled as he threw a jacket over his shoulders. "To avoid their wrath." "Are you saying I'm a goddess?" Gala grinned as she leaned in. "Our Saika is getting flirty after leaving his sweetheart behind. Did she send you a message yet? Why are you so interested in my love life?" Arthur asked with a smile. "No, she must be quite busy." "So, there's love involved." Gala grinned. "Rather than love, I want to see all of your emotions, Saika." "Why would you want that?" Arthur paused as he was buttoning his right sleeve. "Humans fascinate me with how much emotions they can feel," Gala said with a disturbing grin. "I've seen your wrath, So intense that it tore a hole in the sky, making me wonder what your other emotions might do. Careful, someone hears you. Others would think you're a psychopath. Arthur said before grabbing the door. I can feel your disappointment, Gala said, and Arthur paused. Did she forget about you? Was she too busy? Or does she hate you now? I changed my mind. Arthur turned toward the witch. I want you to do the potions report yourself. Hee hee, Gala snickered even though he said that. And now I've seen you sulking. Arthur placed his hands on the ground, and the walls rose. He walked between them, and the walls were created in his trail. The soil rose to solidify into a ceiling. Arthur was floating as well to make sure that he reached the range. Earth manipulation, E, 100%, has evolved into Earth mastery, D, 0%. Earth mastery, manipulation of the soil around you in a 10 meters radius. Raising the skills percentage to 100% would reward you with a rune. I guess this form is its limit. Arthur landed on the ground as he read the notification. But, unlike Courage, who can create water out of thin air, Arthur couldn't do the same with his skill Earth manipulation. The rune behind the skill would not create soil or earth but manipulate it only. That's why raising the skill to its limits would not give Arthur another fire rune but would make him capable of creating constructors, people who would build for him. Saika, the people are ready to be interviewed. Gruin came into the large building that Arthur created and reported. Great, Arthur said as he spread his arm, and the soil gathered. Like a wave to finish the building. After that, Arthur waved his hand, and crates appeared inside. This will be the storage room. Ask Big Bear to place more guards around here. Do you think it's a good idea to place our items in one place? Gruin asked with wariness. Don't worry. The important ones are with me. These are the necessities like beds, tables, and other items for the residents. Arthur said as he was walking out. Oh, are you ready to awaken your affinity? Ah, so suddenly. Gruin looked taken aback. Well, the smithy needs a grandmaster blacksmith. Arthur smiled. We'll do it when you create the smithy. I thought of a way to awaken your powers. Would it hurt? Maybe, I don't know. Arthur smiled. I heard that you took one of the small houses. Would that be enough for you and Amy? Like, living together? Gruin's eyes went wide. We never thought of. That's for the better. The Duke of Contracts must have some eyes on the inside. I'll create a basement for you guys. It should do you kind in this heat. Thank you, Saika. Gruin grinned as he followed after Arthur. For the Duke's spies, I thought about. Don't worry. I'll weed those rats out today. Arthur grinned as he walked toward his house. Saika, killing would be. Gruin panicked, but Arthur shook his head. Killing them would be wasteful, it's better if we make use of them. Chapter 347, Spies. Arthur arrived at his house, where a bunch of people waited for him. Seeing his arrival, they tensed up as if they were going to be executed. In their lead was Gala, who was talking to her disciple while pointing around. That's what you did wrong. Gala said while shaking her head. You need to add the Kenza grass at the beginning, as it would prevent any overheating. As she lectured, the men that Arthur saw back at the workshop took notes with a zealous attitude. But, unlike before, it seems that Gala tamed him well. Well, you sure are busy. Arthur was surprised to see her so hard-working. Gala paused and turned to him with a smile. I can't leave you with an empty department after I leave. Arthur halted his steps when he heard her words. His eyes widened as he turned toward her. Gala met his eyes with a knowing, melancholic smile. Let's talk inside. Arthur clenched his fist as he entered the hall, Gala following after him in a relaxed manner. As they entered, Arthur turned toward her. What are you about? It's time to hold your end of the bargain. Gala grinned at him. Soon, it'll be a month since we had our deal in the Duke's house. No, Arthur shook his head, but Gala continued talking regardless. It's time that you kill me inside the spirit's realm. No. Arthur shook his head. Why do you want to leave? Remember what you said, Saika. Gala sat down as she swung her legs in the air. We are destined to be separated. She said with a grin. Your case is different. Arthur gritted his teeth. You are choosing to leave for the hope of meeting someone who might never return. His words fell in the hall without being answered. Gala stopped moving as her mouth turned into a thin line. She stared at Arthur silently. He'll return. Her voice was devoid of any doubt or emotions. She let the words out as if they were already out there, an indisputable truth that no one can deny. You can keep waiting for him. Arthur rebuked. There's no need for me to kill you. Wait for him until you no longer need me. Gala stood up and walked up to him with a sly smile. What am I to you, Psyche, other than a tool you keep for your benefits? Do you crave my spirits and potions that much? You know it's not about that. Then you just want someone to sing you praises. You want me to stay here and shower you with care and validation. Every day you wake up, I'll be there beside you, telling you that you are doing the right thing. Is that it? That's not it, Arthur answered coldly. You know that I want you here because I care about you. He tore the words out, even though they hurt him to say. If you care about me, then let me rest. Gala looked at him with tired eyes. Arthur saw hundreds of years of waiting behind them, countless sufferings, and endless disappointments. His lips pressed against each other. I understand. Arthur nodded, knowing that there's nothing else he could do to convince her. Thank you, Gala said sincerely. I'll call for the first one to enter. She said and walked out. Standing there in the empty hall, Arthur laughed helplessly. He sat in his chair as the first person walked into the room and stood in front of him. Have a seat. Arthur gestured toward the chair in front of him, trying to hide the slight tremble of his hand. The first person was none other than Ma, who sat down in front of Arthur with a calm expression. I'm glad that you are becoming more level-headed. I need to act the part if I want to represent your city, Psyche, Ma answered with a thin smile. That's great. Arthur smiled, his eyes glowing eerily. However, I'll have to tear down the facade. Tell me the truth, are you a spy? By the time that Arthur was done, it was late at night. He leaned back in his chair with a sigh. He interviewed everyone using his art of submission to weed out any spies. He found 3. One sent by the king, one sent by the knight of nobility, and another sent by the duke of contracts. It seems they knew that sending too many people would make them expose themselves. Psyche, are you done? Gruin walked into his house and asked. Arthur nodded and stood up. Are they with courage? He asked, and Gruin nodded apprehensively. I never expected him to be a spy. I guess that's how we managed to rope him in. Arthur smiled as he walked out toward the house beside him. Gala stood outside pouting. Don't worry. I'm not killing him. Unless you can transfer his ability, then you better not, Gala said it so easily despite her words being so heartless. Arthur didn't answer and walked into the house, where courage imprisoned the 3 spies. One of them was Gala's disciple, Ruri, still reading his notes. He's hardworking, Arthur said to Gala, speechless that this guy was still so calm. Do you know how some people stress eat? This guy stress reads. Gala shook her head and sighed. Why did he have to be? Well, I don't mind Solomon having some spies inside, Arthur said with a shrug. He's the king, and he gave me a big responsibility of building a city. So it's only natural that he has some spies on the inside. Heard that, Ruri? You're not getting killed. Gala shouted to her disciple. Can't say the same for the 2 of you, though. She snickered at the other 2, making them tremble in fear. One of them is a cook while the other is a worker. We hired them in the capital. Gruin took out his records and reported. Well, we'll learn everything soon. Arthur smiled as he sat in front of them. Tell me all of your secrets. He sat down in front of them with a smile. The 2 trembled in fear as his art took hold of their existence. Against their desires, they began to tell him everything about their employers. Luckily, the Knight of Nobility and Duke of Contracts didn't hire someone powerful, as that would give them away. Thus, Arthur could control them using his art. The gift that the child he met during the soul restructure said this art was a gift for all the troubles it caused Arthur. Despite wanting to know who the child was, Arthur had no idea how. Creator Art of Submission could bend the target's will to obey Arthur at the cost of mana. The stronger the target's willpower and soul, the more mana Arthur needs to make them submit. Great. Thanks for being cooperative. Arthur clapped his hands with a smile. From now on, you'll be my spies. You'll tell your employers what I tell you. Of course, Arthur grinned as he used his art. Never tell them or hint that you have been found out. After making sure that the two understood what he wanted, Arthur turned toward Rory, who was unconcerned throughout the whole thing. Are you done reading? Ah. Rory flinched when Arthur talked to him. Yes, yes. He closed his book and placed it on his lap. Am I going to be killed? I guess you didn't pay attention to anything. Arthur sighed. I'm not killing you. However, never give potion recipes to the kingdom. For the rest, Gala will take care of it. Arthur knew that taking care of the king's eyes will be a sign of suspicion. However, he didn't want the kingdom to learn of his potion recipes. He left together with Gala and Gruin, returning to his simple house. Gala followed him in while Gruin excused himself. As they sat together, Gala went straight to the topic. I think an armed spirit will suit you, Gala said, referring to the spirit contracting ceremony. Arthur didn't say anything, and she went on. Of course, there are other spirits who would do you well. My spirits love you, so I guess you won't have any problem contracting a spirit. Are you withholding something from me? Arthur asked with interest as he took out his hand mirror. There are no messages today as well. Ah. I don't know what you mean. Gala acted surprised. You must be busy, that's all. You said you wanted to see my emotions. Arthur squinted his eyes. You have the perfect motive to withhold her messages from me. Maybe one of my spirits did something. Gala smiled. I can look into it if you admit that you care. Ha, Arthur sighed. I knew that there was something wrong. He walked toward Gala and placed the hand mirror in front of her. Take it on your way out. He said before turning. You don't want to hear her messages. Gala frowned. As you said, we are destined to be separated. Chapter 348, Too Scared to Look. So, it's okay to ignore her messages? Gala asked with a frown as if she was displeased. Is it that hard to admit that you care a lot about her? Arthur paused, his hand turning into a fist. Then, he turned toward her and shouted. Do you want to know how I feel right now? He said as he waved his hand. I feel sick and tired of your games. You say that you want people to feel things, but that's just a lie. There's no reason other than your desperate need for others to be as miserable as you are. At least I know that I'm miserable, Gala answered him calmly, despite his rage and hurtful words. I accepted what I am long ago. Did you? Do you think that acceptance gives you the right to make others miserable? You try to make people care about each other, knowing that the end will be ugly. No, you want it to be ugly because that makes your end a little more bearable. Well done, Saika. That's what I want. Nothing changed. You're still just a child that is too scared to look in the mirror. Gala laughed as she stood up. She tapped the hand mirror on the table, and it lit up 10 times. She left you 10 messages, 10. You hid them from me. Arthur glared at her coldly for painting him as the villain. Because you acted as if you didn't care, even when I gave you the mirror. Even after more than 2 days, you didn't care to ask. I would have given you the messages if you asked just once, but the moment that you do ask, you tell me that you don't care. You want me to weep every day because I miss her. Arthur laughed. I need to build a city, but you want me to be a desperate lover just like you. I'm not, and I'll never be. You won, Saika. Gala smiled at him. You've hurt me more than I can hurt you. That's what you prefer, right? You would rather hurt others, to make them bleed, rather than get hurt yourself. Even if they were people that you care about. No, exactly if they were people that you care about. Leave, Arthur said through gritted teeth. Gala smiled and bowed formally. Yes, my lord. She said in a mocking voice before she walked out, leaving the hand mirror on the table. Arthur looked at the artifact glowing subtly in the night. He walked toward the mirror slowly, his rage still burning within him. He wasn't angry because of Gala's words, but because they were right. Arthur didn't want to care. He didn't dare to because he knew that he was bound to be disappointed. Is this working? Can you hear me? Dia's voice came from the hand mirror. Her nose and mouth were the only things shown in the message because she tried to speak too close to the artifact. The witch must have left this. Why did she? It seems not even Dia was aware of Gala leaving the artifact for her. However, she adjusted the angle, and Arthur got to see her face for the first time in a while. "Good morning, Saika," she said with a smile. The next day, they had a conference meeting for the department heads to report their progress. Arthur wanted to check the progress himself, but he wanted to establish a proper system before things get too hectic. After the Saika's aid, we cleared up most of the small monsters around the area. We set out traps, but a wall would be necessary. Big Bear reported. Building a wall is difficult for our current numbers. The Knight of Courage rebuked. Furthermore, we're still in the development stage. Houses are still being built, shops are still being constructed, and even the roads are still not mapped. We need someone to outline the city. Arthur frowned. We can't simply build wherever we want and expect to end up with something decent. That brings us to the list I made. The Knight of Courage said, taking out the list. We don't have an architect, but there's someone we can invite. He's the person who built the capital of Livia and several other smaller cities. Invite him. Arthur nodded. The fees will be. The Knight of Courage was hesitant. Tell him that we'll provide him with rare resources of architecture, books, and blueprints, Arthur said. There will be no other payment. I understand. Gruin. Arthur turned toward the dwarf. The smithy is underway, but the number of people we have is severely limiting. Gruin shook his head. The builders that we brought along are building houses, workshops, and shops. Arthur nodded and opened his legacy, choosing the profession's choice from the list. A long list appeared. Profession. Workers, 33. Knights, 30. Salespeople, 15. Blacksmiths, 10. Constructors, 5. Potions apprentices, 4. Managers, 2. Potion masters, 1. Knights captain, 1. Titled knights, 1. Their sum would be 102, as it appeared in his stats. There were subprofessions as well. For example, workers included builders, cooks, maids, the butler. However, they were all counted as workers. We have 15 salespeople, Arthur noted as he turned toward Gruin. They are useless at the moment, as we don't have shops right now. So let them aid the workers. I understand. Gruin nodded. We also have 10 blacksmiths. Ask them to help in building the smithy. Their pay will be increased according to the amount of work they put in. This way, we might finish it during this week. Saika, mobilizing these people for labor might make them upset, Ma warned them. I think it would be better if we change it into something more personalized. What do you mean? Arthur was intrigued. Let's tell the blacksmiths that whoever builds the best smithy, they will be the head blacksmith of the department, having authority over others. This way, each blacksmith will have their smithy while also motivating them to work. The best smithy. Gruin frowned. We only want one at the moment. Would that be the case in a month? Ma shook his head. I think it's best if we delay the smithy for now, as it's not our top priority. We need to make a proper place before we launch our campaign to bring people into Hidden City. The people care about housing and services. Other things can follow. Ma is right. Arthur nodded. Do that. The smithy will be delayed, but how do you plan on solving the issue with the lack of workers? A single blacksmith can't build a smithy alone. That's up for them to handle. They can negotiate with the workers. Ma smiled. This way, we will ignite the trade among the people instead of handling everything ourselves. A capitalist mindset. Arthur was amused as he nodded in approval. He could feel Gruin's displeasure because Ma was someone he hired, but he didn't mind a little competition. Ma, is everything going smoothly for the docks project? I've reached out to the nearby cities, and I've received an invite to attend a meeting over the matter. Great, head over there and solve it. They asked for the Saika himself, saying that there were other matters that both cities could benefit from, Ma said, and Arthur frowned. I understand, arrange for the visit for now and let them prepare. Arthur turned toward Big Bear. Captain, what are the recent developments after our arrival? The battle that the Psycha had changed the balance among the two tribes. The ogres are currently weakened but nowhere near defeated. As for the druids, they seem to be cautious and prepared. Great, then it's finally time to visit them. Arthur stood up. He looked at Gala's empty seat with a frown. Where is she? Ah, in the workshop, Gruin said with awkwardness. The fact that she didn't attend the meeting proved that she was still mad. Arthur sighed and dismissed the rest before teleporting toward the workshop, which was a large house he built. I thought I would find you brewing. Arthur found Gala sitting and reading a book. I have some novels to finish before dying, the witch closed the book before she turned toward him. What do you want? Arthur wasn't used to her cold attitude, but he could understand why she was mad. He took a chair in front of her and sat down. You were right. I did try to hurt you. Arthur said as he looked at his hand. I wouldn't rather hurt you than get hurt. I don't want neither, but that's not possible, it seems. He sighed. I'm sorry. Arthur turned toward the side as he apologized. You are leaving, so let's have fun until then. You've heard the messages. Gala's lips curled into a sly smile. What did she talk about? No, how many messages did you send to her? 11. Hee hee, just one message more. That's a start. Gala stood up. All right, I forgive you. Let's go coax some druids. You were listening. Arthur was speechless before grinning. Let's go. Chapter 349, Pathetic Druids. They lived deep within the forest, Arthur muttered as he and Gala walked on the trail, looking for the druids. I hope they aren't human discriminating druids like the ones back in Alva. Are you afraid that you would be sold again as a slave? I only have 2 arms, after all. Arthur shrugged his shoulders. I can handle losing one, but losing both of them will be troublesome. Why did you lose it, to begin with? I saw that Larza had your arm. Did you misbehave? Ah, she thought I was running away. You weren't. Gala asked as she lowered her head beneath a branch. With your personality, I expected you would run away as soon as you can. I would have run away if I had the power, but no. I was simply trying to meet a Psycha. Arthur said as he pondered. I forgot to ask King Solomon about that guy. I think you mean the Psycha of Light. They mentioned him a lot in the palace. The most handsome man in Alka. Or so they said. He wasn't that handsome. Arthur was confused. Disguise, Psycha. He was going undercover to free the human slaves. He's still there, and the operation is still ongoing. His return should be in a month or so. I see. Dia should meet him there, Gala said with a smile. I hope she doesn't fall for him. Stop trying to make me jealous. It's not working. Arthur sighed. Oh, right. It just makes my end a little more bearable. Gala said with a teasing grin. Arthur was silent. We all try to make the world align to what we think is right. At least deny it, asshole. Gala spat. Arthur simply grinned in response. The two kept walking through the forest until there was no more sun, only the shades of trees. There was no foothold for them other than ancient roots. Can you hear that? Arthur said, and Gala tried to listen, but she shook her head. Exactly. He grinned. It was too quiet. Arthur stopped moving and closed his eyes. Gala stood beside him as Arthur's aura slowly emerged. It came naturally to him as he used his art. His aura kept growing stronger until the forest began shaking in response. Arthur felt that if he wished for it, he could destroy everything around him. However, he knew it was an illusion. The roots began to move in response, surrounding the two people. Arthur opened his eyes with a smile as he waited for the druids to emerge. A voice broke the silence, and it came from above them. Gala and Arthur raised their heads to see a humanoid figure standing upside down. With pale green skin and leafy roots for hair, the two found the first druid. I'm the Psycha of living beings. Psycha of living beings. The druid's eyes widened. The one who saved Mother Riga. You've heard of that incident but didn't know that I was the one building a city beside you. Arthur was amused, but the druid's face was stone cold. We don't care about what you humans do, as long as it's far away from us. The druid said as the trees began moving. But if it's the psyche of living beings. A mighty wind blew in their direction carrying 1,000 leaves, forcing them to squint their eyes. When the leaves died down, 100 druids surround them. A female druid walked toward them that looked different from the others. Instead of green leaves, the druid had orange and withered leaves. She also had a lot of woody wrinkles on her skin. If you are truly the psyche of living beings, the druid looked at him with a frown. Then I beg for your help. She suddenly kneeled in front of Arthur. Arthur blinked. This wasn't what I expected. The tree naturally they sat under created small stools for them. A young druid walked up to them with bowls of green syrup, which she gave to Arthur and Gala. You can't be thinking of drinking it. Gala blinked. It looks like green tea, so why wouldn't I? Arthur was confused. Plus, it smells sweet. What if it was poisoned? Gala picked it up and smelled it. Well, you are the potion's master, so you tell me. Arthur placed the green syrup down. You are trusting the same people who sold you as a slave. Gala frowned as if she couldn't understand. They are druids indeed, but they are not the same ones who sold me, Arthur said with a smile. It's better to stay objective. As he said so, Arthur picked up the syrup and drank it. Gala looked at him with shock as he placed the bowl down. See, there is nothing. Arthur suddenly clenched his chest and coughed. Psyche. Gala jumped over toward him but stopped when she heard his snickers. She grumbled and sat back down. Now, I wish it was poisoned. Relax, they need our help, as they said. Arthur smiled as he picked up the bowl again. And why do you think they are telling the truth? Because this place is dying. Arthur looked toward the countless trees and the houses built on top of them. It reeks of death. They waited until the old druid returned with her followers. She nodded toward them as she strolled toward a stool and sat down as well. I'm sorry for the delay, but it's the first time that a human was allowed inside our sanctuary. The old druid said. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Vina. She said in a mix of Yalvaran and Alvan language. You can call me Psyche, Arthur said, guessing the druid must have learned the language from travelers she came across. I'm surprised you believed I was the Psyche. We heard that you are coming to Frida, but we weren't sure. However, the aura that you've released proves your identity. Oh, I thought it was my missing arm. Arthur laughed. Why did you invite us here? As I said, we need the help of the Psyche, Vina said as she raised her hand. The powerful druid, the same one on the tree earlier, came forward and helped Vina stand up. It is better if we show you. Arthur nodded and stood up. Vina, with the help of the other druids, started walking deeper into the forest. He could see the wall of trees that separated this village from the rest of the world. They walked deeper into the sanctuary until they reached a giant tree that resembled a small mountain. This is what is keeping us alive, Vina said quietly. We call it the Protector, and it's also an ancient tree, just like Mother Riga. I understand why you asked for my help. Arthur raised his head and stared at the giant tree. Your protector is dying. He could feel the druids around him flinch as if the words he said were prohibited. There was also anger, anxiety, and fear. Can you treat it? Vina's hand tightened into a fist. The only reason we can live is because of the protector. Arthur turned to look at her silently, feeling her expectations and despair. He frowned and realized this matter wasn't simply about the druid's home. The tree isn't simply a protector of the forest, Arthur stared at the old druid. It supplies the druids with life force. Every single druid here is merely an extension of the tree. Vina's hand was trembling as she nodded. Your protector isn't the one dying. You are. Arthur walked toward the ancient tree and placed his hand on it. No, he said as he closed his eyes. This tree is already dead. What? The powerful druid shouted, but Vina held him back. Are you certain, Psyche? Vina asked, and Arthur nodded. He could feel it, this tree was dead, and it was only a matter of time before what remained of its life force disappear. You wouldn't have allowed me inside if you didn't have an inkling of the truth. Arthur retracted his hand and looked at the druids. Save us, Psyche. Vina was about to kneel again. "Shut the fuck up and stand," Arthur spat. "You were just waiting for your deaths here, and you expect a passing stranger to save you. The kingdom sent you many messengers, but you turned them down for some sick superiority. How dare you?" The powerful druid shook with anger, but Vina tried to hold him back. "We'll do anything in return for your help," Vina said. "No," Arthur refused. "You can perish as long as I care. Those who don't struggle to survive don't deserve to be helped. Since you want to rot in here, just do it." "Enough." The druid shouted, and he let go of Vina's hand before bolting toward Arthur. The roots sprang from the ground after him and turned the druid's arm into a giant fist. "If words don't work, then I'll force you." "That's right," Arthur grinned. "Struggle to survive. Do everything you can before you perish. It's a million times better than sitting here and waiting for your deaths." He clenched his hand into a fist. Fight for survival, pathetic druids. Chapter 350, Merlin's Decision. The roots, which gathered into an arm, reached Arthur in an instant. With a grin, Arthur met the punch with one of his own. The force of collision made the druids retreat. "What's your name, druid?" Arthur asked with a smile. "Merlin." The druids frowned and answered. Arthur nodded as he deflected the attack away. "Merlin, I'll give you an offer. I can save your tribe, but only if you defeat me." "What if I lose?" Merlin hesitated, his willpower wavering. "You can all wither away as you cry about it." Arthur grinned, and Merlin gnashed his teeth in hatred. "Merlin, step down." Vina shouted, but the druid didn't listen. "You asked for it, human." Merlin roared and clapped his hands, making roots explode from the ground and layer around his body. "Fascinating," Arthur muttered as the small druid turned into a giant in an instant. Merlin couldn't be seen anymore, and all that was left was a giant of green roots. The giant clapped its hands at Arthur, who blocked the attack using his spiritual arm. Jumping on the arm of the giant, Arthur ran up until he was above its head. Arthur flexed his arm and punched, striking the giant's faceless head. His fist sank as the roots broke apart. However, the giant kept moving and wrapped its roots around Arthur's arm. "Oh!" Arthur was surprised as the giant pulled his arm before throwing him toward the sky. Looking down, Arthur saw the giant bring its hands together and create a peg which it fired toward him. As he began descending rapidly, the roots stretched upward to strike him. Teleport 3. Arthur used his rune and appeared on the ground beside the giant. The giant seemed shocked by this development, and it detached the roots to block Arthur's strike. Too slow, Arthur punched with a flaming hand that burned the roots to ashes. His hand pierced deep into the giant, and the druid screamed in pain. The roots began to scatter and fall on the ground as Merlin appeared again, with Arthur's hand pierced through its body. Even though Arthur's hand was on flames, Merlin grabbed it. "I refuse to die." Merlin spat with a pained expression as his fingers began turning to ashes. Arthur looked at him with a smile before nodding. "I like this better than the earlier begging," Arthur said with a grin. "There's no use in saving you if your will to live is this pathetic." "Please, stop, Psycha," Vina said with a pleading expression. "Man, do you have a kink to begging or something?" Arthur looked speechlessly at Vina. The flames on his hand disappeared as the mana of creation exploded from it instead. Merlin's eyes snapped open as they were about to close and all of his wounds healed. Furthermore, the leaves on his head and body began proliferating. Arthur pulled his arm out, and the druid fell to the ground. "Good job," Arthur smiled. "I lost." "Oh, I was kidding earlier. I just hate her attitude." Arthur pointed at Vina. "Merlin is the only person I approve of, so everything will be done through him." "Does that mean?" "I'll help you, but it won't be for free," Arthur said as he opened his subspace. Then, taking out the seed that Riga gave him, he allowed the powerful life force to wash over the land. "Is this Mother Riga's seed?" Vina's arms shook as she reached out to grab the seed. "I have no idea how you know of Mother Riga, but yeah." "Hey! Hands off!" Arthur barked. "I'll plant this seed in the heart of this tree and allow you guys to oversee its growth. It will suck the vitality out of you, and you will suffer at the beginning, but once it grows enough for Riga to transfer into it, you guys will be saved. And in return, Vina asked with hesitation. The druids will be a part of my citizens, responsible for cultivating herbs. Arthur grinned. That is if you manage to stay alive. That is. Vina hesitated and shook her head. We will look for another method, a less risky one. Merlin. Arthur asked the druid, who was still looking at the changes in his body. What do you think? I think. Merlin raised his head and looked at Arthur and then at Vina. I think we should do it, he said with a determined expression. The Psyche's words are right. We waited here for a miracle. It's time that we take matters into our own hands. Merlin. Vina frowned. I have given my orders, we will look for another way. Earlier, you said that you would do anything. But you never expected to pay anything but for the kind Psyche to save you for free without any risk. He's right, Lady Vina. Merlin stood up defyingly. It's a risk, and we'll be working for humans. But it's better than waiting for a better alternative. You're not the tribe's leader, Vina said coldly. Step down, now. All right. Democracy time. Arthur clapped his hands. I think Merlin is a better fit to be a leader. Do you want to become one? He asked Merlin. I do, Merlin said without hesitation. If it meant saving everyone, then I will go against you. He said to Vina. If that's the case, I banish you from. I vote for Merlin to be the leader. Arthur raised his hand with a smile. If you don't want to die, raise your hand and vote for Merlin. You're not leaving them much choice, are you? Gala sighed beside him and raised her hand. Remember, the Psyche is the one who saved Mother Riga from dying. She shouted to the druids. Then, a division was created among the druids. Hands began to raise one by one. Like a set of dominoes, the druids left Vina's side as her face turned black. Do you want to die? We will suffer before Mother Riga is reborn here. Vina shouted, her voice turning hoarse. Even then, we might die before that happens. No, you are the only one who might die before that happens. Arthur's mouth turned into a mocking smile. You are old, so you fear dying. Oh, Vina. You are so selfish that you are willing to sacrifice your people for the hope of living. Is that true? Merlin asked with a frown. The rest of the druids also grew uneasy. You want me to die? Vina spat at Merlin, who didn't know how to answer. Even if that was true, it doesn't change a thing. This is madness. The amount of life force spirit tree needs to grow isn't something we can provide. Choose, Merlin. Arthur turned toward the druid with interest. I will respect any choice you make, so don't worry. Merlin appeared to be in a pinch. If he agreed to Arthur's offer, that means he will sacrifice Vina. However, if he decided to look for another way, he would be risking everyone's lives. We will do as you asked for, Psyche, Merlin answered as Vina fell to her knees. You, monster. Vina muttered while pointing at Merlin. You want me to die? I raised you, and this is how you repay me. Vina shouted at him. Well, I think you are the monster here, Arthur interjected. You wanted to drag everyone to their deaths because you feared for your life. Shut up, devil. Vina screeched. You are enjoying this. No, you created this. You could have helped us without doing any of this, but why? Why do you have to kill me? Kill you? Arthur blinked. I don't give a single damn what happens to you. What I said was the truth until now, you are a selfish leader. As he said that, Arthur walked toward Merlin with Riga's seed floating above his hand. I trust that you will become a better leader, Arthur said to Merlin. I'll plant the seed now. All right. Merlin nodded and watched as Arthur walked to the protector. Arthur placed the seed in front of the tree, and it parted to allow the seed inside. The forest shook the moment that Riga was inside the tree. From a source of life force, Riga turned into a monster that devoured it. All druids fell to their knees with a pained expression. Vina, however, began screaming. Arthur looked at the druids and at Merlin struggling to stand as their life force was sucked. However, their determination didn't waver. Well, except for Vina, who was withering visibly. You chose the right choice, Merlin, Arthur said to the druid, who nodded. I'll return here after 3 days. That should be enough for Riga to grow. You're cruel, Sika, Gala said as the two of them walked back to their camp. You didn't have to throw that old druid to her death. I don't know what you mean. You are called the gardener for a reason, Gala squinted her eyes. The druids might not know this, but your powers are enough to make Riga germinate and grow. Yet, for some reason, you wanted that old druid to die. Chapter 351, Seamless Communication. Arthur was silent for a bit before he smirked. As I said, I don't care how that druid ends up. The only problem is that with how she led the tribe, there was very little chance of us cooperating. Removing her from power would have been enough, Gala said with a smile. Not enough for Merlin to make the decision. Without showing her true character, Merlin wouldn't have chosen the difficult choice. So, you're going to ignore her as she dies? Gala asked, probing. Yes, Arthur nodded without much thought. Once Riga grows, Vina will try to reclaim her position as a leader if she's still alive. With Merlin being the leader, grateful and cooperative, then the druids will have a proper relationship with Hidden City. Why didn't you help Vina from the beginning, making her grateful? Using my powers to help her would have made her grateful, but the druids would have been the same, sheltered, needy, and unwilling to work with humans. Fresh blood in the leadership would make things easier. And, Arthur paused. It would be easier to manipulate him. That's the world of politics, after all. The nobles here think all of your resources have been destroyed, Dia's voice came from the hand mirror. That's your plan, I guess. But if they were destroyed, I'll rob a bunch of nobles and buy them for you. As he listened to her words, Arthur's heart twinged. He missed how protective she was. Dia was a tough nut to crack, but once someone becomes close to her, she would protect them with all of her ability. For what you asked, things are going fine. Dia's following message began. The nobles still detest me, but some of them covet my powers. Rinzo is helping me, and he found a maid for me. She's pretentious shit, but she knows what she's doing. Arthur listened as he snickered. Dia went on about her stay in the capital, and she mentioned some attempts to remove Arthur from lordship for incompetence. Solomon rejected all of them. Can it be that? Arthur frowned. He didn't care if he was impeached, but Dia's reaction to those nobles would be disastrous. I wanted to kill them all. Dia's voice was scary to hear. That's my girl. Arthur laughed, but he was honestly worried about her following words. But I decided that I will only memorize their faces for now, and then, I'll behead every single one of them after I. Dia then rambled about gory stuff that made Arthur's stomach turn. When she finally noticed, she was startled. Ah, sorry, haha. Where was I? Arthur smiled when she panicked. She then tried to talk about everyday things, but her fluster was obvious. After sending a few messages to her, Arthur turned to his legacy. How do I increase the estate size? Clearing monsters from the area and setting up boundaries that are enough to ward off, at the very least, monsters of the mid-tier. I see, so our walls need to stand strong against mid-tier monsters. This would be the minimum requirement to set up an estate size. However, Arthur found the process to be too troublesome. That's why he called for a conference the following day. The druids agreed to work with us, Arthur reported, and Courage's surprise was unmasked. I'll work with them to supply the herbs and core we need. But, before that, I have a proposal for everyone. Yes. The Knight of Courage was intrigued. We need to establish a center of the city, where we'll be handling most operations. We can't keep having our conferences in a mud house. Well, yeah, but this is what we have at the moment. Manager Gruen frowned. We don't have the workforce to build a mansion for us. That would be the same as those nobles. That's why we won't be needing any people. Our headquarters will be in the forest, the giant tree that the druids are going to nurture. A tree. Ma blinked, leaning back in his chair. He even stopped taking notes. That's truly unorthodox, but how practical would it be? Practical enough to build a natural defense once it grows fully. The tree isn't like any others, and we can mold it to use it as the central pillar of our city. That would need a lot of planning and a creative mind, Gruen muttered. But I don't see why it's not possible. Did you invite the architect? Arthur asked Ma, who nodded and took out a parchment. What did he say? The architect replied that he'd be traveling toward us faster than the wind. But, before he agrees, he wants to meet the psyche of living beings. Why does everyone want to meet me? Arthur sighed. A slave, a gardener, a kidnapper, a psyche, a laureus, and a lord, Gala said with a smile. I can understand their sentiment. They want to see for themselves the men who beheaded a noble and got away with it. They will be disappointed then. Arthur shrugged. I'm quite normal. He tapped his fingers on the table as everyone looked at each other. Yeah, normal. Gala held back a laugh. Ableism isn't tolerated here. Arthur frowned. But Gala simply shook her hand. Don't worry, Psyche, the last thing someone notices would be your missing arm. They would be too intimidated by your eyes. When is the architect coming? Arthur ignored her teasing and turned to Ma, who hurried to read the parchment, almost dropping it. Wait, is he scared? Arthur blinked. The architect is coming today in the afternoon. That's fast. Arthur was surprised. Clear out a house for him, and let a few workers decorate it. Take some of the furniture from the storage room. Are you sure he would agree? He's coming all this way, of course, he will. If things go wrong, I'll just kidnap him. Arthur joked, but the rest of them nodded thoughtfully. He was speechless. Arthur walked through the camp and reached the smithies that the blacksmiths were building. Workers were moving about as Arthur watched the smithy get built brick by brick. Lord Psyche. A feminine voice inquired. Arthur turned to see that a young woman with a ponytail was standing a few meters away. He interviewed her before. She was a blacksmith apprentice. You are, Rosa. Arthur nodded. The young woman's face was surprised as her head bobbed up and down. Yes. I'm honored that you still remember my name, my lord. She said with a grateful expression. Arthur couldn't understand how he would forget a name with his stats, but he didn't say anything. Is something wrong? Arthur asked with puzzlement. Oh, is this your smithy? That's right, but I wanted to talk to you about something else. Rosa breathed in and out. I want to suggest a way to procure the ores for our smithies. I know that we brought along enough to get us started, but a long-term solution is necessary. Go on. Arthur was intrigued. He did have plans to procure ores from the mountain range, but he still liked the idea of people suggesting. My ability is seamless communication. It's useless in most cases, as we don't have a lot of foreigners because of the war, but... Wait, does that communication work one way or two way? Arthur was surprised. I mean, can you only understand others or communicate both ways? Ah, it's a passive and active ability. Rosa was startled but answered. Passively, I can understand others. But by using mana, I can communicate with others. You're hired. Arthur gave her a thumbs up, but Rosa was confused. Hired? I didn't suggest my idea yet. Rosa was confused. Oh, right. Continue. Arthur coughed. I want to talk to the ogre's tribe to mine for the city, Rosa said, and Arthur tilted his head in confusion. You can talk to other species. Uncivilized and unintelligent ones. Arthur asked, and Rosa nodded. Holy shit. I understand, but can you even convince them? Well, faced with extermination, I think they would agree, Rosa said with a smile. As he heard her words, Arthur liked her even more. You'll be my secretary and the auction house's announcer. Is that all right? We'll also go along with your idea. Arthur said, and before she could reply, they heard a screech from the sky. The two of them looked upward and found a giant bird flapping its wings toward their camp. As Arthur squinted his eyes, he could see that there was someone on top of the bird. Greetings. A roar shook the sky, and its origin was the person standing on top of the bird. Carrying a large backpack, a man stood with his hands on his hips on top of the giant bird. Who is that? Rosa muttered with shock. Well, I think it's the person that is going to outline our city, Arthur answered with a blank face. I can only say that he looks unique. Even though he said that, he knew it was an understatement. Chapter 352, Rumi the Architect. The bird gave a screech before it turned twice in the sky, getting ready to land. As it flapped its wings to descend, powerful wind accompanied it. It landed in front of the camp, so Arthur had to stroll toward the architect. When he reached the man and got a better look, he could tell that his architect was anything but boring. The brown-skinned man wore clothes of every color stacked on top of each other. However, that wasn't what grabbed Arthur's attention the most. A mohawk. No, his hair looks like a tower. How much time did he spend on styling it that way? Arthur was amused that such an interesting character was here. You call it a city, but this nothing but a camp. The architect barked at Ma, who was receiving him. The two of them walked through the camp's several houses. If you wanted to build houses, then you should have waited for me. So much wasted time. Only a day or so, Arthur said with a smile, and the architect, along with Ma, halted their steps. They turned Arthur with curiosity from the architect and relief from Ma. Saika. This gentleman is the one I told you about. Ma introduced. He's the famous architect, Rumi. You must be the Saika of living beings. Rumi's previous haughty attitude was gone, and he even bowed. I heard nothing but praise for you. That's difficult to believe, but our architect has a silver tongue. Arthur smiled. This is no place to receive someone. Let's go to my house. As he said that, Arthur took the lead and began walking. The architect followed after him by a short distance, and Ma was further away. They passed by the houses that Arthur built using his skill. Have you truly built these houses in a day? Rumi asked with curiosity. I never expected the Saika of living beings to be a builder as well. I'm a lot of things. Arthur smilingly said. Not all of them are good things, but I'm sure that you know about it already. Rumi looked genuinely confused. I only heard that you were building a city from scratch. That's all I needed to know. They reached the house, and Arthur was speechless by the architect's response. Before they talked further, the two of them sat down on each end of the table. Why did you want to meet me, though? Arthur squinted his eyes at the architect. I wanted to see the men I'll be working with for the next few months, Rumi said with a smile. And see your reaction to this attire. He gestured toward his clothes, which looked like different colored patches of fabric sewed together. Just the fact that you didn't comment or look with disdain at my clothes tells me a lot. I don't care what you wear as long as you outline our city. You said our, hey. Rumi grinned. Saika, can I call you Saisei? The architect leaned on the table. However, Arthur shook his head. Well, anyway. I like you. You are the only one who didn't offer me anything but knowledge because you know how little I value money. No, because my knowledge would have turned any architect into a master, Arthur said as he leaned back. If you didn't come, I would have hired anyone and gave them the knowledge they need. Rumi looked taken aback before he threw his head back and roared laughing. He slapped the table with his hand as he wiped the tears away from his eye. I have never been this disrespected. I like it. Oh, did I pick up another Reese? Arthur was worried, but the architect was already looking at him with sparkling eyes. Tell me, Saika, what city are we building here? Well, before I say anything, I'll have to ask you some things, Arthur said as his eyes began shining. Tell me the truth. Do you work for anyone else to spy on us? Arthur might be going overboard with his art of submission, and it made him feel like a dictator, but it needed to be done. This world didn't have an absolute law that everyone followed. It all depended on your capability to protect yourself. Rumi was given a house after he passed Arthur's test. Arthur assigned him under courage in the Civil Affairs Department. The details of the city's outline would take place after Mother Riga grows. After informing Courage and the rest of this arrangement, Arthur called out for the newest member of the team, Rosa. She'll be my assistant and the hostess for the auction house, Arthur said, and Gala banged on the table as she stood up. I thought I was your assistant. You never were. What are you talking about? Arthur looked at her with confusion. I'm your night assistant, that is. That's not true. Why are you spreading baseless rumors? Arthur shouted with a frown. However, the rest looked at him in a weird expression. Denying it so strongly backfires, Saika. Gala snickered as she sat down. Don't worry, everyone, I'm not into kids. She waved her hand. Yeah, she likes people who are close to her age, 1,000 years old, Arthur said with a grin as he shot back. Gala's brows twitched as she clenched her fist. I don't do that kind of thing. Rosa looked at Arthur with fear, almost making him cough up blood. I never. There will be no such things, don't worry. Arthur simply sighed as he glared at Gala. We need to secure a supply for the oars, and Rosa has a suggestion. Arthur nodded toward the blacksmith apprentice who stepped up and presented her idea. The rest of the team widened their eyes as they heard the suggestion. Is this even possible? Ma asked with a frown. To reason with the ogres is unprecedented. They are different from the rest of us, the demis and humans. They are humanoid monsters. Ma said, and the rest of them agreed. We have nothing to lose. Some species of monsters might surprise you. Arthur said as he remembered his goblins, which he missed dearly. It was just a day after he evolved Marrow that the hybrid ender, Ellen, appeared. Is something wrong, Saika? Gala asked when she saw his dark expression, but Arthur simply shook his head. Rosa, Gruin, and I are going to be the ones dealing with the ogres. For the rest of you, keep doing the tasks I asked for. Big Bear, take Rumi and show him around so that he can draw a map of the surrounding. Yes, my lord. Big Bear nodded. I also like to report that all monsters have been cleared, and we are ready to take the next step. Walls are of utmost priority to prevent monsters from wandering near the civilians. We're going to get there, but after we handle the issue with the ogres, Arthur said with an enigmatic smile. After all, who can be the better candidate for building a wall other than the Saika of metals? How do you plan on awakening him, Saika? Amy asked with a worried expression after he told Gruin of his plans. Arthur sighed and glanced at the dwarf, fidgeting next to Amy. He knew that Gruin wasn't as worried about it, but Amy. I've read books about Saikas when Gruin told me, Amy said with a frown. Most of them go through a hardship related to their affinity before they awaken. The Saika of water almost drowned. The Saika of flames had burn marks. What are you trying to do? Her knowledge was the issue here. Gruin trusted Arthur unconditionally, but Amy was different. She was a sharp woman who didn't allow anything to slip past her notice. That's true. However, this is Gruin's decision and his affinity to awaken. Arthur said. If he doesn't wish for it, then he can decline. However, I need to remind you of something. Everything I did against the Duke, even building this city in the end, was because Gruin asked me to. We had a deal that I will help him be with you and awaken in return for creating items for me. Arthur frowned as he felt like he was being used. That doesn't mean you can place him in a torturous experience, Amy said with a frown. We thought of you as a friend. I think of you as friends, too, Arthur said with a blank expression. But you can't simply dismiss my deal with him when the terms don't sit well with you. I will try to awaken him without hurting him. That's what I can promise. Honey, the Saika is right. Without him, none of this could have been possible. Gruin stepped forward and held Amy's hand. She turned to him and sighed with worry. Please be careful, love, Amy said as she caressed his chin. Gruin nodded with a grin. Why the hell am I being forced to watch this? Arthur almost threw up. It was okay if they love each other, but seeing others acting all lovey-dovey while forgetting he exists pissed him off. Chapter 353, Dungeon in Alka. The mountain range was an unnamed one by the kingdom, as no one dared to live near it. The closest human settlement was the nearby city, Pero. As Arthur heard, it was a fishing city. There were many natural lakes, and the two rivers were the closest to each other around those parts. This made Pero essential for fishing and a pivot point for internal trade between the 9 cities of the kingdom. He thought of his oncoming meeting the lord of the city as they moved through the mountain range. They were looking for traces of the ogre's tribe. The caves are endless. This is a natural treasure, Rosa said as she glanced around. Every few minutes of walking, there was a new cave that looked like a bottomless abyss. How come no one tried to mine these ores? No one is sure if they even exist. And the cost of transportation, protection, and mining would far outweigh any profit people can have. Rosa said with a regretful expression. Unless someone builds a city. Well, that would be difficult, Rosa said. The druids can hide in the forest, but the ogres were here due to their strength. My uncle said that he was on an expedition to clear out this mountain range. Oh, they failed. They were prepared for ogres, but not to what protected them. As the ogres were about to be annihilated, powerful monsters came out to protect them. The expedition was almost wiped out if not for the intervention of the kingdom. Powerful monsters. Arthur halted his steps. Did the kingdom take care of them? No, they could not. Rosa shook her head. Both sides retreated, and the ogres remained in the mountain range, Rosa said as she turned to look at Arthur. As long as we don't try to wipe the ogres out, the monsters shouldn't come out. Even more, we're just trying to talk to them. Gruin sensed Arthur's unease. Was this by design? Arthur wondered to himself as he nodded toward the two. Solomon chose this location. Did the king believe Arthur can handle this issue or that he would seek out help? Either way, it was a win for the kingdom. But, unfortunately, he underestimated how calculating the ruling class can be. It seems that no matter how far ahead he planned, others can do the same. Let's use detection now. Since he didn't want to spend much energy before he met the ogres, Arthur didn't use the rune until he was deep into the mountain range. Then, when his mana covered the surrounding, Arthur was surprised by something within the mountain range. He studied this in Girano, unique spatial mana waves that looked like a stain on a piece of fabric. It was a dungeon. He could do calculations to estimate the dungeon's difficulty, but he didn't study at Girano long enough for him to remember them. This is... Arthur frowned. This dungeon was different from the ones he saw back on Earth. Even though he could feel its existence, it looked as if it was closed. Realization dawned on him when he remembered that he was on the other end of the dungeon. The gates. They were the method for awakeners on Earth to travel toward Alka. However, for the people of Alka, it was no different than a closed protuberance in space. Does that mean that a dungeon will be opened soon next to his city? Is he going to meet people from Earth from the past? So many questions filled his mind, but they were all irrelevant to his current quest. He began to sense the life force of different creatures and monsters. They were numerous and in no way clustered together. Some of them were deep into the caves, others were on the higher parts of the mountain, and some were in the sky. The sky. Arthur muttered as he looked up. There was a flock of birds that circled the mountain in a particular pattern. They avoided flying over certain parts, which Arthur concluded to be too dangerous for the birds. Focusing his mana on those parts, Arthur finally found traces of the ogre's tribe. Some structures looked like monuments around the mountain. Let's go. Arthur stopped using his detection rune and opened his eyes. The two nodded in response and followed after him. The landscape began to change, and wooden towers, metal monuments, and pits filled with bones began to appear. The details were creepy, but they were also a sign of hope for the group. It seems the ogres have a certain culture as well, Arthur muttered as he looked at the monument of a horned humanoid creature. The statue was shabbily made, but it resembled a part of the culture. The craftsmanship is subpar, but maybe they aren't as barbaric, Gruin said hopefully. Arthur glanced his way and wondered how the dwarf ignored the bones pit beside them. I think these are offerings, Rosa said as she pointed at the pit. The bones aren't broken, and some of them resemble a full body. An offering to what? Arthur muttered as he looked at the monument. Maybe to their protectors. As he said so, Arthur walked closer and reached out toward the ugly piece of metal. A whistle tore the silence, and Arthur stepped back. Between him and the statue landed an axe as a deep growl came from a distance away. As the group looked up, they found an ogre on top of a cliff. The ogre looked at them with rage for trespassing their lands. Arthur gestured to Rosa, who took a deep breath and stepped forward. We are here for peace. Her voice was powerful, and it echoed in the mountain's range. A hint of mana could be felt within it, and Arthur felt the meaning of her words travel directly to his mind. The rageful expression of the ogre turned milder, and it spat out a few words that Arthur didn't understand. Rosa nodded and took another breath before shouting. We want to talk to your leader. The ogre looked hesitant before it said something and disappeared. Arthur turned toward the blacksmith for translation. It said we should wait here until he seeks out his tribe. Rosa wiped away her sweat. Is it tiring to use your ability? No, but shouting the mana-infused words is tiring, Rosa explained. We should wait here until the ogre returns. It would be a good start for our communication. What if it brings its companions to wipe us out? Gruin grumbled, but Arthur understood his caution and agreed. Then, we'll have to rely on the Psyche to save us, Rosa said with a slight smile, to which Arthur returned and nodded. The wait wasn't long. Finally, they heard footsteps as several figures appeared from within a few caves. The ogre from earlier was with them. Arthur smiled as he felt several more ogres within the caves but didn't see it as a bad omen. They were cautious. An ogre with a large beard stepped forward on a cane. Jigu Nala O. The ogre said cautiously toward Rosa. A hint of surprise could be seen on his face. Arthur was amazed that they could do more than just ripping you apart. Yes, I speak all languages, Rosa said with a nod. This is my lord. He's here to offer a peace treaty. The ogre turned toward Arthur with a frown. Then, as if recognizing him, the ogre shook its head with a hint of hate. Finally, he said a few words, which made Rosa frown. What did he say? Arthur was curious. He said that you killed his son. She answered with an uncomfortable expression. If we wanted peace, then we need to present your head. I mean, my head is here. I just hope that he doesn't want it separately. Arthur shrugged, and Rosa looked at him with a "this is no time to say jokes" expression. Fine, he sighed. I guess I'll just wipe them out. His aura exploded as he said so. Arthur recited the art of creation within his mind, and existence began to condense around him. Sinking into space itself, the pressure his body emitted was akin to those of gods. The ogres retreated in fear as they looked cautiously at Arthur, who turned to Rosa. Tell them one thing. His voice came out overbearing, and it traveled like a whip. If they want war, then war it shall be. However, they shouldn't rely on their protectors for survival. I'll kill anything that stands in front of me. Arthur said, and Rosa nodded with a frightened expression. She repeated his words to the ogres, who looked at him apprehensively. Damn, this is tiring. Even after his soul restructure and losing his arm forever, Arthur couldn't use his art for a long time. The existence that seeped into him threatened to make him lose himself. Luckily, the ogres didn't seem to be keen on fighting. The leader replied to Rosa, and she translated to Arthur. He's asking about our demands. Chapter 354, Become Stronger. We want you to avoid harming humans and mine ore for the city we're building. Rosa told the leader what they agreed upon before their arrival. The ogre's leader frowned heavily. He glanced at Arthur, who was still releasing his aura, but shook his head and answered. He refuses to be a slave of humans and halflings, Rosa said with an uneasy expression. Should I tell him about the law of racial equality? No, they don't see themselves as demis. Arthur looked at them with a thoughtful expression. Ask them about their demands because this is an equal trade. Rosa nodded and told the ogres. The frown on the leader's face eased a bit as he pondered and answered. He asks about what will happen if they only avoid attacking humans, Rosa said. He doesn't want to mine the ores. Tell him that we'll agree to that, but we will mine the ores instead of them. Hearing his words, the ogre shook his head. He said a few things before he disappeared with the rest. Arthur frowned and was about to chase them before Rosa stopped him. He's not running away but wants us to follow him, Rosa explained, making Arthur retract his aura. Gruin, however, was worried. Is it a safe call to just follow after them in this mountain range? The dwarf gave a valid point. After all, maybe they're luring us into an ambush where those powerful monsters are waiting. Even if I can't handle the monsters, I can get us out of there if things went wrong, Arthur reassured him. They walked up the mountain after the ogres, who made sure they were slow enough for Arthur and Co. to see them. The ogres walked deep into the mountain range and didn't stop until Arthur could see a giant altar. Ogres were surrounding them from each side as they walked through the valley where a giant statue was erected. As they got close, Arthur could see it looked the same as the one he saw earlier. The leader waited for them between two giant rocks. He held a massive club in hand and leaned on it for support. When the group got close enough, he said many things to Rosa, who kept nodding in response. What did he say? Arthur asked when the leader finally closed his mouth. He explained why we're here, Rosa said, taking a deep breath. It seems that she used the active form of her ability even with Arthur. This is the altar of the ogres and a place of worship. The giant altar represents their protector. If they want to work with us, they would have to ask him. Then, why are we here? Arthur asked. We could have waited outside the valley until he asks him. The protector needs to judge our character. If the protector senses malice, it will refuse our existence in this land. Arthur frowned as he heard this and looked at the giant altar in the middle. Can this statue judge their character? He could sense some presence within it, but that wasn't what bugged him. What is this feeling? Arthur questioned as the presence in the altar was threatening but familiar. He felt as if he knew this feeling, but it was masked with layers of fog. Should I agree, Sika? Rosa asked with an edge of urgency. Arthur hesitated before he nodded. There was no reason to refuse, and several to accept. Rosa relayed his decision to the leader, who nodded and turned to walk into the valley. With Arthur in the lead, the group followed the ogre's leader into the valley. Inside, countless treasures and bones were lying around. How can a creature be this loved by a bunch of monsters? Arthur looked at the statue in the middle of the horned creature with a frown. The presence was growing stronger the closer he got. No, it was Arthur who perceived it better. They followed the ogre on a trail toward the base of the statue. When they got to the platform in front of the altar, leader ogre fell to his knees and grabbed his club, leaning on it. I hope he's not expecting us to have a worshipping session with him. Luckily, the leader didn't ask of such a thing but kept muttering things. Rosa began to whisper them to Arthur in Yalvaran language. Mighty One, I come to you with a question today. These humans and halflings seek out a treaty between us. They demand of us to mine and not attack humans who get close. After it finished its words, silence followed. The valley had no other sound but the wind's whistles as it breezed through the countless bones. This reminds me of Skelera. Arthur mused how all religions were the same, worshipping and following entities who ignored them. As he was thinking about getting out of this awkwardness, a small stone on the statue's base glowed. The presence that Arthur felt earlier began growing stronger without ceasing. The more it grew, the more Arthur felt an itch inside his mind that he wanted to scratch. It was similar to the feeling of wanting to sneeze but not being able to. Then, a voice appeared from the round stone, and it resounded in everyone's minds while bypassing language barriers. The one-armed men can be trusted. After saying this single sentence, the glow of the stone disappeared. The leader looked shaken to the core, but it nodded without hesitation and stood up. The judgment has been given. Rosa translated his words as the leader said them. We will aid the one-armed men. It said with a resolute expression. Sika, Gruin looked at the ogre with a baffled expression. Maybe I should cut off one arm too. You want Amy to kill me? Arthur scowled but couldn't shake what happened off. The monster this altar was erected after said Arthur could be trusted, but how did it know? There was no interference with Arthur's mind or an entity that tried to read his it. Even the king of Yalan couldn't read his mind, so Arthur didn't understand how this creature knew he could be trusted. The itch disappeared with the voice, and so did the presence from the altar. Then, as if it was fleeing Arthur's detection, the presence vanished from the valley. Before it did, it left a few words that shook Arthur's heart and others couldn't hear. Become stronger. Well, they are monsters, all right, Gruin said with a frown as they sat in the village of the ogres. There wasn't much to behold other than waste and half-eaten corpses. The ogres lived in caves on the base of a cliff that oversaw the forest where Hidden City will be built. They sat on a tree trunk around a campfire, surrounded by the giant ogres. The leader sat in front of them as several ogres brought chunks of meat and placed it in front of Arthur and the rest. The hospitality is top-notch. Arthur gave the leader a thumbs up, but the ogre couldn't understand the gesture. When Rosa translated, the leader showed its teeth in what resembled a smile. Sika, I think we'll need to eat if you say that, Gruin said with an uneasy face as it looked at the unprocessed slab of meat. It wasn't even cut properly but torn out. Nothing like a big slab of questionable meat in the morning, Arthur said with a grin as he grabbed the bowl. It's the afternoon, and what about hygiene? Gruin shouted, almost slapping the bowl away from Arthur's hand. Well, that's true. Arthur's spiritual energy covered the meat, and debris began to rise from it. He threw them to the side before he controlled the meat as well, raising it in the air. He began spraying spices and salt on the meat before flames engulfed it. As the crowd watched with dumbstruck expressions, the aroma of meat spread on the cliff. Gulp. Arthur glanced at the leader, who gulped after smelling the meat. He gave a sly smile before spinning the meat around the flame, making the aroma even stronger. When Arthur felt that the meat was cooked properly, he infused his mana into it. The aroma exploded so strongly that some ogres began to drool as they stopped eating. Damn Sika, what spices are those? Gruin wiped away his watering mouth. Arthur didn't reply and simply smiled. They were specialties of Kara, his home city. He didn't eat the meat and presented it to the leader, who gulped again as the giant slab landed in front of him. He glanced at Arthur, who nodded in approval, before reaching out toward the meat and pinching it. The leader seemed shaken by how easily the meat tore apart, unlike its previous nature. He placed the meat in his mouth, and it slid right through as his eyes widened in amazement. Its arm turned into shadows as it devoured the meat in a few seconds under the envious eyes of its followers. Jani Ka. The leader muttered. That means heavenly, Rosa said with a smile. Arthur grinned and stood up. Well, I guess it's time to have a barbecue party. Chapter 355, A Metallic Monster. Ho-oh! 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 The ogres chanted with an increasing pace as the meat turned from its previous pink color to a dark brown. The aroma of the spices covered the whole cliff, making each ogre drool as they stared at Arthur. Like a conductor in the middle of an orchestra, Arthur waved his hand, and the meat danced around him. The flames surrounded him in a circle as the ogres waited for their meal. When they were done, meat slabs descended from the sky and landed in front of the ogres. They were gleeful and began clapping and stomping their feet on the ground. Arthur took it as a standing ovation and bowed after his performance. Eat to your heart's content, he said, and returned to his seat as the ogres began eating. Their expression said it all, the pure delight they felt. The ogres looked at Arthur as if he was their savior in the apocalypse. Ju Kuguni. The leader roared toward Arthur with a grateful expression, and Rosa hurried to translate. He says you're a brother now, Rosa said with a smile, and Arthur gave the leader a thumbs up which he clumsily returned. Then, the ogres continued eating, and the meal was over. Ask them something for me, Arthur turned to Rosa. Tell him if there are any metallic monsters around. Metallic monsters. Gruin flinched and turned toward Arthur, who nodded at him with a smile. Sika, how about we find another way? The dwarf pleaded as the ogre's leader stood up and began to guide them. He took them toward a cave at the top of the mountain, where Arthur felt a strong presence. Tell him I'm sorry about his son, Arthur said to Rosa, who relayed his message. The ogre's leader nodded at Arthur and pounded his chest with a shout. He says that ogres are born for battle, and it's an honor that they die in it, Rosa said with an uncomfortable expression that piqued Arthur's interest. Do you disagree? Arthur was curious. No one is born for battle, the circumstances dictate it, Rosa said with an expression of distaste. There's no honor in dying. I hope you didn't say that in front of him, Arthur said with amusement. Let's just be grateful he didn't try to kill us for revenge. Rosa paused and nodded with a serious expression. They followed the ogre toward the top of the mountain, where a desolate cave with a big entrance existed. The leader stood a distance away from the cave with a wary expression. He says that a monster of metal was inside, but it was too dangerous to step inside, Rosa explained. I understand. Thank the leader and tell him that we'll send people to collect the ores after a while. When they do, roasted meat will be brought as well. Rosa told him, and the ogre had a happy expression as he went back. Arthur looked at him with confusion, as his attitude wasn't something a father who lost his son should show. Familial ties are stronger in civil societies than the wilderness. From their conversation, I knew that there were a lot of sons of the leader, and the one you killed might have been evolved, but in no way that special. That's sad in a way. Arthur sighed as he walked toward the cave. Do you prefer that he wept and wanted to behead us? Gruin asked as he followed after. Maybe, that would make him more than just a monster, Arthur muttered as he tried to sense what was within the cave. What he felt surprised him, runes. Sika, how about we take it slow? This place looks scary. I think appearances can be deceiving, but it will do for your awakening, Arthur said as he walked toward the cave. He had a certain suspicion, but he wanted to confirm it. Is it going to hurt? You're presented with the ability to be the ruler of metal, and you're afraid of getting hurt. Arthur was speechless. Just imagine how much Amy would love you after you get such cool powers. She already loves me a lot. Sounds like it's bothering you. Arthur smiled. How about I tell her for you? No, it's not bothering me. Gruin looked more scared by the prospect of her knowledge than the process of his awakening. Saika, do I need to go in too? Rosa looked at the cave with a wary expression. If you want me to protect you. I can't be in two places at the same time. The two followed after Arthur with reluctance as they dived into the darkness. They walked through the rough terrain in the creepy cave. As it became too dark to see, a flame appeared beside Arthur to light up the cave. Am I going to fight it with my fists? Gruin began stretching with a resolute expression of someone who's about to die. If that's your style, sure. If you want a weapon, I'll help you. Arthur shrugged. I think you're imaging something different from what we're about to face. A metallic creature with no face and blades for limbs, Gruin said with a frown. That's the only metallic creature I can think of. Well, that's because you never heard of mechas, Arthur said with a grin. Mechas. Gruin repeated with a frown. What is that? Arthur stopped walking and turned toward the dwarf, who looked at him with confusion. His line of sight turned from the dwarf toward something beyond and above him. That, Arthur pointed with a grin. The dwarf turned around slowly with a stiff expression as Arthur's flame split into many pieces and lit up the cave. On the far end of the cave was a humanoid giant of metal that consisted of different plates held together by cords and screws. In the center of its chest was a giant cog that connected to several smaller ones. Did we find a god? Gruin muttered as his face paled. Arthur was sure that if he didn't correct him, the dwarf would fall to his knees. No, just an old model of a mecha. Arthur looked at it with interest. I don't know how this got here, but it has been here for a few hundred years. Can it move? Gruin asked as he looked at its design. If it was truly here for 100 years, how can it have no rust? This is not a normal piece of metal, but a mecha, Arthur said with interest. It's a runic device that can move and fight. Prepare yourself, Gruin. Raise those fists. As Arthur finished his words, the giant cog in the mecha began to turn. A bar of light on its head lit up as the metal plates slid off each other. It's moving. Rosa shouted and retreated. Arthur walked toward the dwarf and placed his hand on his shoulder. Gruin looked up at him with a pale face, lips trembling. I'm going to give you a little boost that should make you awaken easier. This place is filled with ores, and this machine consists of nothing but metal. If you don't awaken, we might as well have you bake us cake from now on. Yes, yes. I'll bake the machine, yes. Gruin nodded and mumbled incoherently. Arthur gave him 2 quick slaps before filling his body with the mana of creation. Focus. You're beating the mecha. Otherwise, you'll be baking cake. I'll beat the cake. Arthur couldn't bring himself to see this anymore and simply pushed the dwarf toward the giant mecha, who was already swinging its fist. The fist was as big as Gruin himself, and it struck him away like a golf ball. The short dwarf flew across the cave and slammed to the wall, destroying it. Arthur and Rosa blinked their eyes as they slowly turned toward the destroyed wall. A dust cloud rose from the wall as debris kept falling under the dumbstruck expressions of the two. Why didn't he just dodge? Arthur muttered as the attack wasn't even that fast. However, Gruin just stood there as it struck him. Well, it's not an awakening if he doesn't get hurt, teehee. Don't teehee me, Saika. Rosa looked at him with shock. What if Master Gruin died? We'll lose the only connections we have with the Ghost Rune Master. You're so cold, Rosa. Is that all Gruin means to you? Arthur shook his head with disapproval. Gruin is a friend and a pillar of our city. And he's dead. Oh, of course not. Arthur grinned. I'd say he's the liveliest he ever was. You bastard. A roar shook the cave as a cannonball shot out of the dust cloud toward the mecha. Gruin, whose body was exploding with overbearing mana, darted toward the mecha. He flexed his arm as the mecha swung its fist again toward him. Finally, the two met, and the result was. There was a distinctive breaking noise as Gruin flew again and slammed to the wall, creating another large crater in it. The dwarf fell to the ground anticlimactically under the blank gazes of Arthur and Rosa. Chapter 356, How to awaken a Psycha. Psycha, I think he's dead for real this time, Rosa muttered as Gruin didn't stand up again. There was a breaking sound earlier. His bones may be broken, but not his spirit. Arthur tried to patch it up, but this was beyond simple patching. This matter was full of holes. As he wondered if the dwarf died, the men in question rose again while coughing dirt. I'll bake you. The dwarf roared as he stood up and ran toward the machine. Oh damn, he's alive. Rosa muttered as the dwarf passed by them. Arthur slapped his back lightly as he passed by, and the dwarf's body glowed. What did you do? The assistant asked. Oh, just healed his broken bones. He's pumping with so much adrenaline that he can't feel a thing. Arthur looked at Gruin, who was hugging the arm of the mecha with amazement. Are you a spellcaster? Rosa asked with a frown, and Arthur turned to her with puzzlement. The fairy tale, Rosa's cheeks blushed. The one about that spellcaster, capable of teaching others magic. That's just a fairy tale. Arthur shook his head as he turned toward the dwarf, who was getting calmer and more creative. He pulled Rosa back and threw up the barrier. There's no such thing as spells. I see, why don't you give Gruin a barrier too? I want him to face his death, Arthur said, which made Rosa look at him with shock. Of course, I want him to live. It's just that awakening can't be achieved through a normal mindset. What sort of mindset can it be awakened through? You see, Arthur's voice was distant. Pain is a powerful incentive to change. Ack! Gruin screamed as the mecha waved its arm. The giant machine slammed him to the wall, where he let go of the mecha and fell. It's futile. He can't win. Rosa shook her head, her black ponytail swinging along. He'll just die if he keeps trying. He doesn't need to win but to awaken. Can't you see his body covered in wounds? Rosa snapped at him. I'm going to help him, she said as she dashed forward before something ethereal wrapped around her body, making her fall. Don't interfere. Arthur walked toward her and crouched beside her. You might not believe in him, but I do. You just believe what brings you benefits. That's also a way to look at it. I'm an optimist, after all. Arthur nodded with a grin. Just sit back and let the guy have a go at it. You're grinning now. Rosa looked at him with distaste. You're enjoying this, aren't you? You have a sharp tongue for an assistant. Arthur sat in a lotus shape and looked at the battle. And it doesn't sit well with your idealistic beliefs about peace and battle. If we can avoid battle, why choose it? Because it makes us grow stronger. Look at this guy. He's standing up livelier the more he gets beaten up. Arthur pointed at Gruin. Didn't you notice that he never tried to run away or ask for help? The greenhorn knows he can't stay like that forever. Foolish, Rosa said with a complex gaze. Arthur turned toward her with interest. These ideals of peace don't stem from an ideology, but an experience. He stared at Rosa's frowning face with squinting eyes. From a traumatic experience. It doesn't change anything, Rosa said as she struggled to break free but gave up when she realized she could not. This is your choice, Psycha. You either save him or let him die. And it would decide whether you'll work for me or not. Arthur asked with a hint of amusement. Yes, the blacksmith apprentice nodded without hesitation. Arthur didn't pay them cheaply, so such determination was beyond his understanding. Suit yourself, Arthur said and turned toward the fight. The mecha was turning Gruin into a bloody pulp. Without his mana, the dwarf would have kicked the bucket long ago. Yet, even with his body breaking and his cowardice, the dwarf's will didn't break. I chose well, Arthur was satisfied by Gruin's unbreakable will. He looked at the ground and saw metallic bits shake. It's close. However, his disappointment wasn't late to arrive. After the mecha slammed the dwarf for what seemed like the 100th time, Gruin didn't stand up again. He passed out without awakening. All for nothing, Rosa spat as Arthur placed Gruin down on the bed in his house. He just suffered for nothing. You were wrong, Psycha. What happened to your timid personality? I liked it better. Arthur grumbled as he kept healing the dwarf's wounds. Even though they were healing rapidly, some of his bones were broken beyond recognition. He didn't even look like the same person. Why didn't he awaken? Arthur was confused, as he was sure that would be enough to awaken him. They fled using his teleport after Gruin passed out. Arthur wanted to deactivate the mecha without damaging it, so he didn't fight it. Gruin. Amy barged in as Arthur was healing him. Glaring at Rosa, who seemed to be the one who called her, Arthur stood up to the side. His wounds have healed, Arthur told her. He should wake up any moment now. What happened, Saika? Amy glared at him. You told me it wouldn't be this bad. His blood is everywhere. She had tears in her eyes as Arthur stood there uncomfortably. He wanted to fire Rosa for calling her before Arthur got to clean him. The awakening failed. Do you think I care about that? Amy was baffled. Is that everything in your damn head? Is it just me, or does it feel like everyone is disrespecting me? Aren't I the Lord or something? Arthur scratched his head, but he felt like he might be the one in the wrong here. As they stood there, Gruin grunted and began to wake up. The dwarf opened his eyelids, which were bloodied as well. His dazed appearance made Amy's tear fall faster as she bit her lips. Did I awaken? The question was the first thing that the dwarf muttered. His voice hoarse, but Arthur didn't know if his vocals were wounded or if it was from the shouting. No. You almost died, Amy answered instead of Arthur, a sob leaking. What were you thinking? Gruin closed his eyes with a pained expression. Without this power, what worth do I have for Hidden City? A subpar blacksmith. The dwarf coughed as he pulled himself up. Even Ma is a better fit to be the manager than me. That doesn't mean you can throw away your life. Amy said as she calmed down. I'm not trying to throw anything away. Gruin gritted his teeth. I just want to be of value. I want to create something here. He turned toward Arthur. Please, Saika. Let's go back to the mountain. I want to try again. As they heard his words, Rosa and Amy turned toward Arthur with nervous expressions. Gruin's face was full of blood, but Arthur could sense his pleading to try again. No, Arthur refused, and the dwarf clenched his fist tight. You are useless. Arthur continued as he walked toward the dwarf. No backbone, no courage, not even the ability to grab the power in front of you. What are you saying? Rosa pulled his arm back. Let go unless you want to die. Arthur glared at her as he spat. After meeting his eyes, Rosa's body trembled as she released her grip. You've said too much. Amy glared at him without fear, but Gruin grabbed her wrist. The Saika is right, Gruin said with a shaky voice. I failed him. Pathetic. Arthur gritted his teeth. You don't even dare to stand up for yourself. Do you know how much I risked for your worthless love? As he said that, Arthur waved his hand, and restraints sprung into existence like snakes. They seized Gruin and Amy, separating them. What are you doing? Amy shouted as her restrained body rose in the air against her will. Gruin looked dumbstruck by Arthur's actions and looked at him with confusion. Do you know what would happen if her father knew I took her away? Arthur walked closer as a sword appeared in his hand. She's nothing but a blathering time bomb. What are you doing, Saika? Gruin asked with confusion, not registering what was going on. Taking care of a bad investment. Arthur's words were cold as he stood close to Amy in front of Gruin. I'm sorry, Gruin. I've done everything for you, but your failure brought this. No, Saika, please, no. I don't want to hear your pathetic begging. Arthur's expressionless face turned into a grin. I told you before, didn't I? I will kill you if you betray me. I didn't betray you. Gruin struggled. Your incompetence did. Arthur continued. You know what I did to that noble, right? Can you remember? Arthur raised his sword. Please, no, Gruin muttered as tears flowed down his face. However, Arthur ignored him and swung his blade. Stop. Gruin roared, but Arthur's blade descended without mercy. Gruin's body shook as the blade struck Amy's neck, passing through it cleanly. No, no, no. Please no. His tears flowed down his face unceasingly, and his mind threatened to break. Congratulations, Gruin. Arthur grinned at him as he raised the sword. The blade was bent unnaturally, making a sharp angle with the handle. Arthur placed the sword in front of the dwarf as he released them. You awakened. Chapter 357, My Voice of Conscience. What? Gruin looked at the sword in confusion after he was released. Finally, he snapped out of it and ran toward Amy, who was on her knees as well but found her unharmed. You are safe, you are. She is, thanks to you, Arthur said with a smile. You bent the sword away from her. No. The sword refused to strike what you love. This is your power, Gruin. You did this on purpose? Gruin asked as he hugged Amy, his face covered in dried-up blood. So, it was a lie. You won't want to kill us. Kill you? Of course not. I'm just surprised that you believed it. The noble back at the mansion was. He wasn't a friend of mine, Arthur said as he crouched in front of them. I'm genuinely sorry for making you go through this experience, but it had to be done for you to awaken. So that he can create weapons for you, Rosa said as she held her trembling arm. Don't try to sugarcoat it. I'm not. That's why I apologized. Arthur stood up. I'll leave the decision whether to forgive me or not for you too. Take Lady Amy home. She deserves some rest. Gruin nodded absent-mindedly and carried Amy out of Arthur's house, leaving only Rosa and him. As he sat down in his chair and sighed, Arthur turned toward the blacksmith apprentice. That was manipulative. The young woman said with a frown. Was it? Arthur shrugged. Everyone got their happy ending, so why should we care about the means? The end doesn't justify the means, Sika. The amount of despair you've placed him in. It wasn't enough back at the mountain because this fool doesn't care about himself as much as he cares about his lover. What if he didn't awaken again? What would have happened then? Her death would be another lesson you would use. Rosa said uncomfortably. Please don't treat people like objects. We have different ways of thinking. So it seems, Arthur said with an amused smile. Are you going to fire me for everything I said? Rosa said with a smirk. No, it's the opposite. I'm keeping you because you said all of those things. Arthur tapped his finger on the table. I'll see you again tomorrow. Why? I used to tell myself the things you said. Arthur looked away toward the window. I stopped doing that because the world is different from what I believe. So, you know that your methods are wrong. My methods work. I'll just keep you as a safety net to never go too far. Arthur turned toward the blacksmith. Make sure that I don't turn into a monster. There was something about the psyche of living beings that gravitated people to serve him. He was not the kindest, nor was he the most handsome, but it was something entirely different. The way he did things was different. There was no limit to the things he could pull out of his bag. On an uneventful morning, the workers of the city woke up to witness a miracle. They slept in their camp like usual, entrusting the guards with the responsibility of protecting them. They woke up today, however, with something new in their sight. The forest beside them always looked as if it touched the sky. But today, there was something that rose taller than it. It was a giant tree that extended its branches over the plain the camp lived on. Did this exist before? Another blacksmith apprentice muttered beside Rosa, who was equally shocked by the appearance of the tree. Where did it come from? I don't know. He asked her because she was one of the chosen by the Psyche. People who the mysterious lord trusted enough to allow them into his house where decisions were made. Rosa herself didn't know why she was given so much authority as Psyche's assistant. She would simply stay by his side, and he would ask her to either write stuff down or call for someone. She understood that every lord needed someone to do the chores and the mundane stuff for them, but why choose a blacksmith? Furthermore, a blacksmith who hated the Psyche. Yes, Rosa hated him and everything he represents. He's violent and ruthless even to his people. She could never forget the incident of 2 days before with Amy and Gruin. The Psyche placed them in a traumatic situation just to awaken Manager Gruin's powers. He got what he wanted, but at what cost? Never allowing them to rest easy in their lives because they fear losing each other. My voice of conscience. That's what the Psyche jokingly called her yesterday after her objection over the matter of refugees. The details of the marketing campaign that Ma proposed made sure to highlight safety in Hidden City. That wasn't the actual case, as they didn't even have walls yet. The Psyche might be powerful, but he wasn't a god. Even the Knight of Courage should be stronger than him. But he's a spellcaster. The way he took out new abilities like it was nothing made her suspicion stronger. The spellcaster fairy tale wasn't known to many, but her grandmother told her about it, a human who used knowledge to create abilities. In the end, the spellcaster used his army of followers and the people who trusted him to save the world from monsters. Of course, it was a childish tale, but Rosa couldn't shake the feeling off. Can he truly be the savior of the world? Rosa pondered as she walked toward the Psychas conference hall. There was only the Knight of Courage in it, writing down something. Oh, Rosa. Courage glanced her way and pushed the parchment her way. The guards need new armor and weapons. Can you get the Psychas' approval to place them as a priority? I think that he would listen to you more. Rosa was hesitant. If you want something from the Psycha, I'm not the best person to ask him. He called you voice of conscience, so I think he cares about your opinions. It's the opposite. The Psycha simply wants me to voice out my opinions for him to shoot down, proving that things work better using his methods. But he still wants you to voice them out, the Knight of Courage smiled. This is a privilege that none of us enjoy, as the Psycha seems to have plans of his own. Do you trust enough not to question what those plans are? Rosa was confused as she knew that the Knight of Courage was the closest to the people. He promised a kingdom that doesn't need its nobles, Courage said as she stood up and handed her the parchment. I'm willing to follow him until he delivers. What if he used methods you don't approve of? Then I'll be relieved because politics isn't a game played with a conscience, Courage smiled. Rosa took the parchment and nodded. Well, I never thought you two would be friends. The Psycha walked in with his left sleeve fluttering. He had sweat rolling down his face, and he wiped it away. What were you doing? The Knight of Courage asked with interest. Training, mostly. The Psycha responded as he looked around. Where is Gala? Here. A voice answered from above them as the witch descended with grace. The two looked at each other with a knowing grin. It seems Merlin succeeded. The Psycha said with a grin. It's earlier than I thought. Did Riga arrive? The witch asked. No, I think I need to go there. Bring your apprentice along with seeds of the herbs you want. Rosa, the Psycha turned toward her, and Rosa felt her stomach turn. Come along too. I want you to see this. What could she do but obey? The witch gathered her people from the workshop, and their new adventure began. Despite being reluctant, Rosa followed the Psycha and his people deep into the forest. She was also curious about the giant tree. The witch mentioned the name Riga, but there was only one entity with that name in the kingdom. Mother Riga of Shades. The divine tree was the only reason they had enough crops to sustain them. However, Rosa didn't understand what Riga had to do with the tree in their forest. They passed by countless trees before they reached a giant enclosure of green. Finally, the trees parted in front of the Psycha, and he walked in. Merlin. The Psycha shouted with joy as a druid welcomed him. I'm glad you made it out alive. It's all thanks to the Psycha, the druid, who the Psycha called Merlin, answered with a smile. Even though she was a blacksmith, Rosa could feel the powerful life force that the druid had. She looked around and found countless druids surrounding them with bright expressions. Did anyone fail to make it? The Psycha asked, and Merlin's joyful expression was dyed with sadness. He nodded and guided them toward a plateau where a single druid lay. Chapter 358, A Spirit's Descent. The body of Vina lost its colors, and her leaves withered. Her pale green skin looked now ashen gray as if there was no life remaining in her. Yet, Arthur could see that she was surrounded by many flowers as if the druids built her a memorial. Didn't you all agree to send her to her death? Arthur shook his head as he looked at Vina. To his surprise, the old druid wasn't dead yet, but she was very close to being. He turned toward Merlin, who was bound to know this. Tell me, my voice of conscience, Arthur whispered to Rosa beside him in Alvan language. What do you think about this? About what? Should I save this woman? She wanted to risk the life of her people just to avoid her death. I can save her, but I don't want to. Arthur said. The druids seem to like her, but I do not. It has nothing to do with you, Rosa replied with a frown. And don't we all try to survive, despite how much it hurts our morals? Arthur suddenly the time he used the bestial order on Diameter. He never wanted to enslave someone against their will, but he did it to survive. That's what he told himself to sleep at night. He did something against his morals and continued to do so in this world, just to survive. Yet here he was, judging Veena as if he was a perfect human himself. Veena would never risk the lives of her followers if given a chance, but what choice did she have? Was it easy to die nobly for her people? "Thank you, my voice of conscience," Arthur said with a grin as he walked toward the dying Veena, who was breathing at last. Old pathetic druid, her lips parted in response. "I'll save you if you promise to allow Merlin to lead." "Psycha?" Merlin asked with surprise. "Can you truly save her?" "Shut up. I know you brought me here for that sole reason," Arthur said with an amused smile. "You tried to generate my sympathy for this druid, so I'll play along." "Thank you, Psycha," Merlin said with an embarrassed but grateful face. Arthur waved his hand and turned to Veena, who was trying to answer. "I refuse." Arthur couldn't say he expected this. Merlin walked forward with the same sentiment as he crouched beside the old druid. "Lady Veena, please, accept. The Psycha will help you if you agree to his demands." "Trey, Tor." Veena whispered with a stubbornness that amused Arthur greatly. Being faced with the choice of dying or bowing down, this druid chose to die. What exactly happened to her? "If you think that I'm going to help you out of pity, then you are wrong," Arthur said coldly. "You will die, and it wouldn't matter if you lead or not." The druid was silent as if she was welcoming death already. Arthur walked closer to her and grabbed her by the throat, pulling her up. "Answer me," he said as he injected enough mana of creation into her to make her talk. Her eyes parted, and she looked at him with a cloudy expression. "These children can't live without me. So, you would rather just die than see them perish?" Arthur asked with a frown. "You are still as selfish as I thought you are. You can live with them without being their leader." "I don't trust you," Veena said as her eyes cleared. Hearing her words, Arthur gritted his teeth and injected the mana of creation into her body. Her withering body bloomed, and the leaves increased as the druid came back to life. "What are you?" Veena muttered with a surprised expression. "I won't let you die until I make you regret your ways. I'll prove that Merlin was the better fit to be a leader. If you don't like it, you can leave this place and scram." "You will regret this, Psycha," Veena said as she looked at her hands, regaining their previous color. "This was a foolish choice." "I know that I should have let you die," Arthur grinned and turned to the rest of the druids. "But these fools still want you to live despite your actions." "Kindness is a foolish attitude," Veena said as she turned to the druids. "What, are you the voice of selfishness?" Arthur turned toward Rosa with a grin. "What does it feel like to save a selfish person?" Being faced with his question, the blacksmith apprentice didn't say anything and simply looked at Arthur with a complex gaze. Finally, she turned away and walked back. "Why are you interested in her?" Gala walked closer to him and asked. "You even saved the druid you hated." "Rude," Veena said as she stood up. "Well, this druid can be killed anytime," Arthur said as he watched the departing woman. "But I'm choosing the right thing to do." Veena looked at him with an uncomfortable expression, but Merlin and the rest came forward and bowed to her. "Are you sure that it's the right thing to do? You know the world doesn't care about morals." Gala said as she looked at the scene of the druids gathering around their elder. "I know that I might be doing the wrong thing, but I'll do it anyway," Arthur said as he saw Merlin and Veena stare at each other. "This is what I chose." "I see now," Gala grinned at him. "You wanted Rosa to stay next to you because she has what you lost. The belief the world is a better place than it proves itself, even if it's not. You're getting too philosophical." Arthur didn't answer but didn't deny. "Maybe it won't be as bad as we imagine it to be." "Lady Veena," Merlin gave his elder a complex gaze. "I know that you don't agree to work with humans, but the era of oppression is long gone. We can create something together with the Psycha. You have his backing, so what is there to say?" Veena said and turned to leave. "I'll be here when you come back crying." The old druid disappeared into the forest under the complicated gazes of her people. Merlin sighed and turned toward Arthur, nodding with a grateful expression. "Thank you, Psycha." "Show me that gratefulness through your work," Arthur said as he turned toward the giant tree in the middle of the druids' land. Let's go and meet Riga. Merlin nodded and led the way toward the giant tree. Unlike before, the scent of death disappeared from the forest. They walked toward the protector of the druids, and Arthur could feel the familiar feeling of Riga. Without waiting for the druids, Arthur walked to the tree and placed his hand on it. He closed his hand as he felt the resonance from Riga's seed. Here I am. It spoke quietly in his mind. Arthur smiled, as the connection he shared with the spirit wasn't something he could explain. Instead, it was something that transcended his understanding, a deep comfort of 1,000 years' friendship. Come here, Riga, Arthur muttered, and light exploded from the tree, washing over the land. Like a radiating star, the place his hand touched was bursting with light. The spot of green light began growing, covering the whole tree. A miracle. Merlin muttered as his knee began to bend. Arthur shot him a glare which stopped his actions. The druid coughed and stood up as the tree started growing larger. Arthur stared up at the tree, which began to grow larger than it already was. If it was 50 meters before, it grew 10 times that amount in the span of a few seconds. However, his mana didn't decrease. A spirit's descent. Gala stood beside him as the light blinded everything. Arthur turned to see her face's features disappearing under the light. Psycha, this only happens if someone summons his spirit. I can feel that you aren't a spirit master, so this is illogical. What are you trying to say? Arthur asked, hearing his voice growing distant. You are. Gala's lips moved as her face disappeared in the light. Not a part of this world. Right. When the tree stopped growing, Rosa looked up at it with a terrified face. In the span of a few moments, the Psycha made the tree grow by more than 10 folds of its original size. It was gigantic, to begin with, Rosa thought to herself as she craned her neck to see the top of the tree. It touched the clouds. This is madness. No, this is the work of gods. She couldn't comprehend how a human can create such an object. Moreover, it was even bigger than Mother Riga, renowned as the largest tree in the kingdom, if not the continent. I did hear about the Psycha suggestion. He wants to build a city with this tree in the center of it. Rosa turned to look at the man in question, who was standing on top of a root. I want to see him succeed. Chapter 359, Greenhorn Blacksmith. The sudden appearance of the giant tree shook the heart of the kingdom. A tree bigger than Mother Riga appeared overnight. Some groups were furious, and they included merchants and devotees of the divine tree. The details and information were obscured, but no one can stop gossip and rumors. The people talked about it unceasingly, as the balance of power will be shaken if this new tree had the same traits as Mother Riga. One can only imagine what would happen if they knew it was Mother Riga itself. However, that information was obscured by the newly found intelligence department led by Ma under Arthur's direct order. The City of Shades was known for its ever-stretching farmlands and its fertile soil. Mother Riga made the land around the city rich with nutrients and mana, allowing the farmers to yield thrice as an ordinary farmer would in other places. However, the new emergence of a tree was like a big pie that fell from the sky. Farmers all over the kingdom coveted a part of the tree's lands, hoping to take a slice from this natural treasure. That's why a few days after Mother Riga descended next to Hidden City, refugees began to appear. Farmers with their large wagons and tools visited Arthur's mansion one after the other. My lord, the thin man with a giant beard in front of him bowed. I come from afar after hearing of your grace, desiring to serve you. You desire the land, no? Arthur said with amusement as the bearded man coughed in embarrassment. Don't worry. I appreciate your trust and the risk you have taken. However, as you can see, we still have a lot of things to build. The agriculture department is still underway. Lands will be assigned later on, but we still need to clear out monsters and trees. That's why you need to take residence in one of the temporary houses for now. The Knight of Courage explained. I understand, thank you. The bearded man beamed at the mention of a residence. It was rare for a refugee to be offered a home right away. Of course, we lack in people. Do you mind that you and your people help us? We will pay you. Arthur jumped in, and the farmer bobbed his hand readily. He thanked Arthur again before leaving. I'm always amazed by your generosity to the common folk. Courage said with a satisfied smile as she jotted down the name of the farmer and the number of the people with him. Generosity. Arthur was confused. I didn't do anything to them yet. You gave them a home and paid them for working. It's usually only one of those. The economy will flourish by giving money to these people. It's a way to get things started. I don't want my people to worry about housing that they do their jobs half-heartedly. That's a fresh way of thinking. But aren't you worried about the treasury getting empty? The money that the Duke of Contracts gave isn't going to last forever. I think you forgot what our city to be about. Arthur grinned and stood up. Let's visit Gruin's smithy. The two left the house and walked toward the small smithy that Gruin currently used. They could hear the sounds of hammering even from a distance away. As they walked in, their eyes fell on the countless weapons that looked sharper than any they have seen before. Hidden City has a new monster and pillar, the Greenhorn Blacksmith. Arthur smiled as he walked in with courage. The weapons lined on the table each looked no less than high tier, with a few in the mid-tier. This is almost at the true rank. Courage picked up a sword and muttered, her eyes full of shock. Is this truly his creation? Why the sudden leap in proficiency? Arthur didn't tell anyone but Gala, Dia, and Rosa that Gruin was a Psycha, so it came as a surprise for the titled knight. She studied Gruin's creation with increasing shock. I gave him a few pointers. You? Courage asked with suspicion. Do you even know anything about smithing? I'd surprise you. Arthur smiled and didn't say anything anymore. Wait here. He told the knight before walking into the forge. As soon as he walked in, a heatwave fluttered his robes and hair. In the middle of the forge stood Gruin, hammering away another perfect item. The moment his hammer touched the metal, it drained all the impurities away from it. Arthur didn't interrupt him in his focused state and watched from the side. The hammering continued until the metal molded easily into the shape of a curved sword. The impurities of the blade were all taken out, producing a sharp sword. Just one round of hammering. Arthur muttered with amazement as he looked at the sword. Gruin took off his glove and wiped away the sweat with a grin. I only need to think about it, and the impurities would leave the weapon as it takes its final form. This isn't smithing anymore, but direct creation. Gruin said with a triumphant smile. If it's that easy, I would expect that you produced more weapons. Arthur squinted his eyes. Gruin, are you creating accessories again? Ah. Gruin looked away. How can I think of such a thing? It was evident that he was lying. From the time he was in love with Amy, he created all sorts of stuff for her. At that time, he wasn't even a Psycha yet. Thus, Arthur wasn't surprised that Gruin would forge accessories for her now. Keep at it, Arthur said before he bowed toward the dwarf. I'm truly sorry for what I did the other day. I don't regret that I did it, but I wish I had another way. No, no, no. Gruin panicked and hurried over to make Arthur stand. You did the right thing, Psycha. Even if at that time, I hated you, I know you did it for me. I did it for the city. Arthur straightened himself and said without hesitation. I like you, Gruin. I consider you as a friend. I truly do. But I also need to make a city from scratch, and this. He gestured toward Gruin's creations. Is necessary. I understand. Gruin nodded. Amy resents you right now, Psycha. But I know that without you, we wouldn't be together. Without you, I wouldn't have this power to protect her from harm. No, Gruin. Arthur smiled. You are the reason for all of that. I simply helped you get there. Not using merciful methods, I admit. Even so, this is what I want to do for the rest of my life, to serve you. Gruin knelt on the ground. Whatever you want me to create, I'll create. Let's create the best city the world has ever seen. Arthur grinned. I'll call you later to reinforce the walls, so make sure you're prepared. Gruin nodded with a determined expression, and Arthur left the smithy. The Knight of Courage waited for him outside and walked beside him. How is Manager Gruin? He just created a true rank weapon. Arthur grinned. The Duke of Contracts will pull his hair off if he hears about this. A true rank. The Knight of Courage muttered in a daze. Just what kind of potential does he have? This is just the beginning. Where is your subordinate? Arthur asked, and Courage was confused. The architect. He elaborated. Oh, Rumi. He's been in his house ever since the giant tree appeared, mapping and outlining the city. It seems he refused to eat anything before he's done, as that would disturb what he called his creativity rush. At least he's taking it seriously. But I need to know the outline of the city today, Arthur said as he walked toward the house of the architect. Because I'm going to create the walls of the city. Create the. Courage blinked. Are you going to use the tree? She linked the dots, and Arthur nodded with a grin. They walked toward the house of the architect, and when they knocked, no one answered. These doors were installed by the workers, making the place look less of a refugee camp. Arthur knocked again, harder before the door opened. Rumi spat with his hair sticking to his face because of the sweat. His tower head looked like a lump now, falling to the side of his face. Even when the architect saw that it was Arthur, he was still upset. I told you not to disturb me. I need to know the outline of the city, Arthur said with a frown. Now. Why? The architect seemed to calm himself under Arthur's glare, and he softened his tone. The outline is done, but anything else is still. I just need to know where we're placing our walls. You should have finished that. These will be the initial borders of the city, and everything comes afterward. I'm creating the walls today. Today. Rumi was confused and turned to Courage, seeking out an elaboration. He's using the giant tree. Chapter 360, Rise. More. The tree. Rumi blinked his eyes before bouncing toward Arthur and grabbing his shoulder. You are building walls using that. He pointed toward the sky-reaching tree in the distance, and Arthur nodded without looking at it. Rumi's mouth gaped before it twisted into a crazed grin. I chose the right person to work with, ha ha ha. Let me grab my kit before we go. The architect ran back into the house, and clattering sounds came from within. He reappeared with a giant leather bag on his back, a monocle on his eyes. Then, without waiting for Arthur and Courage, he began walking toward Riga. Why are you waiting? Let's go. His enthusiasm came as a surprise for the two, even though Arthur understood where it came from. He shrugged to the titled knight and walked behind the architect. So, should I keep calling you Courage? Or are you going to tell me your true name? Arthur watched the architect make his way through the forest as he asked. True name? Courage glanced at him. I have no other names. The moment I became the Knight of Courage, that's all I am. You do have a past, though. Arthur was curious. Does Big Bear and the others know about it? No one dares to speak of it. Calling a titled knight by their name is considered treason because the king is the one who gives them the title. I see, Arthur nodded. You know I can get the name out of anyone else. You won't, the Knight of Courage said curtly, without any doubt or hesitation. Why are you so sure? Because you want me to tell you myself. Courage stared at him from the side. Arthur shrugged and smiled, opting to remain silent. They reached deep into the forest before they found the first of Riga's roots. As they reached it, Arthur walked toward it and touched the root, opening a portal. He walked in to appear on the biggest branch that Riga had, which could fit a small house. Arthur walked toward the edge as the rest came out from the portal. Time for my tape. Rumi shouted as soon as he arrived on the branch. He waved his hand, and a tape shot out from his sleeve, wrapping itself around the branch. Arthur and Courage were speechless as he got on all four and began taking measurements of the branch. He ignored Arthur and Courage, who demanded the outline until he was done. I think we can build something here, Rumi said with a delighted expression. Saika, the place you requested can be built between the biggest two branches of the tree. I don't care right now. Just give me the outline. Arthur stretched his palm open, and Rumi bobbed his head. He took down his bag and took out a book from within it. Behold, Saika. Rumi built suspense. The greatest city in the world, hidden city. He opened the book, and lights exploded from within it. A hologram began constructing in front of them with Riga in the center. The outline of the city was not two-dimensional like Arthur expected, but a three-dimensional hologram. Arthur grinned as he saw the outline of the city. It looked like Freya City with how pyramidal its structures were laid around Riga. However, there was a difference that there were houses on top of Riga's branches. These are the houses of the nobility, Rumi explained. There won't be any nobility here. Arthur corrected, and Rumi's eyes widened. The buildings on the high branches will be the research departments, run by every department's head. The branches in the middle will be for the shops and auction houses. Ah, research. Rumi scratched his head. The Psycha's needs are different from those of other lords, it seems. Our Psycha is a man of science. Courage said with a smirk. What are you going to research? She asked with curiosity. That will be determined later on, Arthur said before turning to the architect. What about the smithies? They will be next to the roots of Riga. Beyond that are the residential houses and entertainment facilities for the citizens, and then comes the farmlands. The walls are beyond the farmlands. Arthur nodded in understanding. Are these the borders of the city and the gate? Yes, my lord, Rumi said in respect. Are you going to create them? Now. I'll try to. Arthur walked toward Riga's trunk and placed his hand on it, and closed his eyes. This time, a door to its inner world opened. The two didn't follow after him as Arthur entered the inner world. It looked the same as the one he visited in the City of Shades. He appeared on its highest point next to the cabin. Riga waited for him inside. Arthur. It said joyfully and began to float around him in circles. You left me here for so long, Riga said with a pout. I'm sorry, I had a few things to do. Arthur didn't say that it was only 2 days since they met but simply apologized as he patted Riga's head. It purred like a kitten and enjoyed his touch. Let's play. Riga acted childishly for a spirit who lived thousands of years, but Arthur understood its boredom after waiting for him for so long. He still didn't know how they precisely met, and Riga didn't say a lot about it. It couldn't remember a lot about the past because of how long it stayed within the inner world. I have a new game today, Arthur said with a smile as he walked into the cabin. We're changing the landscape. The landscape. Riga tilted its head, its ruby eyes puzzled. That would be too tiring. It said and scratched its head. I know. Arthur felt sorry. I will lend you my powers too so that you can play around as well. After this, I'll play with you every day. I'll even find a way to let you outside. Really? Riga's eyes turned wide. Like, out of this world? Arthur nodded with a twinge of heartbreak. Being a spirit tree, Riga couldn't leave the inner world inside the tree. So it was imprisoned in this world to spend thousands of years in boredom, only getting a general inkling of what happens outside. He didn't know how to get Riga out, as he didn't know a lot about spirits. Arthur would have to research together with Gala before they go into the spirit's dimension. All right. Riga nodded its head thoughtfully, and its branchy arms coiled into tiny fists. Arthur couldn't believe a creature this cute could exist. Let's play. It raised its hands and gathered them in front of its chest. A core appeared from within, and Riga presented it to Arthur. He raised his arm, and his mana of creation swelled in front of it. Let's play, Arthur repeated with a smile as he closed his eyes. Suddenly, his point of view shifted until he could see Hidden City and Riga's body from the outside. He felt like a god overseeing the mortal world. With nothing but a thought, the giant roots dug deep underground. Riga drank his mana of creation like it was infinite. The roots dug deep beneath the ground, and they disturbed the land which the camp was on. As it began to quake, the residents left the houses in panic. I should have warned them. Arthur felt guilty. However, he knew that they wouldn't get hurt. The ground was shifting because of the roots that grew exponentially beneath it. Its hair roots spread and diverged into the soil, providing it with enough life force that enriched it. However, Arthur wasn't done yet. He pushed further and tested his limits. His presence merged with Riga for a split second, and his mana bottomed out. Rise, Arthur muttered. The ground began to split open from beyond the farmlands and the endless plains as if it was vomiting out what it had. Roots sprung up from the ground like mountains, one lined next to the other. They created a giant wall spanning from the mountains to the river until it circled Hidden City fully. More. Arthur opened his bloodshot eyes as he pushed further. Riga was approaching its limits as well, but Arthur knew that stopping now would only make his efforts a waste. The walls rose higher as Arthur demanded. The people looked on with fear as they were the center of a basin being created. When the walls were 20 meters tall, the roots stopped. growing and began intertwining to the ones next to them. Arthur let go of Riga's powers and felt the spirit's drained energy. He felt sorry, exceptionally so, for using it like this. He knew that it would follow his orders regardless, but he didn't want to hurt it. Phew. Riga let go of a breath as her floating became less energetic. Arthur walked over and carried it before placing it on the table in front of him. That was fun, but tiring. Chapter 361, A Ripple of Sadness. Rest for now, Arthur smiled and poured in what was left of his mana into Riga's body. It closed its ruby eyes and fell to peaceful sleep. His mana has bottomed out as well, and he was getting drowsy. Arthur looked around the cabin and walked toward one of the rooms. Opening it, he found a bed and a nightstand. Light came through the window that made the place peaceful. Arthur passed out the moment he was on the bed and went into a deep slumber. At that moment in time, it felt as if the world didn't need his existence anymore, and he was given a short rest. He slept without a care for the first time since he arrived to Alka. The people gathered below the giant tree. They left their camp and walked to the divine tree, the source of change in landscape. It has been a day since the walls were built, but the Psycha didn't show himself. When they asked, they were told that the Psycha was resting after yesterday's events. Then, words leaked out that he was resting on the giant tree, so the people waited. The residents saw a miracle. No. They witnessed an act of God's. It was the first time that walls were built in a single day by a single individual. The one who brought this change was none other than the Psycha of living beings, known as the gardener. They stood beneath the tree in the sun, waiting. Then, as if sensing their existence, the Psycha appeared on top of a branch after a while. His empty sleeve fluttered in the wind as the men stood there silently. I believe that an explanation is necessary. The Psycha looked at the people below. The walls that rose yesterday are extensions of the divine tree. I've built them. They are meant to keep you safe, not imprisoned. If anyone wishes to leave the area, simply apply at the Civil Affairs Office for leaving. The Psycha reassured their worries, and some people sighed in relief. The scene of walls rising around you brought fear to many people. However, now that they realized it was just to protect them, they all felt awe. The man in front of them looked young, no older than 20, but the things he did were nothing short of miraculous. After he did his brief speech, he seemed confused as to why they were still here. Return to your work, and expect great things from this city. The Psycha walked back after saying that, and the people were left there standing. It wasn't clear who started chanting Psycha, but everyone soon followed until the forest had nothing but their voice. Estate level, 0, why didn't you increase? Arthur said grumbly at his estate's level. He thought that building the walls will make him level up, but he did not. Now, he needed to understand why. His eyes glanced downward at his estate's size. It was still a 0. I guess I need to clear out the monsters that are still in the city. Arthur sighed and massaged his temples. This will take a while. He knew that building the walls so far away would make things more complicated, but it gave them the room to expand. Unfortunately, his estate level would have to wait before he could raise it. Excuse the intrusion. Gala jumped in through the window and landed in front of his desk. Arthur blinked his eyes at her behavior, treating this as an everyday occurrence. We are running out of time, dear Psycha. Gala said with a grin, and Arthur noticed wrinkles under his eyes and a few gray hair strands. His face completely crumbled as he stood up from his seat. Why? The tear I gave you should last you a year. Psycha, Psycha, Psycha. You are not as calculating as you thought yourself to be. Gala walked over while waving her index finger. You forgot that when I use my spirit, I use my life force as an exchange. That's impossible. Otherwise, you would have died long ago. Arthur said with a frown. You can't have lived for thousands of years if that was the case. Witches have a powerful life force, even stronger than druids. Gala tapped the crystal embedded in her forehead. Humans use life force, and we use spiritual energy. The reason we can contract multiple spirits easily is that we are a higher level of spiritual beings. And you've been using that energy until now to help me. Arthur tightened his fist. Gala simply grinned and didn't deny it. We had a deal, Psycha. I would use all of my powers to aid you, whatever it costs. And in return, you will kill me in the spirit's dimension. I can give you other resources that can keep you alive. Arthur waved his hand. Another phoenix's tear? Whatever it is. Psyche, Gala raised her hand, which looked the same until it began withering in front of his eye. Then, starting from her fingers, the flesh began dying rapidly and disintegrating. Unless you are a god, there's nothing you can do to stop me from dying. Arthur looked at her as the void opened again in his chest. It was the same void that tried to tear him apart above the Duke's mansion. He wanted to hold it back, but he was still too weak. His existence pulsed and created a wave around him. It traveled with him as the center, passing through everything in its way. The ripple passed through Gala before leaving the house and crossing thousands of miles. It didn't harm anything in its path, but it resonated with the existence of everyone. Gala felt it the strongest, the emotions of the Psyche. I understand, Arthur muttered, his eyes cloudy. We will go into the spirit's dimension tomorrow. The look on Psyche's face could not leave her mind. Even the pain of withering away by the passage of time looked insignificant in comparison. She felt it deep within her soul, his sadness. She looked at the sky while sitting on top of the house the Psyche made for her. It was cloudy, and it was inevitable that it would rain. Before she told the Psyche, it was as clear as a blank page. Can a human drag the weather to feel the same sadness he feels? Gala wondered as the first droplet of rain fell on her cheek. I'll miss this feeling of being alive. Yet, it had to be done. Gala was regretful that the Psyche was the one who needs to kill her, but he was the only person capable of doing so. The spiritual power he wields was even stronger than hers. He was the only person she met and trusted that could kill her and allow her to go through the ritual. However, she didn't think that he could make it before the incident with the Duke of Fire. It was then that she realized he was the only person capable of saving her from the chains of time. His spiritual powers were necessary for the ritual that would allow her to reincarnate as a spirit. For a demi-human, a human, or any being with a body to turn into a spirit was something against the world's natural order. Spirits, like Riga, can materialize in the real world, but the opposite couldn't be said to be true. That's why what she attempted to do was a defiance of the natural order, but she believed in the person she followed, the Psyche of living beings. He was a performer that pulled rabbits out of a small hat. Every day, he would show her a new trick that made her more fascinated by him, his emotions and feelings, his powers and spiritual energy, and his identity and past. She was never this fascinated by a human and more scared. Gala could never understand him, even after the numerous times that she tested his limits. It was as if the Psyche was not one person but several. Today, she felt his emotion. It was directed toward her, even. She couldn't mock or make fun of him this time because he felt this way because of her request. A void ripped itself in her chest. It refused to close down, reminding her of the sadness that the Psyche because of her departure. Gala squinted her eye as the first ray of dawn slipped from beyond the horizon. Then, she stood up from her spot with a refreshed grin. Finally, after countless years of waiting, she can leave this disintegrating body. Her spirit danced around her as she jumped off the building. They refused to be unsummoned after learning that she was dying today. Gala was sentimental as well, but she couldn't back down now. She was eager and ran toward the Psyche's house. As she was about to knock on the door, it opened to reveal the men in question. But, unlike yesterday, the Psyche looked calm. "Morning, Gala," the Psyche said. The way he said her name assured her of her existence. "Are you ready to die?" Chapter 362, The Last Time. They walked silently through the waking-up city. No words were exchanged between the witch and the one-armed men. The rain stopped, replaced by sunshine and singing birds. However, it only made departure more difficult. "Good morning, Psyche." A passing farmer bowed to him. Arthur nodded in response. "Good morning, master." A young apprentice greeted Gala, carrying her countless notes and herbs. Gala said hi with a wave of her hand. "How is the workshop?" Arthur asked as they left the camp and walked through the green plains. There was a lake to their side, where the sun glittered in the water. "I taught them what they need to do, and I'll be giving you my recipe book once we get there," Gala said with a grin. "Don't worry, Psyche. I'm not going to leave you clueless about what to do. Is this why you wanted Ruri as a disciple? To make sure that we'll have someone capable once you are gone." Arthur asked with amusement, and Gala only smiled bashfully. They didn't talk anymore, only walking further away from the camp. They passed the ogre's mountain and jumped over the river. They walked silently, opting to take it slow. Hours went by, but they didn't say anything. Talking now would only hurt them later. They reached a group of swamps surrounded by marshlands. Gala's spirit hid them away from the monsters there, and they continued on their journey unhindered. All of a sudden, the two could see an icy plateau. Arthur sprinted forward, and so did Gala. As they reached the place, he turned toward the witch, who looked at the summit with determination. "Is this a good spot?" Arthur asked as if they were choosing a place for a picnic. Gala nodded with a blank expression before turning toward him. "For killing you." "You're welcome." Arthur gave a smile and turned away. "Let's go up." He offered her his hand. She slid her palm into his with a grin. "Don't think about anything weird." "I'm not," Gala said with a laugh. Arthur sighed and used his teleport rune. They disappeared and reappeared on top of the plateau, the frosty wind gnawing on their bodies. The plateau was empty except for a few snow hills. A flame appeared above Arthur's hand, which worked to warm them. He turned toward the witch, waiting for her explanation. "I guess it's time I tell you about spirits." Gala gave a grin as she looked around. "First, let me tell you how to open a portal to the spirit's dimension." "I'm listening." Arthur nodded. "And I want to know how to remove a haunting spirit." He reminded her. "Ah, yes. Your little friend. I forgot about her." Gala said with a nod. "Opening a portal is simple as long as you have good control over your spiritual energy." "You didn't say that until now." Arthur was flabbergasted. "I could have trained all this time, yet you. That's for normal people." Gala smiled. "Can I know what's your rank, Saika?" she asked, but Arthur hesitated in answering. "I'm dying today, and you're still worried about your secrets." "High Ray rank," Arthur muttered. Gala looked at him silently, blinking twice before sighing. "Even if you want to lie, make it less obvious," the witch said with a pout. "Anyway, your chances of contracting a spirit depends on how powerful your soul is." "She thinks I'm lying." Arthur was confused but nodded nonetheless. It didn't matter what his rank was because his strength wasn't determined by it. "That's the case for regular people, but you are different. Your spiritual energy is even stronger than mine, and not to mention your affinity to spirits." "Affinity? Do you think it's normal for a spirit to listen, or even get close, to a person other than its companion?" Gala asked with exasperation. "You treat them as if they were your spirits, and they listen. I thought all of them were like Riga." "Riga? I can't even comprehend that." "You are not a spirit's contractor, I can tell. However, you have a spirit. This doesn't make sense unless..." "Unless what?" Arthur furrowed his brows. "Unless there is more than one soul within you, or your soul is portioned. If that's the case, then it would make sense. However, it's an anomaly, an impossibility." "We both know that it's not as improbable," Arthur said after a brief pause. "You've seen it too." "I did," Gala said, grabbing her shoulder. Arthur could tell that she had goosebumps. That entity in the sky and the golden pair of eyes. It would explain things if you were a vessel for a higher entity. "I'm not," Arthur frowned, feeling uncomfortable. "Not as far as I know." "Why do you refuse such a concept this much?" Gala wondered. "The power you wield feels the same as the entity's presence. You are using the same power, and denying it would only limit you." "It's not about powers." Arthur shook his head. "It's about losing myself to someone else." He can still remember the fear Seer lived in of losing himself. "I see," Gala nodded and looked at her hands. "We're running out of time," she said with a sad smile. "You make up for control with sheer abundance. Use your spiritual energy to create a circle on the ground, and simply concentrate it." Arthur nodded and closed his eyes. His spiritual arm diffused through space and created a circle on the ground. Then, he began infusing the energy into the ring, condensing it, and repeating the process. "Repeat after me," Gala whispered from beside him. "Creatures of the other world, hear my call and open your gates. I do not seek harm but companionship. Gala paused, and Arthur repeated the words. Let me connect to the stars, to the earth, to everything, and you. When the words left his mouth, Arthur felt a jolt in his soul. Something distant seemed to answer his calls, and the circle on the ground began to morph into something else. Seeker of the mortal world, a feminine voice that seemed to encompass everything answered him from within the circle. Your entry is allowed, but remember, never allow arrogance to shoot you down from grace. The voice disappeared as powerful energy exploded from within the circle. Arthur's energy detached from him and turned into a white door on the ground. You succeeded from the first try, Gala said with shock. Are you the reincarnated Spirit King or something? No, just the psyche of living beings. Arthur felt awkward. Living? Sure. Gala smiled at him. Since we opened the portal, we need to be quick about it. The ritual is simple, find me in the spirit's dimension and use your spiritual energy to kill me. And then what? Then nothing, Gala said with a smile. I'll reincarnate as a spirit, and time will be nothing but a fleeting moment for me. I'll wait there. Wait for him. Yes, Gala smiled sweetly. I'm sorry for leaving you, but this is the only way that I can survive. Survive until when? Where did he go? Who is he? Arthur asked in one breath, making him realize how agitated he was. Gala grinned in response. I'll tell you when the time is right. You mean, we'll meet again? Arthur asked as he watched her walk toward the portal on the ground. If we are fated to meet as I think we are, Gala said with a grin. At that time, no more secrets between us. All right. She said before standing on top of the gate which glowed beneath her. Arthur realized she still hasn't told him about the haunting spirits or the recipe book. Wait, what about? Find me and kill me, and you will know. Gala turned with a grin as her body began to fade. This will be the last time that we can talk, so let me confess something to you. What? He asked as he took a step forward. I love you a lot, Arthur, Gala said with tears in her eyes, but her grin was still there. I wish we had more adventures together, that we built the city together, and that I teased you a lot more. Arthur reached out as the witch in front of him disappeared into nothingness, not allowing him to answer. His hand grabbed the emptiness in front of him as the void reopened itself in his chest. I love you too, Gala. He closed his reaching out hand as the void refused to close itself. His lips turned into a thin line before he pressed them together hard, a lump formed in his throat. Arthur didn't know how Gala knew of his name, but he could guess that she heard him and Dia talk. That was the least of his worries, as a single realization sat in his stomach like a hard rock. It could be the last time that he sees Gala in his life. From this day forward, or after he returns from the spirit's dimension, she won't be there to tease him, laugh, or get mad. He will be alone. Chapter 363, Mr. Hopper. The cold wind went through his robes, fluttering them. The sound of the flapping fabric and the wind were the only things he could hear besides his breathing. The ring in front of him brightly shone as if luring him into the realm. I need to find Gala and kill her. Arthur spoke his plans into existence. His eyes flickered with unknown light as he looked at the portal. He repeated his plans, trying to digest them. The portal glowed as Arthur walked into it. He took one step after the other until he stood in its center. An unknown force began pulling on his body as his palm turned ethereal. Welcome to the spirit's realm, psyche of living beings. A voice said in his mind. Arthur closed his eyes as his body turned ethereal, making him feel as if he was floating. When he opened his eyes again, all he could see was a white room. Hello. Arthur muttered, but his voice was silenced. He looked down at his body and found that it was not the same. Instead of one arm, Arthur now had two. However, all of his body was made of golden light. Are these chains? Arthur muttered as he looked at the intertwined rings beside him. They look the same as the ones I used against Ellen. They floated gently beside his golden body. He retained his humanoid figure, but he was nothing but light. Arthur stood up from his sitting position. How do I leave this room? There were no doors or windows in the surrounding, so Arthur was confused about getting out. He walked toward the white wall and touched it. Like a sliding door, the wall slid into itself and opened. Walking out of the room, Arthur found himself standing on top of a suspended bridge. He walked a few steps before he looked back to see that he came out of a giant stone. The bridge connected two stone peaks that had fog surrounding them. Arthur looked down, and there was nothing but fog. However, he could hear the flapping of wings. Are there monsters? Arthur looked around with apprehension. He grabbed the bridge's rope and crouched down, his chains surrounding him closely. The flapping of wings continued, and Arthur could tell it was a group rather than a single monster. The fog suddenly parted as a figure darted from above him. Arthur raised his head to look at it and saw a winged horse made of blue light. The horse had no physical body but only an ethereal outline of its shape. It neighed as it soared higher than the peaks, looking as if it was trying to defy the heavens. The clouds parted in front of Arthur's eyes as a dragon's head peeked from between them. The dragon struck down the winged horse and sent it back down. Arthur was in awe of the sight he witnessed. He looked at the tremendous ethereal dragon with amazement as it traveled between the peaks. It looked like a giant snake with shiny green scales. Is that a spirit? Arthur imagined himself contracting such a spirit, but the dragon was gone before he snapped out of his reverie. He stood up and looked below. He tried to see the monsters flapping their wings, but the fog was too dense to see anything. I need to find Gala and then kill her. However, Gala was nowhere to be seen. All Arthur could do was to go to the stone peak and start climbing it. After getting tired, he glanced at his chains. With a sudden thought, he tried controlling the chains. They moved as if they were extra limbs and shot out toward the rocky peak, piercing the stone wall. This works too. The chains were connected to his body, and they pulled him upward. As he got higher, the chains pierced a higher spot, and he climbed the stone peak in a few seconds. Phew, thanks, Arthur said to the chains, but they didn't reply. He felt a bit stupid for thanking something that felt like his own arm. He looked around again and found himself on a big summit. There were many ethereal beings here. As he approached one of them, the giant frog turned to look at him with confusion. Arthur could see right through it. The frog opened its mouth and let out a huge bubble. The bubble traveled to Arthur and covered his body in an instant. Then, suddenly, a warm glow surrounded his body as realization dawned on Arthur. A healing ability. Arthur felt intrigued. Are you showing me your ability? The frog looked at him with bewilderment. It struck out its giant tongue, which was longer than Arthur's height, and licked him. Arthur laughed as he felt the bond that the frog tried to construct with him. He realized that it was trying to establish a contract, but Arthur simply shook his head. I still have a few things to do, Arthur said before he walked away from the spirit. The frog didn't chase after him and simply hopped to a different spot. Arthur walked further down the peak, where other spirits interacted with him. They were all very friendly, and each of them showed Arthur their capabilities. Arthur realized how versatile a spirit's master could be by witnessing all of the abilities the spirits had. The one point that made all the difference was that spirits didn't consume mana but spiritual energy. So, if you have a strong soul and lacking mana, you can win against awakeners using if you had a spirit. The spirits all tried to establish a contract with him, but Arthur humbly declined. So instead, he asked all of them a single question. Is there another visitor in the realm beside me? He hoped some of these spirits would understand his meaning, even if his voice was muffled, but they all looked at him with confusion. He searched for almost 2 days, walking without stopping before he felt too tired to continue. Finally, he sat on the edge of a highland that overlooked the endless fog. Gala! Arthur shouted, but there was no response. He sighed and swung his legs, thinking of a way to find the witch. A few giant monsters flew beside him, and one of them was a flying fruit. The fruit looked at him with confusion, as if thinking that Arthur was calling for it. Arthur simply shook his head. I'm looking for a friend, he told the spirit, who seemed to be unwilling to leave him. The spirit got closer to Arthur, hovering a small distance away from him. I may be able to help you, a voice said to him. Arthur looked at the fruit with amazement, but the spirit simply flew away without caring about him. I'm down here, the voice said again, and Arthur looked down. Beside his leg was a small spirit that looked like a grasshopper. It jumped on his leg and stood there proudly. You can talk. Yes sir, it's rude to be this surprised. Most spirits can communicate, but it's up to luck to find one that knows your language. And how do you speak Yalvarin? I was once contracted to a young man who spoke the same language. The grasshopper said with a sad tone. He died, so I returned to the spirit's realm. I'm sorry to hear that. Arthur scratched his head. Is that the reason that you talk to me? No, sir, it's because you look different. Are you a high-tier spirit or a spiritual creature? The grasshopper asked with confusion. What are these chains? I don't know. Arthur scratched his head again. I'm not a spirit, but a human. So, I don't know what you talk about. A human. The grasshopper jumped back in shock, landing on Arthur's knee. Heavens, that can't be, a human with this amount of spiritual energy. Someone said the same, Arthur said as he picked up the grasshopper and stood up. Which reminds me, have you seen another visitor of the spirit's realm? Another visitor. The grasshopper pondered. The spirit's realm is merely the space between dimensions. So, you might others from other dimensions, making it quite impossible to find someone you know here. That can't be, Arthur shook his head as he allowed the grasshopper to rest on his shoulder. The person I'm looking for told me that I need to find them in the realm. That is indeed strange. The grasshopper said as it chippered with its legs. I think there's someone we can ask. Oh. Arthur was surprised. Who? We call it the bookkeeper, a high-tier spirit that records everything that happens in the spirit's realm. If you want to find a certain type of spirit, you can ask it. Would it be willing to help a stranger? Arthur that it would be unlikely. Well, it's quite eccentric. I wouldn't rule out anything. Furthermore, you reek of spiritual energy. It might be interested in you. The grasshopper said with expectations. All right. Arthur nodded. What's your name? Call me Mr. Hopper. Chapter 364, The Ability to Feel. The spirit's realm is divided into 5 layers, Mr. Hopper introduced on Arthur's back as they walked on top of the stone peaks. The highest layer is the celestial world, where the divine spirits are located. Are they powerful? In the spirit's realm, yes. Mr. Hopper said as Arthur began climbing a mountain using his chains. Odd fellas. He referred to the chains. Are they not as strong in the outside world? They are as strong as gods, dormant and eternal. Do you think there exists a being that can provide them with enough spiritual energy to descend? I see, Arthur nodded as he grabbed the edge and lifted himself. What about the other layers? The rest of the layers are sky, earthen, infra, and abyssal world. Mr. Hopper said. We are in the infra world, where the low-tier spirits are located and where seekers start their journey. So, every visitor starts here. Arthur walked toward the giant monument on top of the mountain. No, but seekers start their journey here. For contractors and recurring visitors of the spirit's realm, they will be in the world of their highest tier spirit. Gala didn't tell me there were rankings for spirits. She didn't even tell me what's the rank of her spirits. Why is she making me go through so much? Arthur inwardly grumbled as he looked at the giant monument of a warrior in front of him. The warrior suddenly raised its sword and slashed at Arthur. His chains burst forward and blocked the attack of the spirit. They didn't even budge when the sword collided with them, making Arthur realize how overpowered they were. The monument nodded in response and retracted his sword. A globe of light came out of the monument toward Arthur, who simply shook his head. Every spirit we met until now wants to make a contract with you. Mr. Hopper said with amazement. You remind me of a group of people. Loved ones. Mr. Hopper seemed confused. No, you remind me of witches. They have high affinity to spirits as well, as they are spiritual beings themselves. The person I'm looking for is a witch, Arthur said, and Mr. Hopper chirped in surprise. If they are contractors already, then they must be on the higher worlds. You won't find them here. We still need to find the bookkeeper, right? The bookkeeper is in the sky world, so it would indeed prove difficult. No worries, good gentleman. I shall aid you in your quest to find your friend. In this world, nothing is stronger than friendship. Arthur didn't know how to break it up for the spirit that he was on a quest to kill that friend. So, he didn't say anything and simply passed the monument. How do we go to the other layers? We need to find a stairway, but there is a test. Mr. Hopper said. There are many stairways, so we should be able to find one if we look around. It shouldn't be a problem since this place is quite friendly, Arthur said without much thought, but Mr. Hopper made laughing noises that bewildered him. Sir, I think you needed to research a bit before coming here. Do you know why a seeker's journey starts at the infra-world even though there's one below it? The abyssal world. Arthur turned to look down at the grasshopper. Is it dangerous? The abyssal world is where defiant, corrupted, and wrathful spirits live. Out of the 5, the abyssal world is the largest and the most chaotic. Does that mean spirits of the other 4 worlds are good spirits? No, not really. Mr. Hopper said as Arthur sprinted over a bridge. Let me tell you a story. I'll keep it short. The grasshopper began storytelling. Long ago, the spirit's realm was closed to all. No contracts were made with living creatures. That was how it was since the first appearance of spirits. However, everything changed when the first seeker appeared. A human entered the spirit's realm by opening a portal to it. The spirit's sovereign welcomed the outsider and asked for their purpose. Let's be friends. Help the dimensions to fight against the end. The human said to the spirits, who knew no such thing as friendship. The outsider wanted to establish the concept of contracts. The spirits were amused, and the most interested one was the spirit's sovereign. The spirit's sovereign asked for one thing in return, the dearest thing that the human had. When faced with such a choice, the human knew he couldn't lie to the spirit's sovereign. Thus, the seeker gave away his ability to feel. The spirit's realm was divided by the spirit's sovereign after that into 5 worlds. Those who refused to create equal contracts were sent to the abyssal world. As for the rest, they were assigned to each world according to their strength. Now, when a seeker enters the spirit's realm, he starts his journey from the infra-world, where the weakest spirits are. If they wish to contract stronger spirits, they need to go through the stairway. Mr. Hopper finished his story, and Arthur felt his heart aching for some reason. The human gave away his ability to feel just to let others contract spirits and fight against the end. Who is the seeker? How would I know, good sir? The grasshopper chirped. I'm nothing but a storyteller. Yes, perfect memory. The grasshopper said with pride. I can remember anything I lay my eyes on and relay it to my contractor. Oh, that's very useful. Arthur was surprised. Do you go to different dimensions a lot? That, I do. Mr. Hopper said with unmasked pride. Let's avoid the chit-chat. Even spirits here can be dangerous, but that's not the case for you because of your affinity. And how can we find a stairway? Arthur asked as he reached an endless desert. That is also a part of the test, good friend. Mr. Hopper said as it pointed forward. The best way is always to move forward. Arthur nodded and sprinted forward. He met a spirit of sand and another of poison, but there were no signs of a stairway. The grasshopper kept idly chatting as if afraid Arthur might get bored. True to his words, the grasshopper told Arthur countless stories. One of them was an answer to one of Arthur's many questions about the spirit's sovereign. Why did he want the ability to feel? The sovereign has always been a curious being, ever since it appeared. There are very few things that he isn't interested in, and one of them is the life in the spirit's realm. The life here. Yes, Mr. Hopper affirmed. The spirits live in harmony, unlike the living creatures. That's why there is no war, no love, and no life. They exist simply by existing and doing nothing. So, the spirit's sovereign got bored. Ho ho, exactly so. Mr. Hopper chirped as it jumped from Arthur's shoulder to his head. The spirit's sovereign admired the human for his sacrifice and wanted the ability to feel as well. However, not all wishes end up well. What happened after that? The seeker created the 5 worlds with the spirit's sovereign before giving it their ability to feel. They left after that, leaving the spirits with their ability to feel things, and the suffering began. Suffering. We never got bored before. Now we do. Mr. Hopper's voice was melancholic. We never felt sad, now we do. It's a cursed gift that we received, and the spirit's sovereign suffers from it the most. However, it also gave you the ability to feel happiness, joy, and fulfillment. For a fleeting moment, those feelings seemed to be worth everything. However, during the 100 years we wait for them, can anyone keep considering them to be worth it? And that's the curse of feeling," Arthur said as he looked at the giant structure that pierced the sky. "Can't the spirit's sovereign return it to the seeker? They can if the seeker still exists." Mr. Hopper peeked toward the giant stairway in front of them. There it is. The Stairway to Heaven. An odd name, but befitting. Arthur looked at the stairway that linked the sky to the earth. "Is that the test?" He pointed at the giant bell in front of the staircase. "It is. Ring the bell that opens the door, and you can pass," Mr. Hopper answered. "However, it's not as easy as it looks, so use everything you have," it advised. All right, Arthur walked toward the giant bell and stopped in front of it. It was almost thrice as tall as Arthur with a long circumference. "I just need to strike it, right?" Mr. Hopper jumped away, allowing Arthur to bring his hands together. He enjoyed the feeling of clapping his hands together again. The chains gathered above him, spiraling around each other until they looked like a giant golden spear. "Open up for me," Arthur jokingly said as he brought down his chains. They struck the ring, and the disaster began. Chapter 365, A Spirit's Devourer. In the celestial world of the spirit's realm sat an individual on the branch of a high tree. A gourd could be seen in their hand, lined with numerous runic lines. "Where is he now?" the neutral voice asked to empty air, and the tree whispered an answer. "The seeker reached the stairway. It seems he attempts to ring the bell, my liege." The sound of hissing tree morphed into words that plastered a smile on the gourd-holding being. The being stood up and threw their gourd over their shoulder. It had long black hair that reached down to its waist. If someone looked at them, they wouldn't be able to tell what their gender was. Psyche of living beings. The eyes of the beings were entirely black except for a white cross in the middle. "Let me know if you are truly the one." As the chain struck the bell, there was a pause before a booming sound shook heavens and earth. Arthur was thrown off his feet by his attack and flew backward together with Mr. Hopper. Ding! The chiming of the bell came like thunderclaps, and it dispelled the clouds and fog. Arthur could barely keep his eyes open to see a large crack forming in the sky. "Is this supposed to happen?" Arthur asked with a dazed expression. "Mr. Hopper. Let me grab something, first." Mr. Hopper was holding onto Arthur's golden hair. "This has never happened before. The amount of spiritual energy you used was more than the bell can take." Arthur was confused, not knowing what to do now. He looked at the ringing bell, which its chimes tore a gap in the sky every time it rang. The gap grew more prominent across the sky, looking like a giant mouth. It was at the end of the stairway, but Arthur didn't think it should look like that. "So, what is going to happen now? Can I go up?" "Go up? You want to go through that thing?" Mr. Hopper asked with a shocked tone as it pointed toward the gap. Arthur simply shrugged. "You have disturbed the diving line between the worlds. Forget about going up. We need to run away before." Before Mr. Hopper could say anything, a deep growl shook the heavens. A pair of red eyes opened from within the torn-up sky as a giant, endless tongue got out of it. "What the hell is that?" Arthur was taken aback as a pair of giant hands stretched out of the gap. "Oh no, it's a devourer." "A what now?" "It's an abyssal spirit. It used the disturbance you created to enter the infra-world," Mr. Hopper said with fear. "It's a powerful being that devours other spirits, and you're no exception. Why does such a thing exist in the spirit's world?" Arthur was shocked as he looked at the giant enter the world. It had massive gray arms and a huge head that looked like a ball. The gap widened under the abyssal spirit's hands, and it made its debut to the world. Its foot landed on the ground, caving it and creating a large crater beneath it. "Hurry, run! What about this devourer? Wouldn't it run amok in this world? What will happen to the other spirits?" Arthur hesitated. All of the spirits until now were friendly ones. "The other spirits?" Mr. Hopper asked with puzzlement. "It might devour a few of them, but there's nothing you can do. If this thing devours you, you will live in its belly for the rest of eternity." Arthur looked at the grasshopper with doubt. He turned toward the giant spirit, which took a deep breath, and roared. Its roar peeled the earth off its skin and stole the color of the sky. You are telling me that even after you saw what I did to the bell, I can't defeat it? Arthur asked the grasshopper with suspicion. I opened a door that this spirit needs to enter. Arthur took a step forward and raised his arms. His chains extended for tens of meters, hundreds of meters, thousands of meters before they stopped. I don't believe that I can't send it back. Bind it. Arthur ordered the chains, which hurried to obey. They wrapped themselves around the spirit, which roared and stomped on the ground. A shockwave traveled toward Arthur from the spirit's stomp on the ground. Arthur jumped up and allowed the chains to carry him in the air after impaling themselves into the ground. He hovered above the giant spirit, looking like a fly in comparison to it. Let's squeeze you dry. Arthur clenched his fists, and the chains tightened around the spirit. They will break. Mr. Hopper shouted in warning, but Arthur didn't listen to him. Nothing can break them, Arthur said with confidence. It's time to toss you back where you came from. The chains began to push the spirit back as it gave another roar and tried to devour them. Once it bit down on the chains, the spirit's mouth began to disintegrate. What is going on? Mr. Hopper asked with fear as it saw fear in the devourer's eyes for the first time. The chains pushed it back toward the gap until it disappeared. Like needles, the chains impaled themselves in the sky and began to sew it back together into its original form. Like fabric, the sky stitched together, and the gap closed. Arthur's chains shortened when the process was done. He then grabbed the grasshopper on his shoulder and glared at it. The spirit twitched in his grip but didn't try to resist. Now, tell me. Were you testing me earlier? The grasshopper chirped in panic. Why would I test you? Mr. Hopper denied it. I was simply warning you. Anyone with a tiny amount of logic would assume I can take on the spirit after witnessing the gap I made. I don't know where this spiritual energy is coming from, but even I can tell that I could have handled the spirit easily. I didn't know that you were this capable. I was simply. No, you were testing me. Arthur squinted his eyes. You wanted to see if I would run away and leave the spirits in danger. Do you think I'm a threat to the spirits realm? Mr. Hopper was silent as it dissolved into a stream of energy and fled Arthur's grasp. It ran away under Arthur's surprised eyes, who rushed to chase after it. Wait! Arthur shouted and flew after the stream of energy that ran away. Mr. Hopper. He called after the spirit, but it kept fleeing. They reached the edge of the desert, where a giant dune lay. The ethereal energy finally slowed down and condensed into a humanoid figure instead of a grasshopper. Arthur descended a distance away as he furrowed his brows. The figure was that of an ethereal thin woman with her hair tied into a bun. She turned toward him with hollow eyes. You are quite sharp for your age. The spirit said, a familiar feminine voice coming out instead of Mr. Hopper's voice. Or you just suck at acting. Arthur said, and the girl frowned in displeasure. Who are you? I thought you would recognize me by now, as we talked before. The woman said with a pout. Are you the one who spoke to me when I entered the spirit's realm? Arthur asked in recognition. Why did you take the shape of a grasshopper? To keep an eye on you, of course. The woman said. I am the gatekeeper of the spirit's realm and the personal assistant of the spirit's sovereign. Ah, so you have assistants here as well. Arthur found the concept funny, as if the spirit's realm was a company and the spirit's sovereign was its CEO. So, why were you testing me? The spirit's sovereign sent me to find out what you were after. Knowing that you were looking for your friend, I can rest assured. However, the damage you almost did to the line diving the world. We can safely say that you were the one who asked me to use all of my strength. Was that another test to see how much spiritual energy I have? I admit it was a plan that went wrong, the gatekeeper said with a sigh. However, it was also by the orders of my liege. And what does your liege want now? That, you will know in due time. The gatekeeper said with a grin. All I can tell you is that your friend, the one who entered using the same portal as you, awaits in the skyey layer. That's the least I can tell you to apologize. Thank you for telling me, Arthur said sincerely. But I hate being tested or manipulated. As for your liege, send him my greetings. Don't worry. You can tell my liege yourself when the two of you meet, the gatekeeper said as she disappeared into nothingness. I wish you well on your quest, Psyche of living beings. Chapter 366, this one is called Arthur stared at the gatekeeper dissolving into nothingness in front of his eyes. He thought his journey in the spirit's realm would be an uneventful one, but it seems some higher beings were watching him. The spirit's sovereign, huh? Arthur muttered as he stared at the sky. I wish that I won't get into some mess out of this. There was nothing for him to do here other than killing Gala for her to turn into a spirit. Of course, if things like the spirit's sovereign noticed him, things might not go as planned. After all, he was committing a forbidden act by killing Gala in the spirit's realm. Even the witch knew that. Arthur would have to do it without the spirit's sovereign noticing. Infra, earthen, and skyey world, Arthur counted. He needed to ascend the stairway twice to meet Gala. However, even then, he would need to keep searching for her in the skyey world. I guess I need to find the bookkeeper that Mr. Hopper mentioned. Mr. Hopper helped organize his thoughts, so his absence made Arthur talk to himself. Using the chains earlier consumed a lot of his energy, so he had to walk back toward the stairway. The sky was sewed back into normality by his chains. This time, he won't strike the bell with all of his strength. Instead, he simply tapped it, and the bell began ringing melodiously. Is my spiritual energy that powerful? Arthur knew this was supposed to be a test, but he didn't know how difficult it was supposed to be. He looked at the gates of the stairway that ascended toward the sky open in front of him. He took the first step on the stairway and kept walking up until he passed it. As soon as he passed the gate, he felt a presence behind him. Arthur turned to look at the ethereal man that arrived in front of the bell. What is this giant thing? The man muttered as he stared at the bell with a blank expression. Arthur turned with interest to see how the man would perform. It must be a test of my strength. The man spoke in an ancient manner as if he came from a previous era. However, Arthur didn't hear this accent in Alka before, so this person must be from a different dimension or a different timeline. Very well. Let this be a test for me. The man shouted and took his stance. Arthur was amused by his antics and kept watching, even though he could now ascend to the next world. For everyone waiting for me. Just do it already. Why is he so talkative? Arthur yawned. This guy looks like he came out of a historical drama. The men shouted and punched the bell. The bell barely moved, but it was enough to give a small ding that opened the gate again. The men huffed and began ascending the stairs. Wow, that was anticlimactic. Arthur was amused as he waited for the men to ascend the stair. When the men finally saw him, he stopped walking and looked at him warily. Arthur gave a greeting nod which the men returned with hesitation. Then, seeing Arthur turn and leave without saying anything further, the men followed after him. After you enter the gate, which the two did, there was a long tunnel. They walked through the cosmos until their bodies became one with the surrounding, and Arthur felt his consciousness rise to a higher state. When his awareness returned, Arthur found himself standing in an endless plain with willow trees scattered here and there. Beside him was the men from earlier, as white as snow. Is this heaven? The men said in a daze. No, just the earthen world. Arthur smiled and answered. The men seemed to snap out of his daze when Arthur talked to him. You speak my language. Arthur nodded in response. The men spoke in the ancient Varan language, which existed before the merge of the three kingdoms. Thus, even though there were some archaic words in his speech, Arthur could still understand them. Are you a seeker as well? Arthur asked with interest. He wasn't suspicious of the men even though he might be another disguised spirit sovereign's follower. In this realm, he was at peace for some reason. As if his physical body was the one who doubted others and their motives. I am indeed as such, the men said. Are you a spirit? No, just another seeker, Arthur said with a smile. How high do you want to go, friend? As high as my fist gets me. The men said with determination as he clenched his fist. If only I had my wooden sword, I would have pierced the heavens. Oh, Arthur said blandly. Are you here to contract a spirit? I am indeed. What for? Arthur asked with interest. The concept of spirits interested him greatly, as it allowed ordinary people to have abilities. However, he never heard of such a thing back in the Yalvaran Union. I need to defend my village from the calamity, the man said with a resolute face, even though his features were vague. Arthur nodded in response, admiring the men a bit. Are you here for the same? I'm here for something else, but I'm also doing it for someone I care about, Arthur said without revealing anything more. Do you know the way to the stairway? What way is there but forward? The man shook his head as if Arthur was asking the wrong question. As long as there is a way, there is a will. It should be the opposite, but to each their own, I guess. Arthur shrugged as he began walking forward. Forward we shall go. He indeed had no other direction to choose, and the men began following him as well. They passed the willow trees and kept walking until the trees turned orange like a flame. There was not a single spirit around in the plains. Suddenly the sky turned dark despite being sunny a moment ago. Arthur looked up and felt that this was not night but a constructed mechanism by the spirits to feel the passage of time. We need fire. The ancient man said, and Arthur looked at him in a speechless manner. We literally have no physical bodies. We can keep walking. The gods are wrathful at nights, the man said. That's why spirits never contract when they are sleeping. Wrathful at what? Arthur sighed. Are you sure that spirits won't contract at night? He asked, to which the man nodded. Fine, we will wait here until there's light again. The two sat beneath a large flame willow tree, which the moonlight lit up. They didn't say anything and simply waited. The man was talkative if Arthur initiated a conversation but was otherwise silent. Arthur preferred quietness over any form of communication. He wasn't interested in the man's background because of the issue he had on his plate. Killing Gala. Even though he tried to treat it as a quest unrelated to him, a debt he needed to pay, and a contract to fulfill, he miscalculated something crucial. He never thought he would grow attached to the witch. When he first met Gala, she was just a way to learn how to save Ray from her curse. Now, however, she mattered to him a lot more than Ray did. Ray was someone Arthur met and fought a lot, but she was more of a responsibility than a friend. She ended this way because of him, so he wanted to help her out of guilt. As for Gala, she was someone who helped him and stayed by his side in this world. He wasn't ready to be the one ending her journey in life. But he had to. When I was a youth, the men beside him began speaking. A giant meteor struck my village and killed everyone in it, including my family. I survived because I was in another village, stealing food. Arthur didn't say anything, and it didn't seem the man was specifically talking to him. It felt as if the man was talking to himself. I became a man, he said. And I sought out the wisest man in the kingdom. I asked him for the reason the meteor struck our village. Did we sin in some way that the gods felt our punishment was appropriate? Maybe it was a twisted series of coincidences that led to their death. And what did he say? Arthur entertained the man. His answer wasn't complicated, but a single word. The man turned to him. The sage said it was gravity. Arthur stared at the man, who he couldn't see his features. There was no hint of joking. He explained that all things attract each other and that our planet attracted a small rock from the sky. Gravity killed everyone I knew. And are you here to get back at it? Arthur asked, squinting his eyes. No, the man stood up as the light began returning to the sky. I'm here to find a spirit that lets me control it. I won't allow gravity to kill the people I now hold dear. Arthur stared at the man silently. He never asked to hear his story, but maybe the man was also on a quest of his own and needed someone to tell. Wait, Arthur frowned. What's your name? He stood up from his spot after the man. The latter turned to him with puzzlement. My name. The man looked hesitant but seemed to deem Arthur trustworthy enough to tell him. This one is called Lee. Chapter 367, A Pig's Belly. Lee, Arthur repeated, his mind piecing together the riddle of a masked man he knew. Lee spoke to no one but him, and when he did, he spoke in an ancient manner too. Can they be the same person? The white light that outlined the man's shape made it impossible to see his features. After staring at him for a while, Arthur realized he couldn't confirm his suspicions simply by staring. Are you? Arthur's voice trailed because he realized there was no way to confirm it. What did he know about Lee, other than his abnormal strength? Simply by being at the demi-rank, Lee could hold back Astra rankers using the sword he summoned. Arthur couldn't see a sword with the man. Is it a coincidence? Are they people with a similar name and ability? Arthur could remember Lee's domain of gravity in Great Vividity. The way he made everyone unable to stand simply by being in his domain was indisputable proof that Lee could control gravity. Yet, the men in front of him was simply aspiring to control it. As he walked behind the men, Arthur's mind wandered as it formed ideas and shot them down. He already knew that he was in a previous timeline from the fact that Solomon was alive. If he treated that as a fact, it would also explain Lee's existence in the spirit's realm. That means that Lee was a spirit's contractor and that he was from a different age. Arthur felt as if the clouds of doubt were dispelled from his mind because it made sense. However, it only made sense because Arthur threw whatever he knew as impossible and possible out of his mind. He treated this as a jigsaw puzzle that needed to be solved. "You haven't told me your name yet, friend," Lee said with a respectful nod. Arthur pondered his options and decided to go with an alias. "Romeo," Arthur blurted out without thinking, and Lee simply nodded. "My name is Romeo." He repeated it not for Lee but to remind himself. After all, he now had many aliases that he couldn't remember all of them. "I understand." "Good name," Lee said, and Arthur looked at him emotionally. Everyone said he had a terrible naming sense, but he knew that wasn't true. The names proved it: Kira, Mero, Nero, Lilo, and many others. "Thank you, good friend," Arthur said with a nod. "I'll help you contract a spirit." His word made Lee shocked, and he simply stared silently at him. "I harbor no ill will, but it is fate that brought us together." Arthur wasn't lying, as it was indeed fate. For him to meet the past version of someone he knew from Earth. Lee saved his life many times, and it was only natural that he helps him contract a spirit. "I don't believe in fate," Lee said with a shake of his head. "Existence is chaotic, and it acts without regard to who you are. However, it's inappropriate to turn down a helping hand." "Whatever floats your boat," Arthur shrugged, and Lee looked around with confusion. "I don't have a boat." Arthur was speechless and didn't know how to explain his meaning. "I'm saying random things, never mind. Do you want to contract a spirit from the earthen or the skyey world?" "The celestial world," Lee said with determination. "It can only be that, right? You're aiming to be a god." Arthur laughed. "Well, as long as you can make it past the stairway." "That's what I plan on doing," Lee said firmly. Arthur admired his ambition and didn't say anything more. Then, the flame willow trees started to grow scarcer, and they met the first spirit in this place. "Is that a giant flying pig?" Lee said with shock, pointing at the pig eating the leaves of the willow trees. It had 4 giant wings on its body that allowed it to fly without flapping them. "Well, I guess no one can say when pigs fly anymore," Arthur muttered as the two looked at the giant pig. "Do you want to contract it?" "No, this is not the one. Moreover, its face is kind of scary," Lee said, and Arthur couldn't help but agree. The pig's face had human features, making it quite scary to observe. It nibbled on the leaves of the giant tree, eating one branch at a time. As if sensing the judgmental gazes of the two people, the pig turned to them with a frown. Then, it opened its mouth and let out a shocking sound. Moo. The two stared silently at the pig, which seemed to be everything but an actual pig. Arthur had a single thought in his mind. "For heaven's sake, why are you mooing?" The pig, however, simply opened its mouth and began to suck in air. The leaves got dragged into its mouth before the branches broke down and followed along. However, the pig didn't stop sucking, and the whole tree entered its stomach. "Hey, doesn't it look to be glaring at us?" Arthur said with hesitation. The pig's eyes seemed to contain infinite hate. But we did nothing to." Lee couldn't finish his words because his body began to get pulled by the suction force as well. Arthur was the same, and he tried to impale his chains into the ground, but the ground began breaking down as well. "What the hell is this?" Arthur tried to sprint away, but the suction force kept getting stronger until there was nothing he could do to resist. Lee was the same, and the two flew toward the pig's mouth, entering it without the ability to resist. However, when they passed through its mouth, the world turned dark, and they felt their bodies enter a separate space. Arthur threw in his chains to attack the pig's stomach, but they simply kept stretching out forever. Finally, Arthur realized this pig's stomach wasn't ordinary but had a compressed space within it. His consciousness grew fuzzy before he began free-falling from the sky. He looked around and saw the infinite blue in front of him, clouds mottling the horizon. As he looked below him, he saw Lee falling as well toward an island in the sea. "Grab the chain." Arthur shouted as he waved his arm, sending one of his chains to Lee. The men grabbed to it as Arthur sent his other chain toward the giant trees below them. The chains wrapped themselves around the tree, and Arthur swung around it instead of falling on the ground. He let down Lee slowly toward the ground, who worked to stabilize himself. After Arthur let go of the tree, he landed as well and looked around. They were in the middle of an island in the sea, surrounded by a jungle of tropical trees. Giant insects flew around, each as big as Arthur himself. He could feel many life forces in the island and beyond it, making him doubt his perception. All of this inside a flying pig? Lee looked around with shock. Where are we, exactly? It seems this spirit has a space compression ability, Arthur said with a frown. We need to find a way out. Our recklessness brought this. Lee shook his head. Maybe there are other people here. He wondered a lot. I hope not, Arthur shook his head. If there are others here, then we are less likely to leave at all. Believe in yourself, Romeo. Lee said seriously. Arthur was confused before he remembered that his name was Romeo now. Was Lee always such a headstrong character? Arthur could remember Lee agreeing that mechas were the path of a true man, so he did indeed give off the impression. However, Lee, with a mask, rarely talked. It might be to hide his ancient accent, but Arthur also believed that the mask had something to do with it. Believing in yourself doesn't change that we are trapped in the belly of a pig, Arthur said with a sigh. Let's find a way to make it vomit us out. And, all of this. Lee raised his arms and gestured at everything around them. Arthur agreed that this place was too bizarre. Why would anyone get sucked to the belly of a pig and end up on an island? We can only try. The only way is forward, right? Arthur said with a grin. Let's see what this island has to offer. Lee nodded, and the two walked through the jungle as Arthur used his chains to make the vegetation give way for them. As the chains whipped away, a metallic clang resounded from in front of them. A sword? Lee asked with wariness, taking his stance. I don't feel any presence, Arthur frowned as well as the chains pushed the vines, branches, and bushes away to reveal what the metallic object was. A monster. Lee shouted and punched. His punch made the tree part, and the shockwave struck the metallic monster in front of them. Not a monster, Arthur frowned. Just a car. Chapter 368, The City Inside a Pig. A car. Lee repeated with bewilderment. Arthur didn't answer right away and walked toward the old vehicle, clearing out the vegetation with his hand. It's a vehicle of transportation. You can consider it as a wagon that doesn't need pulling. Arthur explained, but the men of ancient origins didn't seem to understand. Is it a product of another world? Lee seemed to know of the realm's unique properties, and Arthur simply nodded in response. Did the spirit devour this metallic monster? It seems so, Arthur didn't try to correct him as he opened the door. It gave a screech as the dust flew everywhere. Arthur looked at the interior of the car, which had mold all over it. Why is there a car in the current era? Arthur wondered. Can this be from future Earth? There was no other explanation. It could also be that the spirit never visited Earth, but it simply came across a car that traveled back in time as Arthur did. Either way, this spirit is a lead. Arthur was interested in anything that had a clue about how to get back to Earth. He might be a lord here, but it wasn't enough for him to stay here. His mother, Oren, Emma, Oliver, Jonah, Miko, and Mistletoe waited for him. Arthur could never forget his duty to protect them and the debt he had toward them. That's why his quest in Alka was to guarantee Solomon going into the trial while leaving a good impression on him. Arthur looked through the car for any personal belongings, and he found a restaurant's receipt. Then, he looked at the time stamp and found that it wasn't in the past but the future. February 20th, 2050. Arthur read the date. He looked at the dashboard and found that it had withered flowers. Were they going out on a date? They didn't find anything else in the car. Arthur walked beside it and looked at the broken glass. It had blood. What happened before this car arrived here didn't look good. Have they died? Lee asked with a hint of sadness. He brought his hands together and began to pray. If their souls are in heaven now, may they be one with the divine. Arthur didn't know what kind of religion Lee had, but he didn't mind his actions. He hated all religions, and his father was the same. It might have directly influenced Arthur's opinion about the matter, but he didn't know. He tried to look for anything else like an address, but the car looked like it survived a hurricane. There was not a thing inside in its proper place. I should keep it in my subspace. Arthur tried putting the car inside, but it didn't work. The same with his skills and runes, he couldn't use anything but his chains of creation. Let's look for other creatures. Arthur walked off from the car after inspecting. Lee followed after, but Arthur paused. He turned toward the car and read the plate. 48378YVA/Y, Yalvran Union, Yalan City, Arthur realized. The disaster will hit the capital of the Yalvran Union in 2 years, bringing this machine to Alka. Arthur made a mental note as his eyes clouded with worry. The Yalvran Union saw enough problems with what happened to Alka. It was a wonder if it can take another hit. Is this wagon from your world? Lee asked, and Arthur paused and nodded. Would you want to live in it? I'm bonded to my village and my people, Lee said without hesitation. I have dreams of seeing every world out there, but they shall remain as dreams. How can you see the other worlds? Arthur asked, intrigued. Lee was the first person to say he had such a dream. I don't know, but there are enough legends to make me believe. If there's a way, then there's a will. I don't think you are using this correctly, Arthur said with a sigh. That dream of yours might not be as improbable as you think it is. He said, hinting at Lee's future as a member of Mistletoe. The men simply nodded as the two walked through the jungle. Then, as it began to clear, they felt the ground shake beneath them. The two looked at each other in the hill in the distance. From beyond the hill peeked a giant head of a creature. It walked slowly, taking its time as it strolled toward the two. Arthur squinted his eyes at the incredible creature, which wasn't a monster. A mammoth. Lee muttered in shock. It's as big as that hill. Arthur was equally interested in the creature, which lived in the belly of a spirit. He looked at its head and found several figures on top of it. Humans, Arthur muttered with shock. From their disheveled appearance and leather clothes, he could tell they have lived in this jungle for quite a time. This doesn't look good. We won't fail just because others did, Lee said encouragingly. They might help us leave this place. Arthur could only hope that would be the case. He waited until the mammoth reached them, and he had to crane his head up. From above the mammoth came out two people, a man and a woman. They spoke in Alvan language, which astonished Arthur. He thought they would be people of the Yalvran Union, which he can ask about what happened, but that doesn't seem to be the case. We are seekers of the spirit's realm, trapped here by the pig, Arthur answered as Lee stood there cluelessly. The man and woman looked at each other, whispering some things. A seeker. One of the great ones. We need to let the chief receive them. They should have information about the outside world, the woman added with resolution. Is there something wrong? Arthur asked, interrupting their conversation. The two turned to him and shook their heads. We invite you to meet our leader. The two people spoke at the same time. Arthur squinted his eyes at their lax attitude about this matter. Did they not fear that Arthur and Lee would harm them? Wait. Arthur paused. His eyes widened as he looked at the two. They were ordinary humans, not ethereal creatures like Lee and Arthur were. Can this place be separated from the spirit's realm? We will accompany you, Arthur answered after thinking for a bit. Since they didn't fear him, it seems there were some restrictions on the interaction between spirits and normal humans. It sounds fishy. What if they ambush us? Lee voiced out his worries when Arthur told him about the earlier conversation. We are strong enough to break free, then. Arthur shrugged. Lee nodded as if that was the truth. These humans are our only way out, so we can only follow them. A lack of choice is the greatest choice, Lee nodded. Not really, Arthur was amused. Let's follow them then. Arthur then turned toward the two people and nodded toward them. They led the way around the hill and walked into a rainforest. The humidity rose as the group walked deeper and deeper into the forest. Finally, they passed by a swamp, which Arthur used his chains to cross instead of riding the mammoth. Look, Lee pointed in the distance. Man-made towers. Arthur saw it as well. There were wooden watchtowers on each side of a valley's entrance. They approached the towers and stopped at the gate. We brought back seekers. The men shouted at the guards, who looked at Arthur and Lee from behind their helmets. The guards nodded and began opening the gates. Arthur noticed how odd their actions were. Even if Arthur and Lee were seekers, then their security shouldn't be so lax. They walked through the valley, which began showing the signs of a civilization living here. Huts and mud houses were everywhere, with people going in and out of them. The people looked at Arthur's golden body and Lee's white appearance with awe. There was also a hint of joy. "It seems seekers are respected here," Lee said with a nod. "We might not face any issue in getting their help." "I sure hope so," Arthur said, but remained unconvinced. He looked at their expressions and tried to feel what their existence says, and it made him scared. There were not only mammoths but other giant creatures used for transportations. The mammoth that the two people rode led Arthur and Lee toward a massive wood house decorated with flowers and trees. "Welcome, seekers." A giant man came out of the house and welcomed with a heartful grin. "Seekers are always guests of our humble abode." "Many thanks for the warm words, good friend," Arthur replied without showing his feelings. "Can we know where we are?" "Oh, a native of Alva," the men said with surprise. "This will make things easier," he added with a grin. "This is our city, Legan." Chapter 369, You Disgust Me. "Do you know that this place is?" Arthur's voice trailed, but his meaning was obvious. "Inside a spirit?" The men nodded. "We know about this already, but there's nothing that we can do." He shook his head with regret. "However, we are trapped here without the ability to do anything." "What have you tried, exactly?" Arthur probed, but the men simply waved off his hand. "It's inappropriate to talk here. Let's go inside first." The giant man grinned and turned to walk in. "Please, come inside." Lee looked at Arthur, and the latter shrugged and walked into the house. They were taken to a grand guest room lined with many spiritual plants. Arthur felt better the moment he walked in. He looked at his hand, as golden as the sun, and noticed that an aura grew around it. The men sat on a chair and gestured for Arthur and Lee to do the same. "Please, seekers. This room has a lot of spiritual energy." Arthur looked around in amazement. "Of course, we have specifically arranged it to welcome the great wandering souls," the men said, and then introduced himself. "My humble name is Ramba. I lead the people here." "My name is Romeo, and my friend is called Ren," Arthur said, lying. Without batting an eye. Ramba nodded with a warm smile. "Can I know the history of Legan?" Arthur knew that Legan directly translated to pig's guts in Alvan language. He was intrigued by the existence of civilization inside a spirit in the spirit's realm. He, however, didn't plan on staying here for long. The eater's spirit swallowed us before its contractor died. The spirit, however, returned to the spirit's realm. So we were left here, unable to leave this place forever. Ramba explained as if he had the lines memorized. The eater. Arthur was confused, but Ramba seemed to be acting a play of his own and answered straight away. The men who wanted to create a separate world inside his spirit by eating away Alva, Ramba explained. It happened years ago, and it's no wonder that it's unknown for most people. People tend to forget tragedies easily, Arthur consoled. "And how long have you stayed here?" 6 years, Ramba sighed, shocking Arthur. Lee, who didn't understand what was going on, stared around the room leisurely. "We have been trapped with no way to leave this cursed land." "And do you know of a method to leave?" "We do," Ramba nodded. "However, the spirit is stronger than any of us. It seems a portion of the eater's soul merged with it, strengthening it greatly. We found the spirit in the earthen world, so it shouldn't be that strong." Arthur pondered. "Unless there are exceptions. There are many spirits of the sky tier but refuse to ascend to a higher world. Gluttony's reason for staying here is simple, to devour things." Ramba said with a frown. "I understand. Can you tell me the method?" Arthur pleaded, and Ramba nodded thoughtfully. "Follow me." Ramba was a giant man with a heavy build. He had tattoos covering his barrel-sized arms, and they looked to be recent. His long hair covered his back, even though it was dreadlocked. The leader of Legan led the two seekers away from the city, toward the center of the island. As he did, he kept telling Arthur and Lee about the many aspects of Legan, even though they didn't ask. "There are many species of edible creatures, and we made sure that we didn't drive them to extinction," The trees seem to absorb the spirit's energy, taking only a month to grow fully. That's how we managed to live until now. I see, Arthur nodded. And about this method? You can say that it's the manifestation of gluttony's ability to expand space. If we can undo it, then we can successfully leave the spirit and return to the outside world. Gluttony is in the spirit's realm. Arthur knew the name of the spirit from Ramba. If you leave this space, then you are going to end up there, I think. I realized that fact. Ramba stopped moving and grumbled. But it's better than living here for the rest of our lives. Are you sure? Arthur said with a smile. You are safe from the outside world here, and you have food and shelter. But, if you return to Alva now, can you guarantee that the calamities won't shred you to pieces? The words made Ramba's body tremble, and the men turned to Arthur with shock. His eyes were shaking, and he looked at Arthur with a pale face. That's indeed correct, but... Ramba tried to explain his motives, but Arthur interrupted him without hesitation. Do you think gluttony will allow you to live here like parasites, feeding off its powers without a price? Arthur stared at the men, grinning even though he had no form. No. I think you already know that. Gluttony can't do anything about us. Ramba retreated in a fluster. I think it can. What if it took all edible things out of its space? Then, we would have found nothing but bones. Arthur said as he took a step forward. You lure seekers somewhere, and it brings you benefits. You have no desire to leave this space, even if you can. Why are there no seekers, even though you know of their existence? You built a guest's room for seekers without meeting any. All of them returned to their world after their spiritual energy diminished. Ramba said with a defensive tone. As seekers, we can't do anything to harm you. And seekers can't do anything to harm you, Arthur nodded. That seems to be the restriction placed because of our spiritual presence here. So I think you have a way to feed seekers to gluttony, and it serves you well in return. Hence, the greed. Ramba was quiet, clenching his fists hard. Arthur, however, wasn't interested in punishing or exposing him further. He only wanted to find a way out of this place. I don't care if you are leading me to gluttony itself or a trap. Just get me there. He told the giant men, who looked at him with confusion. You will follow me. Ramba's eyes turned wide with surprise, not understanding Arthur's reasons to follow him into a trap. I want to leave this place, and it seems whatever you are leading me to has the answers to my questions. So as long as you don't try anything funny yourself, you are free to go. Really? Ramba asked with doubt. You know that following me might not end well for you. Are you trying to deter me away from the trap you were leading me to? Arthur asked with amusement. I also know that I lack information about this place. I'm also confident that this spirit isn't stronger than me, but simply a trickster. Ramba looked at him, then at his chains, and seemed to buy it. He nodded and kept leading them, taking them all the way to climb a mountain. At the summit was a platform lined with many runic lines. The lines glowed subtly in the light of day, and Arthur could sense runes in it. However, the existence of runes here was outside of his expectations. This is the place, Ramba pointed at the platform. All you have to do is go up there, and the spirit will try to absorb your powers. Is that how you sacrificed the seekers before? Arthur asked with curiosity. And what do you get in return? For the first time, he saw a hint of guilt in the man's face. However, it was soon replaced with self-conviction. Ramba narrated without hesitation what he did before. I was the only one to talk to gluttony, and it offered us shelter here in return for our help. We needed to guide seekers here without telling them that this is how gluttony devours their powers. Ramba explained. In return, we live another day. Why didn't you try to leave? Arthur asked. You might have had a chance of doing so with the help of seekers. It's as you said. Alva was full of dangers. Before the spirit ate us, most of us lost our families to either war or calamities. Ramba explained. Even if the world is a better place now, we don't know how to live differently anymore. What about people who are waiting for you outside? Arthur asked, relating to the men. They can move on without me. Ramba shook his head with a pained expression. Arthur looked at him and saw a shadow of a man torn by life. He understood that some things needed to be done, but... You disgust me. Arthur said and walked toward the platform. This man allowed himself to indulge in a momentary peace at the expense of his morals. However, the lack of morals wasn't what bugged Arthur. The man could abandon his past life and the people who cared for him just to stay here. But that was something he would never do. Chapter 370, Death of a Spirit. Arthur related to Ramba's situation because he was the same. He became a lord of a city in Alka after going through so much. Here, he had countless people who looked up to him in fear, respect, and even love. What did he have back on Earth? He had a fake identity, enemies all around him, and a quest he needed to finish. The 3 years he spent digging through dungeons for scraps didn't exactly leave him overjoyed. He was tired of everything. But did he jump on the chance to leave everything behind as this man did? No, he did not. But, accepting that it was okay to run away would break his will. Ramba didn't reply to Arthur's words and simply retreated. Lee followed after Arthur, walking beside him. "What is this place, friend?" Lee hesitated as he looked at the platform. "I can feel its ominous presence." "It seems this place is where the pig eats seekers," Arthur explained, and he could feel Lee's apprehension. "However, I plan on going there." "The only way is forward," Arthur said with a grin, but it's not that Lee could tell from his face. "The pig eats seekers here, so it's the only place we can attack it. We are inside it, so it should be the strongest existence here," Lee said with a nod. "This is a worthy opponent to test our skills against. I think you should stay back." Arthur scratched his head, and Lee halted his steps. Then, turning to the faceless man, Arthur could feel the infinite shock he felt. "Stay back." Lee's deep voice trembled as if his soul left his body. "You want me to stay back while you fight the spirit?" Yes." Arthur nodded awkwardly. "I don't want you to get hurt or die. So it's better if you stay out of this until I'm done." "I refuse." Lee's reply was curt, and he wasn't willing to elaborate further than that. He resumed walking and went past Arthur, straight toward the platform. Arthur watched Lee's back with annoyance, not knowing how to convince this ancient man that standing back wouldn't make him less of a warrior. Before he could think of a way to trick him, Lee was already a few steps away from the platform. Arthur sighed and sprinted to follow after him, deciding to allow the men to fight. The two stepped on the podium at the same time. "There's no shame in avoiding a battle, but I won't try to dishonor your will." Even though Arthur said that, he was still tempted to use his chains and throw Lee out. The only reason he didn't was his debt toward the man or the future version of him. Lee nodded as the two took the stage, and light surrounded them as a barrier trapped them. From the central piece of the platform came out several runes that orbited around each other. The aura around the runes turned into a giant creature that resembled the pig's mouth. Arthur felt the platform restrict his movements. The ground beneath him seemed to disturb spiritual powers, and it was enough to make them unable to move. "I see," Arthur nodded. "This is why the pig is confident about absorbing seekers. However, I'm confused about one thing: why is this pig capable of doing such a thing to visitors of the spirit realm?" "I think because we are in a separate space, so the rules don't apply here," Lee said as he tried to move but failed. Even moving his hand seemed to take a toll on him, not to mention fighting the giant mouth approaching them. "I told you that you should stay back." Arthur sighed as Lee failed again to move his body. Lee then grunted and shouted as he took a step back. "My will is unbreakable." Arthur watched with shock as Lee's form began to distort, and he sprinted forward. His arms stretched long, and his legs bent unnaturally, but he was running nonetheless. The fearless warrior jumped toward the mouth and punched it, making it cave in. The aura of the pig dented in as if it was a balloon before it flew away and ended up slamming into the barrier. The spirit dropped like a deflated balloon as Lee landed. He fell to one knee as his spiritual energy wavered, seeming to be unstable. Arthur walked toward the man in a relaxed manner and stood next to him. "You are powerful," Arthur said with a wide smile and raised his hand. "Exactly as I knew you to be." The golden chains around him multiplied as they darted toward the pig's mouth. Like snakes, they wrapped themselves around him and impaled themselves into its ethereal body. The mouth screamed as space began to expand. "You overestimated yourself the moment you tried to absorb me," Arthur muttered with cold rage. "You should have kept away since you are." His chains began squeezing the mouth until it deformed. Weak. Arthur clenched his fist, and the pig's aura exploded, leaving only the runes inside. He then raised his hand again, and the chains flew up before whipping at the platform, turning it to smithereens. Space began to grow unstable as Arthur walked toward the runes on the ground. There were two, and he realized what they were. Space expansion and spiritual interference. These were the two runes the pig used to grow stronger. The moment that Arthur's golden hand touched them, they merged with his body and existence. I learned them. Arthur was surprised at how easy it was. He looked at his golden hands and attributed what happened to his current state. Arthur couldn't use his legacy in his current state, nor his runes and skills. He knew that it didn't have to do with his legacy, but it was because of the unique place known as the Spirit's Realm. Space began to compress and decompress as panic overtook Ramba. The men ran toward them and looked at the destroyed platform. He looked at Arthur with fear, but his eyes had endless hate within them. Do you hate me for destroying your little hideout from the real world? Arthur asked him, but Ramba didn't reply. The former simply shook his head and walked toward Lee, whose form began to restore itself. It seems I overestimated my strength, Lee said with a sorrowful expression. But only those who fail can learn from their mistakes. Well said. Arthur helped the men stand. What he didn't expect was that the moment their spiritual bodies touched, a portion of his energy seeped into Lee. You destroyed our home. Ramba managed to say with rage as the world kept shaking. Arthur ignored him and looked at the horizon. This world was disintegrating. Mountains crumbled and disappeared from existence. Arthur turned the other way and looked at the city of Legan disappearing along with its people. Did every single one of you want to stay here? He asked Ramba, who turned quiet. As Arthur turned to see his face, a sad smile appeared on his lips. You killed those who refused, didn't you? You enjoyed this world you ruled. Lights began appearing on Ramba's body as tears streamed down his face. The giant man looked at Arthur with infinite hate and rage as he gritted his teeth. You don't know what we lived on the outside world, Ramba said in a choked voice. I disgust you. He laughed hollowly. You judge me for choosing to live another day, but doesn't that say a lot about you? You never lived the fear I lived. You privileged bastard. As he shouted, Ramba rushed forward and punched Arthur. But, before his fist connected with Arthur's golden figure, the expanding space began pulling the two apart. I'm sorry for destroying your peace, Arthur said to the wrathful man. The alternative was to die. You don't know what I lived as well, the similarity is what made me disgusted by you. The space between them stretched. You are the choice I refuse to take. The world crumbled after that, and his voice echoed through the hollow space. His consciousness rose higher until a tunnel appeared. After he went through the tunnel, Arthur found himself at the end of a stairway. He landed on his feet and looked behind him. The pig was dying, and Lee was on the ground as well. The spirit looked at him with fear as it began to dissolve. A gate opened in the sky and absorbed the spirit into it. The gate had skulls on it. When the closed gate absorbed the dissolved flying pig, it began to open to reveal a different spirit wearing armor and a helmet. The death of a spirit. A voice came from behind the helmet. As Arthur tried to see what was inside, he found only two streaks of light resembling eyes. I am a guard of this realm, the spirit guard took a step forward out of the gate. Who dares to kill a subject of my liege? Chapter 371, A Debt to Repay. The spirit guard looked down on Arthur and Lee. It had several meters in height and looked at them like a celestial god. As Arthur studied the guard, Lee stood up after recovering. How come I understand his words? Lee asked with confusion as his body restored its shape. Arthur wondered the same, as the guard didn't speak the Yalvaran language. However, they didn't have the leisure to ask questions. The guard raised its giant sword and pointed it at them. Ominous spiritual energy gathered on the blade's tip, threatening to shoot at them. However, Arthur sensed no ill will from the spirit. We had our reasons to kill it, Arthur told the spirit. We were trapped inside the pig, and it tried to devour us. I believe that the spirit sovereign doesn't wish such a thing to befall his guests. The sovereign. The guard muttered in recognition. For one to know of his existence, who are you? My identity does not matter, Arthur answered. Do you wish to fight us? The death of a spirit in the upper worlds is no small matter, and you need to be judged before any measures are taken. The guard replied as it lowered the sword. Follow me to the Hall of Judgment. And where is that? Arthur glanced at the stairway behind them. As he suspected, it was a stairway to heaven. There was a giant bell here as well, and all he needed to do was to strike it. The infra-war. Ding! Before the spirit could reply, Arthur has already struck the bell again with all of his strength. Just like before, the sky split into as another abyssal spirit emerged from within it. I'm sorry, but we don't have the time for that. Ask the spirit's sovereign for the truth. We are leaving, Arthur said as he sprinted away. The guard was dumbstruck as the giant fish entered the earthen world. Since it was the closest to the gap in the sky, the fish attacked him directly. You have nowhere to run. The spirit roared as it blocked the giant fish with its sword. We will hunt you down as long as you are in the spirit's realm. Yeah, that's better than dragging me back to the infra-world, Arthur said as he approached the bell. He lightly tapped it, and the gate in the sky opened. You are next. Arthur knew that to go through the gate, one would have to make the bell move enough to produce a chime. Lee hurried toward the bell and gathered his strength. He shouldn't be able to do it, Arthur thought to himself. The last time, Lee barely earned the right to enter the earthen world. These were his limits, and Arthur didn't believe that he could enter the sky world. However, something changed within Lee's white light. Arthur's eyes widened when he saw a sliver of golden energy travel through his arm, which he punched with it. When the arm struck the bell, it produced a loud ringing voice as the gates opened for Lee. You. Arthur was speechless but ecstatic nonetheless. Lee looked at him silently as if realizing something. The two didn't have the time to chat and ran away into the sky world. Do you think he can follow us here? Arthur looked at the surrounding sky. They were standing on top of a cloud that connected to a floating island. Lee, however, remained silent. He was on his knees ever since they appeared here. Arthur asked him that they run away, but it was futile. I have cheated, Lee said at last, his voice ashamed. Arthur didn't say anything. He hoped that Lee wouldn't notice, but that seemed to be too much to ask. A sigh escaped the golden figure as he sat in front of Lee. That was your power, not mine. Lee turned toward him. No, you have not, Arthur assured. It seems some of my energy seeped into you when we touched, but that was only because of your unstable state at the time. That does not change the facts. Lee shook his head. It might not be an excuse, but it's an explanation. Arthur sighed. The only reason you absorbed some of my energy is that you survived the spiritual interference. Do you? Lee was silent before he asked. Forgive me. Arthur was caught off guard by the question because there was nothing to forgive. However, he understood Lee's train of thoughts, which came from an ancient aura. Strength was sacred in a world full of dangers, and it was considered the hard-earned asset of a person. That's why the moment that Lee took a portion of Arthur's energy, he felt guilty because he leached off Arthur's power. Lee, Arthur began. I will tell you the truth. I owe my life to you. You saved me countless times, and that's why I'm willing to help you as many times as you need me. This is not you taking my power but repaying my debt to you. Saved, you. Time is a confusing, twisted mess. Arthur sighed and stood up. I just ask you this. When we meet again, help me as a friend. Arthur knew that he didn't need to tell Lee anything more, as the men would realize who he is when Arthur awakens in front of him. Maybe that was the reason Lee wanted to follow him. Without Arthur's powers, Lee would have never been able to ascend to the sky world. A debt, Lee repeated before slowly standing up. He stared silently at Arthur and nodded. I don't understand what you mean. Nonetheless, if we meet in the future, I will use my strength to aid you. Good, Arthur said delightfully and turned toward the edge of the flying city. Let's find the gravity spirit for you. Lee didn't refuse and simply nodded. Then, the two walked toward the edge of the island, where the cloud they were standing on ended. As they got to witness the island, they couldn't help but stare in awe. The infra-world was relatively simple, and the earthen world had more landscapes. The sky world, on the other hand. Is this the remains of an ancient civilization? Arthur muttered as he looked at the countless structures like temples, towers, and a grand palace. They were engraved with illustrations, which were covered by vegetation. I have never seen such a place before, even in my village's library. Lee looked below them. There was a world beneath them, stretching far and wide. The skyey world. I think we will find your gravity spirit here. Lee was surprised. How can you tell? Just a hunch, Arthur smiled and walked on top of the highlands. Lee followed after him, and the two descended toward the runic city below them. The outskirts of the city were full of abandoned houses. As they passed a bridge above a dried-up river, they found themselves in an empty square. The city was lifeless, looking to be a few centuries old. As Arthur walked into one of the buildings, he found that it looked to be a bar. Cobwebs covered the tables and the counter. Who created this place? Lee muttered as he looked at the wooden cups. Why does the spirit's realm have such a city? I don't know, but I don't think this place was inhabited, Arthur said as he looked behind the counter. Other than the building and its furniture, there's nothing here. My lord, do you mean this place was built and abandoned? Lee said with shock. Arthur paused and turned toward him. Meeting his inquisitive glare, Lee explained. Since I decided to repay the kindness by serving you, calling you my lord is only appropriate. Nope, just call me. Arthur shook his head with amusement. Even though there were countless years until Lee meets the younger him, the ancient men seem to be the same. I know that name isn't real, my lord, Lee said with a knowing nod. I understand that you have your reasons to desire anonymity. Ah, thanks. Arthur said as he returned to their topic. This city, as much as it looks like it, doesn't feel inhabited, Arthur explained. Since we are in the spirit's realm, I think we are witnessing the boredom of a spirit. As Lee was about to answer, the two heard sounds coming from outside. They stared at each other before walking out of the bar. In the middle of the square, they found a wooden cart moving toward them. The cart stopped a distance away from them. Pulling the vehicle was not a spirit nor a human, but a wooden puppet. The wooden man let go of the wagon's rod and raised his arms awkwardly. Greetings, a voice came out from the puppet as its jaws unhinged. The mouth moved up and down as voice was produced by it. Where do I find the carpenter? I think I have some screws loose. Chapter 372, Stars Reaver. Hee, Arthur snorted at the pun. Lee, however, didn't seem to understand the wordplay. As Arthur stared at the wooden doll, he found that it didn't seem to be of the humorous type. I don't know. He answered. Ja. The wooden doll's jaws opened with a creak. Useless. It said before resuming to pull the wagon away. Arthur looked at the contents of the wagon and found it to have countless doll parts. That was eerie, Lee muttered, and Arthur couldn't help but agree. They began walking behind the doll's cart, trying to see where it would go. The wooden doll pulled and pulled without feeling tired, going deeper into the city. The building became more elaborate, but they were abandoned as well. Arthur and Lee kept walking behind the doll as if it was their lighthouse. They didn't know what they were expecting to find, but it was better than wandering. The doll stopped in front of a dilapidated building that looked different from the others. This one looked worn out as if it was older than the rest. The puppet let go of the cart and walked toward the building, pushing its swinging door open. It disappeared inside with no signs of coming out as the two waited. I think we should go in, my. Yeah, let's go in. Arthur interrupted. He wasn't against being called a lord, but making Lee call him as such now feels like manipulation. He felt like he was using time travel to make Lee admire him. The rough texture of the swinging door touched his fingers as he pushed it open. Even though he was just a spiritual being now, he retained his 5 senses. The inside of the building was dark, and the sawing of wood was the only sound that separated it from a haunted house. Is this the carpenter the doll asked about? Lee spoke in the darkness, but Arthur didn't have an answer. The only light came from a lit room on the far end of the hall. I need fixing, old man. The voice of the doll came from the room. Arthur and Lee stood at the door, watching what was happening inside. The puppet was talking to a figure standing by a workbench. Did you bring the other broken parts? The voice was hoarse. The language it used was fluent Yalvaran, and it spoke it even better than Lee. Arthur tried to peer the shape of the figure, but it wore a giant dirty cloak that prevented him from doing so. They are outside, but I need fixing now. The doll demanded, desperate and with an edge to its voice. I kept looking for you in the city, but you always wander around. I have things to fix, after all. The figure replied gruffly. You also guided some guests over to me. Despite referring to Lee and Arthur, who were standing by the door, the figure didn't turn to meet them. Instead, it kept talking to the doll, who also ignored them. I couldn't care less. Fix me now. Granting you a powerful ego was my worst mistake, the figure sighed and turned around. It reached out toward a screwdriver and grabbed the head of the doll. Ah! The doll gave a few shouts as its screws turned. After the process was over, the figure pushed the puppet away and returned to its post. Bring the broken parts and leave me alone, the gruff voice said as it resumed working. The doll passed by Arthur as it left the building. Lee and Arthur looked at each other, not knowing if they can just walk into the room. They waited for a bit before Arthur walked inside after seeing that the figure had no intention to acknowledge their existence. Are you the carpenter? Arthur asked as he stood behind the figure. That depends. Are you a doll that needs fixing? The carpenter said without turning. If yes, I am. If not, I'm not. I determine your identity by who I am and what I want. Arthur asked with interest. The carpenter paused as it kept working, but Arthur knew it was going to answer. That's how you humans think it is, so why not? The carpenter paused. All humans come to this place expecting spirits to fawn over them and beg them for a contract. Spirits see it as a chance to be free, I guess. Free. The spirit stopped working as it slowly turned to Arthur. You think that by contracting humans, we are freed from the spirit's realm? Arthur could now see half of the spirit's face. It had a charcoal woody face that resembled the doll they just saw. However, it moved like a human, unlike the robotic movement of the doll. That's what the gatekeeper told me, Arthur shrugged nonchalantly under the glaring eyes of the spirit. Ha! A hollow and dark laugh escaped the spirit's mouth. I would expect nothing less than the follower of that liar. Liar. Arthur raised his brows. Are you talking about the spirit's sovereign? You are not as dumb as the other humans, the wood spirit smirked. When contracts were first proposed, the strongest spirit proclaimed it as the beginning of a new era. The sovereign didn't tell us about pain, about feelings, or about how corrupted humans were. You choose your contractor, so isn't it? You change. The spirit roared, shaking the wood building. Arthur looked at the surface of the walls, and wood tiles peel off as the spirit's anger was unleashed. Human beings break, and what surfaces from within them is something dark that even the gods fear. Its voice almost turned to a whisper at the end. Arthur didn't need to sense the state of its existence to tell what it felt as its emotions dripped from its voice. You were hurt by someone you trusted, Arthur looked at the black surface of the doll. But should that determine who you are? The words disgusted Arthur himself because he knew it wasn't that simple. He knew that feelings weren't a painting that one paints but the world. We don't choose how we feel because they weren't logical. Save your ideal words for yourself, human. The doll turned and resumed its work. What do you want from me? I know they are ideal, but isn't the point that we shape the world into what we want, instead of accepting it as it is? I never received a visitor who's this chatty, the spirit snorted. Speak of your purpose in my city. We are looking for the spirit of gravity, Lee said, choosing to ignore the topic they were discussing. The carpenter paused and nodded. After placing down its chainsaw, the carpenter walked out of the building. Arthur and Lee were surprised that it was this cooperative. Next, the wood spirit took them toward the deeper parts of the city where a giant palace stood. Every floating island has a spirit that controls gravity, the carpenter said. However, this one is a bit unique, as it's guarding something. What is it guarding? Lee asked with expectations. A spiritual weapon, I assume. The doll turned to Arthur and stared him in the eyes. Are you the seeker of this spirit? No, he is. Arthur gestured toward Lee. The carpenter shook its head and sighed. You humans always bite more than you can chew. The spirit said with exasperation. He's too weak to contract this spirit, nor is he capable of wielding the spiritual weapon. There was silence after the wood spirit said that. Lee clenched his fist hard as his body trembled. Arthur didn't try to defend him because that would hurt his pride more. You are indeed too weak, Lee, Arthur said to the men, who turned toward him. However, weakness simply means you can grow stronger. Stronger. Lee released his fist. Here. He seemed confused but convinced by Arthur's words. You are right. The only way is forward, and the path of strength is an endless one. Haha, the spirit laughed as it heard their conversation. Ignorance is bliss. Let's go into the palace. The spirit led the way and walked into the empty palace. Arthur and Lee followed after through the silent building. The silence was almost suffocating, and sharp spiritual energy overtook the place. They reached the grand hall of the palace. On the throne of the court sat an ethereal spirit with a sword resting on its hands. The spirit had an ethereal body, but a plain mask covered its face. As Arthur saw the mask, his suspicions were confirmed. The mask this spirit had was the same one that Lee wore all the time. However, he had yet to know if the mask was the spirit itself or a curse. When they stepped into the hall, they felt a crushing pressure push them down. A gravitational force surrounded the spirit sitting on the throne. The spirit rose without talking as the carpenter beside them laughed mockingly. Arthur frowned when he felt the power contained within the sword. This spirit is a protector to Star's Reaver, the weapon of a demigod. Unless you can wield the sword, you can never contract this spirit. Chapter 373, Everything is Spiritual. Can a person contract more than one spirit on a single visit? Arthur asked while looking at the black blade. If the night sky was a broken glass, its sharpest shard became the Star's Reaver. It had no outline or a gleam but looked like a black crack in the world, reflecting nothing. No, and unless you contract a spirit, there's no way to leave the realm. The doll said as its joints creaked. Spiritual weapons are different, as they have a spirit attached to them. If you contract that spirit, then you can use the weapon. Sometimes, like our friend here, it's the opposite. Are you going to try? Arthur nodded and asked Lee. The warrior, to Arthur's approval, shook his head. There's a thin line between bravery and foolishness, Lee said as he turned around and left the hall. I'm not going to fight a battle I can't win. Might not be a battle, but I see your point, Arthur said with a grin. Lee left, and only the two remained in the hall in front of the spirit. The doll turned to Arthur questioningly. You should be capable of seizing the spirit and weapon, the doll questioned. Do you crave not the power held within the weapon of a demigod? I see, Arthur turned toward it. You wanted to see my greed and thirst for power, didn't you? The doll was silent. Well, I can certainly feel the power within it, Arthur said as he walked toward the throne. The masked spirit rose as the gravity increased by 10 folds, 100 folds, 1,000 folds. However, Arthur walked unbothered toward the sword. The sword let out a whistle as it cut through the air. The spirit raised it and slashed toward Arthur. The chains blocked the attack, and they didn't budge an inch. These chains are stronger than the weapon of a demigod. The doll muttered in shock. No. It retreated. They aren't even on the same level to be compared. I don't know about demigods, but these bad boys can never break, Arthur said with confidence as the chains approached him like obedient snakes. He patted them with his finger as he walked back. Are you one of the 9? The doll asked with fear. But they shouldn't exist anymore. Are you talking about guardians? Arthur was curious. No. I'm not. Were the guardian spirits contractors as well? That's for another day. The doll grabbed its arm and walked away. Arthur looked at its lonely back and fluttering cloak with interest. Then, he felt the gravity spirit try to make a contract with him. I'm sorry, but you are fated to have a contract with my friend. The lonely breeze traveled between the empty buildings, whistling as they passed through the narrow gaps. Arthur swung his feet as he sat on the edge of the carpenter's roof. A doll below him stumbled into the building, a sight that Arthur got used to by now. After a few minutes, the wooden figure walked out of the carpenter's workshop without its previous gait. The spirit sure is devoted to its profession, Arthur thought to himself with a yawn. This place is boring. He turned his eyes toward the figure sitting on top of the building opposite to him. Lee sat cross-legged on the roof, meditating. The meditation session started 2 days ago when Lee came back from the palace. He hadn't said a word since then. Arthur was simply wandering around since then. Gala wasn't in a hurry to die since they have already reached the spirit's realm. She was also in the skyy world, but Arthur had to stay here with Lee. Maybe that was just an excuse to delay the inevitable. I have to do it for her sake, Arthur knew, but he was unwilling. As he brooded, the door below him opened. The carpenter walked out with his cloak wrapped tightly around him. It ignored him and walked toward the outskirts of the city. "You are rather cold," Arthur said and jumped to land next to it. "After 2 days of being inside, you are finally out to get some fresh air." "You are annoying," the carpenter scowled at him. "Leave me alone. I'm sure your friend needs a lot of help doing nothing. He can handle it. I'm more interested in your purpose of leaving the workshop. Fixing things. Are you the one who built this city?" Arthur asked with interest. "Why would anyone build a ghost city? You are in the land of spirits, human. Spirits aren't that different from ghosts. Not even spirits reside in this place," Arthur noted. "Are you just bored?" "That explains my whole existence, thank you," the spirit said mockingly. "Now, leave me alone." "No." The doll snorted and kept walking, ignoring Arthur completely. Arthur followed after it toward the outer parts of the city. They stopped at an empty land in the middle of several wooden houses. Arthur turned to look at the line of houses. Half of the street was full of houses, and the other half was not. Then, the spirit in front of him took out a small wooden object. A small house. In the spirit's hand was a small wooden house that looked like the rest. The doll placed it on the empty land before walking away. Then, under Arthur's astonished eyes, the tiny house grew into a big one. "So, this is how you build houses," Arthur said with awe. He looked at the doll as it walked to the empty land beside the new house and placed another small one, which also grew. The doll raised its arms, and the houses grew pillars into the ground. Just like that, it built 3 houses before turning to leave. Arthur followed after it silently, watching as it went on around the city building and fixing things. "What's your purpose?" Arthur asked. "None of your goddamn business," the carpenter spat. "Understandable." The two walked back toward the carpenter's workshop. Arthur noticed that the doll slowly walked as if it had a limp. He kept his pace slow to walk beside it. "When are you leaving?" the carpenter asked exasperatedly. "If you are going to annoy me like this every day, I'll leave this island for you too." "That's a lax attitude toward your life's work," Arthur was amused. "I'm staying here until Lee contracts the spirit." "Then you'll be staying here forever." The carpenter spat. "Your friend is not growing any stronger by sitting around. If that was the case, then anyone can grow stronger. Do you know of a way to increase spiritual energy?" Arthur asked with interest. The doll ignored him. "If you do, then wouldn't it be better to tell us so that we leave earlier?" Conceited humans, the spirit spat and didn't say anything else. Seeing it like this, Arthur wanted to change the subject. Were the guardian spirit contractors as well? Obviously. Every human who reaches the Astra rank can contract a spirit. "You should have seen it before," the doll said. Arthur thought about the Astra rankers he met. The Awakeners president of the Yalvarin Union used its ethereal giant eagle to fend off against the attack of the forest. The other one was the men who chased after him from the Elio's empire and also the one who fought against Lilo's mother. He had a giant white tiger that almost shredded Arthur to pieces as a spirit contractor. Can people who are below the Astra rank contract a spirit? How can you be this clueless about the spirit's realm while being in it? The doll mocked. Spiritual energy is the sole requirement. If you have enough to open a portal to the infra-world, then you can contract a spirit. That explains how Lee, who was only at the demi-rank, was a spirit contractor. It also explains how he contended against countless Astra rankers and his abnormal strength. The only question is how did, or would, Lee end up with Seer, and that was something that Arthur couldn't try to enforce. Time was a delicate thing, so he only attempted to guide things, not pursue them. As for your friend, tell him that in the spirit's realm, everything is spiritual. The doll said as they reached the workshop, and it went inside without explaining further. Before Arthur could follow it, it closed the door and locked it. Arthur sighed because he had more questions. However, he didn't want to push the limits of the carpenter. At least, he was answering his questions, even if not all of them. His chains impaled to the ground and levitated him up. Arthur landed on the roof beside Lee, who was still sitting quietly. If he didn't know that humans had no form in this realm, Arthur would have thought he was a statue. "Did you hear what the carpenter said?" Arthur sat next to him. I did, but understanding it is a different matter. Lee's response came after a while. I know that everything is spiritual, but how do I make everything my own? Chapter 374, An Abnormality. I don't know the answer, Lee. Arthur shook his head. I'm just as clueless as you are, if not more. But, finding a way to grow stronger is a part of this test, and it's one I believe you will pass. Thank you, Lee slowly nodded in thanks. Arthur stood up and left the men to find his answer. He lied. Arthur knew a part of the answer, if not all of it. The secret to increasing your spiritual energy is to be one with everything, precisely what he did with his art of creation. However, Lee needed to figure out a way on his own. This was also a part of growing stronger. And it wasn't like Arthur could teach him his art, nor did he know if he can use his art in such a way, but he knew the concept was similar. Dust flew into the air when he landed on the ground. Arthur looked at his golden feet as he felt the spiritual energy in the dust. He knew that everything was a spirit in this realm, even the ground. To be one with everything. Arthur walked toward the edge of the city before leaving it. He kept walking until he reached the highlands they visited before. Then, he ascended the cloud. Finding a flat piece of cloud, Arthur sat down and closed his eyes. His senses stretched to cover the cloud, the island, and the lands below it. The skyey world was truly infinite. Existence is unfeeling. Arthur recited his art. As he did, he tried to see how it affected the world around him. He kept note of how he assimilated the world's existence into his power. Existence wasn't solely a physical property, but the combination of everything you represented, your spiritual energy, physical body, soul, the sea of consciousness, and your reality gate. These are deeply integrated into one, and Arthur strengthened himself by using the world to enhance all of them. His art of creation allowed him to move his mana so that he creates harmony with the world, resonating with its existence. Then, he would tap into that infinite source to break through the limits of his body and evolve into something stronger. However, he never tried to strengthen himself using the art, only for evolving and fighting. How can I resonate with spiritual energy? There was no stat for spiritual energy, the source of spirit's power. That's why Arthur was confused when he arrived and realized that his spiritual energy was beyond his rank. Master Ronin said something similar. At that time, Arthur dismissed his master's words as nothing but an exaggeration. Master said that I hold more fate than I realize. Was he referring to my spiritual energy? It did make sense, but that poses a question that Arthur feared answering. Why did he have this amount of spiritual energy? Who was he exactly, other than a scavenger that chanced upon a legacy? Was he randomly chosen because he fell into a crack in space? Didn't the other team members, who were of the demi-rank, fall into the same gap? The questions were infinite, but they all boiled down to one truth: Arthur didn't know who he was, what he was, or who the being with golden eyes was. The answer to all of these was the same, and he was tired of being unable to obtain it. There was no mana here, so he needed to recite his art. His spiritual energy moved, the same energy that made up his spiritual arm, and it began to resonate with the world. He guided them through the pathway, and he felt the spiritual energy in the surroundings merge into his. The moment he stopped using the art, the energy disconnected from his body. Arthur sighed and opened his eyes. He found that the cloud he was sitting on has changed shape, creating a giant dome around him. Easy now, Arthur smiled and stood up. He walked to the cloud, and it parted way for him. It seems using his art walked like a magnetic force for everything. As his feet sank into the cloud, he found it to be fluffy. Arthur crouched and tore a piece out of it. The cloud was akin to compacted cotton candy. Arthur tore another piece and added it to the previous one repeatedly. In the end, he had a fluffy pillow that he used to sleep. Can you even sleep in your current form? The voice startled him, and Arthur opened his eyes to see the doll standing above him. He groaned and turned to the other side. It works like meditation, you just stop seeing and thinking. So hibernation seems like a proper term for it. Arthur said without looking at him. Then, sensing the doll sit beside him, he opened his eyes. You are a peculiar one. The doll said as it looked at his body. Arthur could see its clear marble eyes with the two dots of light resembling pupils. My chains. Arthur looked down to his waist and torso, which had golden chains floating in and out. I still doubt if you are human because of those. The doll glanced down. But no, it's not about them. You are the first person who can sleep on a cloud. Lee could walk on it as well, though. Probably because you were with him. Do you think all clouds have this texture? The doll pointed down. If this spirit doesn't like you, then you would simply pass through the cloud. They call me the Psyche of living beings. Arthur sat up. Maybe that's why spirits love me. The doll looked at Arthur with pity. How does it feel like to be loved not for who you are but what you can offer? That is. Arthur paused. He never thought about it that way. Loved ones have it easy, the spirit continued. But something is robbed from them as well, the ability to feel any meaning in the love you receive. Arthur was silent. Larsa coveted him because he was a Psyche of living beings, and that's why she bought him. Dia was the same, she wanted him for his ability. Did anyone ever love me for who I am and not for what I can offer? I got into your head, didn't I? Your words are a reflection of how you feel, too, Arthur said after a while. Is that how you felt, too? Is that why you hate the spirit sovereign so much? For cursing you with the ability to feel. You talk too much. The doll ignored Arthur's questions. Your friend is nowhere near close to growing stronger. I'll just have to wait. Arthur threw his body back and leaned on the cloud. As you do, how about you pay the rent of staying in my city? The doll stood up. Follow me. The carpenter walked away without waiting for Arthur's answer. The latter sighed and stood up before following him. Since the spirit showed interest in him, he wouldn't refuse it. They walked toward the edge of the island, toward a flower bed with a single tree in it. The tree's surface shone brightly in the sun as if it was made of glass instead of wood. This is also a spirit, but it's a shitty one. The doll said. It wouldn't let me take some of its wood to create what I want. And you called me here to convince it. Arthur snickered. Am I your lumberjack now? It's better than sitting around and sleeping, the doll grumbled. I'll leave it to you. Bring me some of its wood, and I'll help your friend grow stronger. And every time I bring you some of its wood, you'd have to answer 3 questions of mine. 1 question, the carpenter curtly said as it walked away. Arthur smiled and turned toward the tree. The flower bed surrounded the tree, stretching into the distance. The tree looked as if it held glittering stars within, reflecting the light in Arthur's eyes. He walked toward the tree and reached out his hand. Phew! The branches moved in the wind, and it brought the scent of flowers alongside it. Arthur felt the spirit of the tree, similar to Riga's existence, resonate with him. Oh! Arthur was surprised to find the tree unwilling to communicate with him, even though this has never happened before. He touched the tree, and a force pushed him back. I see, Arthur smiled. He then closed his eyes and used his art of creation. Placing his hand on the tree again, Arthur injected it with his energy, strengthening it. The tree extended a branch as he began using the art, and the branch then detached itself from the tree. Arthur picked up the branch that looked like a bolt of lightning and nodded toward the tree in thanks. Arthur walked back toward the carpenter shop and pushed the doors open when he arrived. The carpenter turned to him, and his eyes went wide with surprise when it saw the branch in Arthur's hand. You are an abnormality. Chapter 375, Adrian the Doll. Now that's a rude thing to say, Arthur waved his lightning rod in the carpenter's direction. Do you want this or not? I do. The carpenter said grimly. I just didn't think you would get it so early, damn favoritism. Disgusting. The doll said with abhorrence. Done. No. Revolting. Repulsive. Sickening. Disgusting. You already said that, come on. I'm helping you here. Do you want the rod or not? Arthur said with hurt feelings. Give it here, the doll stretched out its woody hand, the charcoal fingers looking like a hook that tried to snatch the branch. Arthur was quick to dodge, and the carpenter glared at him. Two. Arthur waved his finger as he clicked his tongue under the hateful eyes of the doll. Upfront payments only. You want me to help your friend now? The carpenter shook his head. It would take a lot of. That's why you can deposit, Arthur said while playing around with the rod. By answering a question of mine. Fine, the carpenter sighed. What do you want to know? Well, first of all, your name, Arthur said as he presented the rod to the carpenter, who looked shocked. It looked at Arthur, then the rod, then at Arthur again. My name. The spirit muttered with confusion. Why, for the love of heaven, do you want to know that? Because there will be a lot of trading between us from now on, Arthur shrugged. It's annoying not to know your name. I lost my name long ago. The puppet's teeth gnashed against each other. It retracted its hand and turned toward its workbench. It began carving out another one of its tiny houses, silently working as Arthur stared at it. It should be a small price to pay for this rod, Arthur said with confusion, and the carpenter stopped moving. A small price, huh? It nodded slowly. Despite being different from other humans and despite wielding this abnormal spirituality, you are no different, in the end. Arthur went silent. I'm sorry for devaluing your name like that. Arthur walked toward the workbench and placed down the branch on it. This is an apology, Arthur said and walked to leave the workshop. Aren't you afraid that I'm guilt-tripping you? The carpenter asked. It is idiotic to act on emotions. I follow the same mindset. Arthur halted his steps. However, ever since I entered the spirit's realm, I felt free of doubts and cynicism. Whether you are manipulating me or not says something about you, not about me. Arthur walked out of the workshop after finishing his words. The branch was easy to obtain, and he was sure that the carpenter would need more of it, so this can be a gesture of friendship. As he reached the street outside, Arthur came across another doll making its way toward the workshop. The puppet stopped a few steps away, looking at him silently. My name is Adrian. The carpenter's voice came out of the doll before it resumed walking into the workshop. Arthur looked at the lonely building, wondering about the purpose of the wood spirit Adrian. Like a bullet zooming through the air, the ethereal white figure slammed into the walls of the hall. Lee bolted to the ground under the effect of gravity as Arthur yawned. The gravity spirit returned to the throne and sat down. The spirit spread its arm, palms facing up as if it was praying to some unknown deity. The black sword floated above them like a crescent moon. Arthur looked at his senior rise up with instability. His outline wavered like a flame, having no definite form. Adrian walked toward him and tapped Lee's body with a cane. Lee's form wavered again, growing more agitated. He let out a pained groan as he fell to his knees. The gravity looked like a giant mountain that wanted to crush him into nothingness. If you want to master gravity, then you have to suffer beneath it, Adrian said like a wise sage. The only way to make the world yours is by reaching the brink of vanishing and coming back. You need to steal a part of it in that process. Arthur wanted to say the process looked too brutal and savage, but he didn't want to break Lee's concentration. The ancient man nodded and sat cross-legged on the ground, suffering the might of gravity. The energy that made up Lee's body started to dissipate, and re-assimilate, and then repeat. Arthur turned to look at the cane that Adrian used to strike Lee's spiritual body. It was the same branch that he gave to the spirit. As Lee desperately tried to keep his existence from vanishing, Arthur walked toward the carpenter and stood beside him. The spirit didn't attack them as long as they kept their distance. What happens if he vanishes? He vanishes. That was a helpful explanation. Arthur mocked. Would he reincarnate? Such a concept is fantastical. Adrian turned toward Arthur with disdain. The chances of it happening are as good as zero. What if someone used a large amount of spiritual energy? He knew he was suspicious, but Arthur tried to mask it with a calm attitude. Adrian paused. Theoretically, if someone can separate the consciences of a spirit or a living being using an astronomical amount of spiritual energy, then they can allow them to reincarnate. I don't like that theoretically and that tone, Arthur said with a sense of unease. Adrian simply shrugged, its cloak creating folds as it rippled. The only being capable of such a feat is that liar, Adrian said before it turned toward Lee, whose outline began to reform. And even then, it might not succeed. Lee stood up and stared at his hands. His body glowed brighter than earlier. As he was about to walk toward the gravity spirit again, Adrian's cane blocked his path. If you go again, you will break down into nothing but spiritual energy. You need to give your energy some time to stabilize. The carpenter advised, and Arthur nodded in agreement. Despite looking reluctant to do so, Lee retreated and left the hall again. The man and spirit followed after him until he reached his meditation spot, where he didn't move at all. As they walked side by side, Arthur kept stealing glances at the can that Adrian used. Even though the spirit used to support itself, Arthur felt like it was doing it to change the land somehow. Is that branch special? Adrian seemed to have the mind of ignoring him, but Arthur was sure that it would answer questions as long as they weren't related to him or of no particular importance. That tree is no normal tree, Adrian said as it waved the cane. I never expected to find a normal tree in the spirit's realm, Arthur nodded in understanding. But how could it disturb a seeker's spiritual body? When the first seeker gave the sovereign his ability to feel, it is said that the latter shed tears over the suffering of the outlander. Adrian told the story that sounded like a legend with such a matter-of-fact tone that Arthur felt like the carpenter saw the incident himself. The tears, which held the power of both beings, fell in the spirit's realm and the physical world. They gave birth to countless beings of miraculous nature. One of them is this tree, and it can disturb the boundaries between things, and even between worlds. The boundaries between worlds? Arthur raised a brow. Wasn't this what he needed, to open a pathway between Alka and Earth? However, he also needed to mind the gap in time between the two worlds. I can see you are drooling even as a spiritual body, Adrian snickered for the first time since Arthur met him. Don't get too excited. I said disturb, not remove, for a reason. Oh, Arthur was disappointed. So, you just poked Lee with this because you wanted to disturb the boundaries between his body and the rest of the spirit's realm. You are quick on the uptake, I might even take you as my disciple, Adrian said conceitedly. That's indeed what I did, and your friend survived that even after getting beaten by Jorio. You named the spirit? Arthur was speechless. I thought names were given by contractors, not by other spirits. Adrian was silent before it began complaining. Anyone would get bored if they stayed here for a couple of years. Jorio is like my friend, but he's not talkative. Arthur was amused as he watched the spirit act like itself for the first time. Its words made Arthur realize something. The currently was rather talkative, futurely was not. Jorio might have brought this sharp change in personality. Giving names to things isn't a big deal, Adrian explained. You humans name your pets, even though they can't talk. Some people even name fictional beings. So, why couldn't I? As Arthur watched the spirit talk non-stop like a broken dam, a single thought overtook his mind: what were spirits? Chapter 376, Replacing Gods. The tree seemed reluctant, so Arthur had to give up more of his spiritual energy, enhanced with his art, to coax it. After getting the fifth branch from the tree, Arthur walked back toward the city. He waved the branch around, and he sensed the unique quality that the branch had on the world. However, he couldn't use it to its fullest potential. Only the wood spirit could. Adrian is full of mysteries, Arthur came to realize as he walked toward the workshop. Before he got there, he noticed Lee still sitting on top of the roof, meditating. Using his chains to jump on top of the roof, Arthur landed next to his friend. He sat beside him without saying anything, not wanting to distract him. However, Lee was the one to initiate a conversation. My lord. Don't call me that. I want to go through the process again, Lee said as he stood up. I want to grow stronger. Chill out, Lee. Arthur shook his head. Adrian already said that your spiritual body is at its limits. So you need to rest a bit before he agrees to help you. That's why I'm asking you, Lee said with a resolute tone. Fight me using your chains, please. No. You will die, Lee. Arthur shook his head. These chains are far stronger than the Star's Reaver. You've seen what happened when I struck the bell in the earthen world. That's why I'm asking you to help me, Lee clenched his fist tightly. I can't hold you back on this island. Even if I risk my existence, I want to grow stronger enough to contract the spirit. Why would you go to such lengths? Arthur was curious since he didn't know anything about Lee's motives. You've told me that a meteor destroyed your village, but it's not like that would happen more than once. The thing is that it will. Lee barked harshly for the first time since Arthur met him. The meteor was never a coincidence, Lee's voice lowered. It was by design. Design. Arthur raised a brow. Do you mean that someone destroyed your village? A man appeared in my village a month ago, Lee didn't answer Arthur's question directly. He told me that it would happen again. It wasn't about me but about the kingdom itself. We are facing famine, and the resources the kingdom can provide are limited. And how is that related to the meteor? The kingdom didn't want to admit that it can't provide food in these difficult times. The moment it does, an uprising would be inevitable. What about agriculture? No fertile lands, as if something stole their life. Lee shook his head. That's why the kingdom's strongest mage used his ability to summon meteors to cut off the dead weight every few months. I see, Arthur nodded. And that's why you want the ability to control gravity. To counter his ability. That, of course, and for something else. Arthur could hear the rage in Lee's voice. I want to kill the king and that mage using the same method they used to kill people. Arthur was silent as he looked at the sky. The fluffy clouds looked dark today, and he wondered if there was rain in the spirit realm. Lee was going down the path of revenge, but was that the right path to take? This goal will haunt you, even if you succeed, Arthur said after a brief silence. Revenge might be the right thing to do, but it isn't right for you. I don't care what's right for me, Lee replied. I only seek justice in this chaotic world, for myself and those I hold dear. What about the rest of the world? Would you go help everyone? If you ask me to, Lee said seriously with a nod. Man, you are so serious that I can't refuse. Arthur smiled. Let's take this elsewhere then. The chains flew in the air like whips, attacking Lee from every direction as he tried to dodge away. Lee used his spiritual energy and punched at the chains, but it was futile as they didn't budge. Arthur was bored. He didn't need to use the chains consciously, only ordering them to attack Lee in a non-fatal manner. However, it seems that even that was impossible. The chains whipped faster than Lee could react, and they obliterated his shoulder. The men screamed in pain, and Arthur stopped attacking. I told you that you would die. Arthur walked toward him, but Lee simply gestured in refusal. Continue. Do you want to die that badly? I'm not dead, now, am I? Lee said with a hint of pride. Come at me seriously. Arthur frowned before he nodded and raised his arm. You've asked for it, Lee, Arthur said as his aura exploded. The aura of creation made the world around them sink. As his arm descended, the chains multiplied and began attacking again. Survive this, and you will grow stronger. They descended like an army of destructive beings, and they destroyed everything in their path. The ground, the trees, and even Lee couldn't survive the onslaught. Stop. Adrian's voice appeared from above as the wood spirit descended. However, it was too late to stop Arthur. The chains arrived at Lee and struck him in every part of his body, destroying it. Lee screamed in agony as he tried to dodge, but there was no escape. Before Adrian could do anything, the chains retreated to Arthur, who began walking toward the dissipating Lee. Wasn't he, your friend? Adrian muttered with horror. What have you done? You've destroyed his spiritual body. He'll lose all of his abilities and memories. Arthur stopped in front of the dissipating Lee. I have so many questions, but they have to wait. As he said so, he raised his hand. The chains multiplied further, creating a dome around Lee. They left no gaps, and Arthur's aura of creation began growing stronger. What are you doing? Adrian walked closer to them. This aura. Lee earned this gift, Arthur replied as his aura grew stronger. He might hate me for doing this, but it's the only way for him to contract the spirit. Arrogant, Adrian spat as he walked closer to the dome. It reached out its hand before retracting it. It's the first time that I felt a thirst for power. You can take a bit too, Arthur laughed. I wouldn't mind. As desirable this power is, Adrian retracted his hand. It is as threatening. I might lose myself in it. The carpenter backed away from the dome before he found a spot to sit down. Enjoying the show? Arthur said as he raised his hands, palms facing upward. His spiritual energy gathered in spheres of golden light, which he merged into one another. You are playing the role of God, Adrian warned. I don't care if you do, but the heavens won't be merciful in retaliation. When the gods abandon us, what other choice do we have but to dethrone them and take their place? Arthur said as he walked toward the dome. Ever considered living as a mortal without tempering with the fate of others? Adrian said mockingly. It's a lot easier to accept that we can't control everything. Something being easy doesn't make it the right thing to do, Adrian. Arthur threw his spiritual energy at the dome, and it lit up. Like the brightest sun. I won't shy away from shooting down gods and demons if it means surviving in this chaotic world. Is that all you want, human? Adrian stood up. Are you sure you aren't pursuing the addictive feeling of being powerful and omnipotent? I have no answer to that because anything I say would never prove otherwise. I can only show you, Carpenter. I can show you that I'm different. The chains began pulling away from the dome like a yarn ball until they revealed Lee's form inside. From the white appearance he had, Lee now had strips of golden light all over his body. As he landed on the ground, Lee kept looking around and at his body. Finally, he looked at Arthur silently before falling on one knee, his arm resting on it. I wish to grow stronger myself, Lee said with regret. But I was too weak until I met you. This debt is one I shall never forget. In this life and the next, I will always serve you. Go get your revenge first, Arthur waved his arm. And don't forget what I told you before. Just help me out when we meet again. Lee slowly nodded before he started walking toward the palace in the distance. He disappeared from Arthur's and Adrian's sights, going further and further into the city. Here's your branch. Arthur picked up the branch and handed it toward the wood spirit. I get 2 questions today since I helped Lee instead of you. Fine, this is the last branch I need, anyway. Adrian sighed. What are your questions? I have a friend who lost her memories and abilities, as you said, but someone told me that happened because she contracted an evil spirit. Arthur began. Chapter 377, When the Time Comes. There's no good and evil in the world of spirits, Adrian shook his head as he stood up. Come, let's go see the final struggle of your friend. You'll jinx it if you say it like that, Arthur followed after with a sigh. Do you mean that she contracted an abyssal spirit? When we talk about those spirits, the term contract is inaccurate, Adrian said as they walked toward the palace. Your friend was forced to be the container of an abyssal spirit that ate away her spiritual energy. And that sealed off her powers and memories. I'm not that knowledgeable about human beings, but they are complex. They are not separate parts but integration of many things. One of those is their souls, which host their spiritual energy and abilities. Are you saying that abilities and spiritual energy are connected? How can they not be? Adrian shot Arthur a look of disdain. Mana is what changes the world, and spiritual energy is what makes you capable of that change. I don't understand, Arthur admitted honestly. What about reality gates? They exist within spiritual bodies, but they are a separate entity. The spiritual body is simply the incubator that allows it to exist. What, did you think that reality gates are small fleshy parts in your body? Adrian mocked. I see, Arthur ignored his attitude and nodded. So, if a spirit eats your spiritual energy or your spiritual body vanishes, you lose the ability to transfer your mana into the reality gate and vice versa. Vice versa. Arthur stopped walking. You mean? You've never heard of absorbers? Absolute mastery. Adrian shook his head. Were you living beneath a rock? Quite literally, yes, Arthur smiled as he remembered his days underground. I'm assuming that some people can absorb the world and turn it to mana. Great insight. How can you be so intuitive? Adrian sarcastically said as they reached the gates of the palace. The sounds of battle interrupted their conversation, and the two sprinted without further exchanged words. As they walked into the hall, something slammed into the walls beside the entrance. The dust cloud rose beside them, and Arthur hurried to help Lee out. However, what rushed out of the rubble was a mask-wearing figure holding the Star's Reaver. It was after Arthur dodged away that he turned toward the center of the hall. Lee stood there with golden and white lights covering his body, making Arthur have a sense of déjà vu as if he was watching himself back in the trial. The white and golden figure looked at his hands as if he couldn't believe the amount of power he obtained. The gravity spirit gave a hum as it bolted forward, each step increasing the gravity by 10 folds. By the time it reached Lee, the latter's feet were sinking into the ground. However, this time was different from before. Lee didn't stagger under the might of gravity but struck toward the spirit instead. The fist and sword collided, and a deafening sound shook the hall. The two figures flew away in opposite directions, but Lee was the first to stand back up. This sort of change is absurd, Adrian said. No, it's a blasphemy to the world. I pray the heavens are merciful toward you. The wood spirit seemed shaken to Arthur's confusion. Didn't you try to do the same with that branch of yours? Arthur pointed at the item in Adrian's hand. I simply replicated it using my methods. Replicated. Adrian shook his head as Lee arrived at the gravity spirit. You've bent the laws of the spirit's realm. Lee grabbed the spirit's wrist and punched it in the gut. A crack appeared on the mask, but Lee didn't stop attacking. The white light seeped into his punches, each destroying the mask further. Would the spirit be willing to contract him if he beats the hell out of it? Arthur ignored Adrian's remarks and asked with worry. Don't worry. There's no other way to prove himself worthy of the spirit. The carpenter assured. At this rate, I need to hurry up as well. It shook its head sadly. The battle was nearing its end, and the palace's ceiling was caving in under the effect of gravity. Arthur looked at the Stars Reaver slash off Lee's arm, which generated using the golden energy he obtained. One would ask whether it was worth it for Arthur to give the man a part of his energy. For Arthur himself, however, it was a negligent amount. The issue was that even with this negligent amount, Lee exhibited a spiritual strength that could rival a spirit of the sky world. Arthur might be powerful in this world, but he felt his powers gave strength to others more than they gave to himself. As the Stars Reaver slashed his waist, Lee didn't dodge. Instead, he grabbed the sword's edge and tried pulling it away from the gravity spirit. Arthur's golden energy seeped into the blade and turned into a black and golden handle. Arthur was relieved when he saw this, as all the pieces linked together now. The handle was one that Arthur saw before when Lee summoned the sword back on Earth. The spirit punched out using its other fist, and Lee met the attack with one of his own. Lights exploded as the building began to collapse. Arthur and Adrian retreated and sprinted outside before they waited for the victor to emerge. The palace kept breaking down under their eyes before it suddenly stopped. The rubble began floating upward and away from the ground. The fallen pillars, broken walls, and torn-down windows rose in the air. On the biggest piece of rubble stood a figure that kept rising higher in the air. As their view cleared, Adrian and Arthur could see the mask of the figure. Did he fail? Adrian muttered, but Arthur shook his head. No. Lee succeeded. Beneath the mask was Lee's golden and white body, and he held the Stars Reaver in his hand. With a black and golden stripped handle, the sword looked like the discontinuation of the world. Then, however, it began to disintegrate from the tip down toward the hilt. What is going on? Arthur questioned with a frown. Your friend might have proven himself worthy, but he can't use the weapon of a demigod yet. However, it's a good start. Adrian explained. The mask on his face, it seems Jorio has merged with him. The word start is so full of potential and promises of adventure, Arthur said with a grin. I think that Lee might change a lot after this. Is he still the same person before he merged with Jorio? Adrian pondered. That's a sacrifice he would have to make. You are rather a philosophical spirit, aren't you? Arthur snickered. But yes, he will certainly change. I don't know which Lee is the real Lee, but I think it's fine as long as he chose it. Adrian nodded as Lee descended in front of them. He looked the same as Arthur met him a few months ago. Thank you, my lord. Lee kneeled in front of him, making Adrian shoot him an "I told you so" glance. Arthur shook his head but was too preoccupied with Lee's fading existence more than anything else. What is happening to you? He asked Lee, who stood up and raised his sword. It seems that his purpose in the spirit's realm has been fulfilled, so he's naturally fading away and returning to the real world, Adrian explained. Lee kept silent before turning toward Arthur. Return to your world and do what you have to do. Arthur understood the man's intentions without him speaking them. It seems the change has already taken shape in his personality. When the time is right, we will meet again. My lord, can I know? Lee didn't finish his sentence, but Arthur understood what he wanted to say. He was asking for Arthur's name. Arthur hesitated. Should he give Lee his name, even if that would change everything? Maybe he needed to tell Lee his name to be saved by him in the past. Time was an annoying thing. If I do or do not, things will be unpredictable. Arthur wanted to argue that since things already happened, nothing he does would matter as things will find a way to happen. Of course, that didn't include the significant changes, like killing someone, but it shouldn't matter if it were about an intersection of two paths. Lee didn't start calling me my lord until I awakened and showed him the powers of creation. He must have recognized me on his own. Arthur wanted to imagine a different scenario where Lee helps him the moment he arrives on Earth. If that happened, Arthur wouldn't obtain his legacy. He imagined a different scenario where Lee warns him about Ellen. If that happened, then Arthur wouldn't have come to Alka and met Solomon. If he didn't meet Solomon, he would die at the trial. You will know when the time comes. Chapter 378, He. The tree looked like the conjugation of stars assembled as the symbol of life. The tree's leaves and branches danced in the wind, throwing its shade over Arthur's face. The sound of footsteps made him open his eyes, and he found Lee standing in front of him. You are still here? Arthur sat up as he questioned. It has already been a day since you were supposed to disappear. Get out of here already. Lee didn't say anything and simply sat beside him. Arthur glanced at the white, mixed with golden man sitting silently beside him, missing how chatty he was before. Is it because of my spiritual energy? Arthur tried to guess a possibility for the delay, and Lee nodded. I see, but I don't think it's going to take you long until you leave this place. Do you like trees, my lord? Lee looked at the tree above them and asked. Arthur was taken aback by the question, but he nodded anyway, as he did like trees. Lee seemed to be thinking of things and nodded without saying anything more. Arthur paused as a forgotten memory appeared in his mind. The mask that Lee wore right now was white with nothing engraved on it. However, if Arthur remembers correctly, all of Mistletoe's members had a symbol engraved on their masks. Lee's symbol was of a tree. Are you going now? Arthur turned toward the fading man, who simply nodded. Our meeting was brief, my lord, Lee said with his hands resting on his knees before he stood up. However, the things you gave are ones I will never forget. I know, Arthur looked up at the disappearing man. I never thought that I would find you here. Go and overthrow the kingdom. Goodbye, Lee. Beneath the glowing tree, Lee disappeared from the world. Arthur let go of a sigh that he didn't know he was holding. With this, he finished another task he needed to do for his past self. He was tired of making sure that the timeline would be as planned, which hindered his present growth. Without the past, then there wouldn't be a present. Arthur realized as the carpenter ascended the ridge to sit beside him. I never thought I would think of this, but past me is spoiled as hell. Are you lonely now? Adrian asked with amusement as he sat down. Don't worry. I'll be leaving soon too. Where to? Arthur was surprised. Are you leaving the skyey world? No. I'm leaving the spirit's realm. Adrian revealed. Thanks to the branches you gave me, I have finally fulfilled my task. No need for thanks, Arthur smiled. I think you owe me a question. I do, Adrian nodded. Since this is farewell, I will answer whatever question you have. Surprisingly sentimental, Arthur was amused. Tell me, carpenter. What is your task, and why are you building this grand city? It seems you know that those two questions have the same answer. Adrian nodded. My task is to prepare for the end of the world. The end thing again, Arthur sighed. What are you preparing for? When the split can no longer hold back the calamities, they will tear down the gates and attack the world. The final dawn will arrive, and there will either be us, or them. The gates. Arthur was surprised. It wasn't that he hadn't expected as much, but he was surprised that the wood spirit knew this amount of information. And you know about the split. I'm not an ignorant spirit, boy. The wooden doll grinned, its marble eyes flickering with ancient knowledge. I am the carpenter tasked with building the ancient city, waiting for the end. Do you know that people of Earth are trying to go beyond the gates? Foolishness, as it would only bring forth the end. Adrian stood up and began walking. Follow me. Arthur followed after him, and the two walked around the city. When they reached the place, Arthur realized that one of the branches had been turned into a pillar of light. You can make a pillar out of a branch. Arthur was shocked. They call you the carpenter for a reason. Humph, Adrian touched the pillar. I don't know how you fall into the grand design of things, but I know that you are crucial in the battle to come. The pillar began to glow, and Adrian removed his hand before walking in a different direction. Arthur followed after him silently as he listened to the words that dispelled a part of the fog that clouded the mystery. This city is the reason I exist. Adrian looked at the building, and Arthur could see affection in his eyes. When he asked me to build a place for survivors, I thought he was joking. Arthur was confused, but the wood spirit ignored him. Now, I only need to transfer the city to the final battlefield and wait for his arrival. Who is he? Arthur couldn't help but ask. It was the first time that Adrian talked about another person. From his words, Arthur realized that the identity of the person in question wasn't normal. When I met him, Adrian continued without answering Arthur as if they spoke different languages. I never thought that such a person could exist. Such arrogance. Come on, man, answer me. Arthur didn't want to entertain his drama, but they have arrived at the second pillar. After activating it as well, Adrian kept walking and talking. He orchestrated everything. The final stage, the actors, and the ending. Now, after so many years, I can't help but wonder. Adrian spoke unceasingly. Did he plan my misery as well? I don't know. But he was kind, so I don't think so. He was kinder than everything. And in everything I see him. They reached the third pillar, and Adrian activated it as well. Arthur gave up the idea of trying to understand what he was trying to say and simply decided to listen. This way, he might find out who he was talking about. The world was cruel, crueler than he could accept, so he believed in goodness. Can you believe that someone as powerful as him believed there was goodness in the world? Arthur felt like Adrian was asking him but not asking him. The carpenter seemed to have bottled down these thoughts for countless years, and he was revealing them only now. The carpenter spoke his purpose into existence as if trying to solidify it, conceptualize it, and turn it into something he would never lose in this chaotic world. Then, finally, he said his final piece after activating the fourth pillar. You see, this city is what he asked of me. He wanted me to build a place for those with nowhere to return to, a place for people like himself. So that's the answer to your question. I'm building this city because of a promise to be kind when the end arrives. At that time, I will meet him again, and my promise will be fulfilled. Adrian activated the fifth pillar, and the world began to buzz. Finally, the carpenter turned toward Arthur with both confusion and dread. Who are you, human? Why are you here? Why did fate lead you to my doorsteps, and why did it make you the final key to my task? Arthur could feel that Adrian didn't expect an answer from him. But, even if it did, Arthur didn't have an answer to its question. I am lost, Adrian. Arthur looked at his hand as the words resonated with his soul before they left his mouth. The world has a habit of entangling itself the moment I think I understand it. There are never answers, but only questions birthing answers. When you run out of questions, you also run out of reasons to move forward, Adrian said as he walked toward Arthur. The island seemed to be descending toward the ground. The time when there are no more questions will come, so don't be in a hurry. Arthur could feel a change in the world around them. He looked at Adrian before walking to the edge of the island. As he looked below, he found that a giant rift has opened below them. Is this why you needed the branches of the tree? Arthur turned toward Adrian. In my hands, these branches can open portals to leave the spirit's realm, Adrian said without pride but a wondering voice. It's time that I leave and for you to do the same. Is this going to be the last time we meet? Who knows? Adrian shrugged. If you survive until the end of this wretched show, then we will have a chance. At that time, I'll give you a house in my city. Adrian waved his hand, and roots sprung up below Arthur, carrying him away from the island. As the island descended, the roots carried Arthur away. Goodbye, grumpy carpenter, Arthur muttered as he saw the rift engulf the island. In a matter of seconds, the floating island left the spirit's realm. Chapter 379, Underwater Palace. Arthur jumped off the descending root and rolled on the ground below. The rift was closing after it had allowed the island, and he witnessed the sight from the land below. After everything settled, the eerie silence of the surroundings struck Arthur harder than he expected. It seems he was alone again after meeting an old friend and a bizarre spirit. As for what Adrian told him before he left, Arthur could only make out a few things. First, a being, a human, or a spirit had tasked Adrian with building a city for the people to survive when the end arrives. As for the end itself, it was no other than what Jizo said will happen if humans kept going beyond the gate. Then, the split will undo itself, and the calamity gates will open. At that time, neither Alka nor Earth will survive. As for what he knew about the calamities, it wasn't a lot. There were the Enders, vampires overlord Kar, and Lord of Giants, Lorth. Kar was the one infiltrating the royal court, and Lorth was the one who killed Jaizo's family. Where am I? Finding himself alone and purposeless again, Arthur couldn't help but feel a sense of realignment with reality. He didn't want to face it so quickly, but he might need to kill Gala now. She was in this world, after all. Arthur looked at the surrounding. He was on a sandy beach, and his feet dug into the cold ground. The waves crashed to the shore, covering his feet with water. Are you also a spirit? Arthur asked the water, and he heard the hum of a distant being. Then, with a smile, he sat down on the sand. After closing his eyes, Arthur sent his chains in all 8 directions around him. They traveled far and wide, covering the area around him in an instant. He coned for spirits or anything that would guide him to the bookkeeper. His chains covered the land, generating new chains until they resembled a branchy tree with Arthur in its center. They also spread over the sea. How far can they stretch? Arthur wondered to himself as he pushed to test his limit. But can I test what doesn't exist? He didn't feel like there was a limit to his chains, as if they were one with this realm. They endlessly stretched until something touched them in the middle of the sea. Arthur snapped his eyes open and turned in that direction as his chains began to retreat into his body. Is it a spirit? Arthur wondered as he stood up. His chains were like measure tapes that rolled back into his body, retreating at unprecedented speed. Can you hold me up, dearest sea? Arthur asked, and the sea gave a hum in reply. Without hesitation, Arthur ran on top of the water. True to its words, the sea held him floating above the water as he ran on top of it. The location of the spirit was far from the shore, so Arthur had run for a while. He ran for an hour before he met another being. Arthur found a raft in the middle of the sea, and there was another seeker on top of it. The seeker was like a flame, and their aura was wild and flickering. They stood on top of the raft proudly. As Arthur ran past them, he could tell how speechless they were by his actions. Hello, friend. Arthur stopped running in front of the raft, standing firmly on top of the waves. The seeker looked at him, then at his legs, then back at him. Oh, great spirit. With a feminine voice, the girl said in Alvan language. Are you the ruler of this sea? This humble one wishes to contract you. What? No. Please don't be hasty to reject. The seeker went on one knee as if she was proposing. She clapped her hands together as if she was praying. I promise you as much fish you want if you accept to contract me. Fish. Arthur was taken aback. He was no spirit, but he didn't think they could eat. No. As I was saying, I'm not the deity of this sea or whatever. Ah. The woman tilted her head. If you are not, how can you walk on water? I just asked it. You asked it. The woman seemed confused. She looked at the raging sea and how Arthur rose and dropped with the waves. This must be a test to see if I can judge correctly. I know that you are the deity of seas, rider of waves. Bro, I'm not, Arthur said casually. All I want is to ask you about a spirit around here. I sensed its existence, so did you see anything? I have not, great spirit. The woman shook her head. I took the sea 3 days ago, and your esteemed self is the only one I met. Damn, this woman is a kiss-ass. Arthur thought to himself, but maybe that was how ordinary people contracted spirits. Furthermore, she kept referring to him as a spirit even though he said he was not. I see. Well, thank you. Arthur nodded and sprinted away from the raft. However, the woman called after him to wait and began following after him. Please wait, great one. If you don't wish to contract me, please guide me to your palace so that I can contract one of your subordinates. As I said, I'm not a spirit. Arthur turned and shouted toward the raft woman, who used her spiritual energy to propel her forward. Wait, what do you mean by a palace? Ah, I heard that you have an underwater palace. The woman said. If you can allow me entry, then I can convince a different spirit to. Underwater. Arthur looked down. Well, I guess that it was indeed foolish of me to expect a spirit above water in the open sea. The being I sensed must have been underwater. Before the woman could plead again, Arthur threw his chains underwater. They dived downward and impaled themselves to the bottom of the sea before they pulled Arthur down. With a splashing sound, Arthur dived underwater under the eyes of the woman. The salty water should have made him drown, but Arthur didn't need air in his current form. It feels as if I'm floating in space, Arthur realized as he opened his eyes. The light from the sky lit up the upper regions of the sea, but the bottom looked like an abyss. He commanded his chains to pull him downward, but he realized that his unhindered diving didn't come for free. A portion of his spiritual energy was absorbed by the sea every minute he stayed underwater. Arthur felt a presence above him and looked up to find the woman diving after him, her blue flame aura protecting her from the sea. It seems that even if you didn't need oxygen, the sea was one giant entity that could devour you alive if it tried. Guide me, Great Spirit. Guide you, my ass. I don't know where to go as well. Arthur commanded his chains to pull him down as he ignored the woman. If she wanted to follow him into the abyss, then he would simply let her do that. He only tried to find a spirit that knew the bookkeeper's location. After all, he couldn't wander in the skyey world to find Gala. That would take months, if not years. Arthur dived deeper into the sea until the light from above grew faint. The sea clouded his senses, which was a spirit on its own. That's why it was late before he realized that the abyss below contained a gigantic being. The powerful underwater currents were enough for him to realize that something was moving. He squinted his eyes as he tried to make out the figure, but there was nothing but darkness in front of him. Arthur turned to look around and finally made out the edge of the creature. The distance its body covered sent chills down the spine he currently lacked. Wait, is this a whale? Arthur realized with horror as his eyes adjusted to the darkness. The giant spirit, whose size made Arthur look like an ant next to it, opened its mouth to let out a deep growl. The moment its mouth opened, a powerful suction force pulled Arthur and the woman into the whale's mouth. I'm not letting this happen again. Arthur threw his chains toward the bottom of the ocean and the whale's body. They impaled themselves securely and kept Arthur from drifting underground. The woman didn't have something as handy as his chains, so she simply drifted toward the whale's mouth. Unfortunately, it seems she was late to realize the existence of the giant spirit, and she screamed once she did. I can't let her die, Arthur inwardly sighed as she sent a chain that wrapped itself around her body, pulling her closer to him. Chapter 380, The Greatest Pirate. The whale closed its mouth after swallowing a large portion of the water. Arthur wondered if it was eating this way, as the sea was also made of spiritual energy. His chains dug into the ground, the more powerful they were sucked into the whale. As the whale was about to close its mouth, Arthur noticed a figure swimming away from it. He squinted his eyes and could make out that figure had a giant tail and the upper body of a human. It was a spirit. Before the whale could eat the swimming spirit, Arthur sent his chains toward it. The spirit flinched when the chain passed and wrapped around it. Arthur pulled the spirit away from the whale, which closed its mouth at last. The currents generated when the whale swam away from them threatened to send them away. Arthur was sure that if this giant spirit brushed past an ordinary seeker, they would be obliterated by the impact. He moved the woman and the spirit away from the whale lest they get hurt. When the whale was finally a distance away, Arthur released both of them after bringing the spirit close enough for him to see. A demi. Arthur muttered with surprise as he looked at the spirit in front of him. It had a giant tail for its lower body, but it had a human torso. However, its big and blue eyes were bottomless blue. Reswan af Nera, with its wavering hair and feminine voice, the spirit spoke of a language that Arthur didn't know. When it sensed Arthur's confusion, it swam closer and touched his arm. Arthur felt knowledge seep into his mind, and he learned a new language with its vast vocabulary and grammar. The spirit looked grateful as it repeated its words, but this time they made sense to Arthur. Thank you for helping me, the spirit said before looking at Arthur up and down, not knowing how to address him. Golden Sun. It seemed to be a fitting name for Arthur's appearance. No need for thanks, Arthur waved his hand as he replied in the language he just learned. What you did right now was a special gift from the sea spirits, language of the sea. It said with a grin of sharp white teeth. A small token of appreciation for the help. It said with a sweet voice and a sweeter expression, giving Arthur the uneasy feeling that he was under some sort of charismatic hypnosis. Ugh. The woman groaned, and it was brought to Arthur's attention that she couldn't stay underwater for long. He sighed and began swimming upward, carrying her above the surface. His chain impaled her raft, which had drifted away because of the whale, and brought it close. Using his other chain, Arthur threw the woman on her raft and allowed her to recover. The spirit followed them above the surface as Arthur climbed into the raft to sit down. "Is she your friend?" the spirit asked, looking touched by the scene. "Nah, I just found her in the sea," Arthur replied with a shake of his head. "Tell me, do you know of a spirit called the bookkeeper?" "I certainly do," the spirit nodded. "What do you need it for?" "I want to find someone." Arthur brimmed with expectations. "Can you take me to the bookkeeper?" "I'm sorry, but it's a wandering spirit. However, I'm sure that Her Majesty knows of its recent location since the bookkeeper is a friend of hers." "Her Majesty?" Arthur seemed confused. "The deity of seas," the woman said with a gasp and a hoarse voice. Arthur was spooked by its jump and almost slapped her off the boat. "Indeed," the spirit looked at the woman weirdly. "His Majesty rules over the waves and currents, the deity of seas himself. If you wish, I can take you to the palace to repay the debt of saving me." No pun intended, but this smells fishy, Arthur thought to himself. The spirit was too helpful, even allowing him to meet the queen it served just for saving it. Maybe I have grown too cynical. "Yes, please." The woman almost jumped off the raft, but the spirit looked at it with displeasure. "I was talking to Golden Sun," the spirit's feminine and usually sweet voice turned cold as it scowled. The woman seemed to realize that she was disrespectful and even trying to snatch Arthur's credit. She looked at him without a face, but he could tell she had puppy eyes at the moment. "You can come along," Arthur shrugged. He didn't want to contract any of these spirits, but he needed to find the bookkeeper to find Gala's location. The woman almost kowtowed to him before the spirit began to lead the way. An underwater palace. Arthur looked at the grand entrance in front of him. He thought it would be a mountain beneath the water shaped like a palace, but it was made of crystal. He turned to look at the seabed, and he found many spirits coming and getting out of the palace. They had different shapes and didn't exactly look like the spirit guiding them. There were shrimps, crabs, sea turtles, dolphins, etc. Does the palace belong to all aquatic spirits? It solely belongs to the deity of seas, but it's a good place to meet seeker who wants to contract a spirit. The spirit explained. Arthur had asked for its name, but it told him that it didn't have one. Their ocean of the skyey world is a gigantic place, after all. "I see," Arthur nodded. "Do I need to pay the price to learn of the bookkeeper's location?" "It depends on whether the deity of seas like you or not," the spirit snickered. Arthur nodded as he glanced at the woman beside him. After she had recovered, she followed them underwater. It seems that as long as they didn't meet powerful currents, she could withstand staying underwater. Arthur didn't know who she was or what she wanted other than her overzealous behavior about aquatic spirits. She almost fainted when they saw the underwater palace. They walked through the gate, and Arthur got to see different seekers. Some were fading after contracting a spirit, while others were still looking for their fated ones. "I reached the underwater palace, haha." The woman laughed absent-mindedly. "I can finally rule over the seas. Let's not get too excited." Arthur almost laughed. "You need to contract a spirit first." Right. The woman nodded thoughtfully. "I need to convince the deity of seas to contract me." "You finally believed that I wasn't the deity?" Arthur said with amusement. "Why do you want to contract the deity of spirits that badly?" He was curious since the woman spoke Alvan language. "I want to be the greatest pirate," the woman said with pride, but the snickers of the spirit guiding them through the palace made her shrink like a deflated balloon. "Do you think that she can't do it?" Arthur was surprised. He was surprised about the woman's identity being a pirate, but he was confused as to why the spirit laughed. "I mean no offense," the spirit hurried to explain as if fearing her actions displeased Arthur. "However, everyone who comes here is either sailors, captains, or pirates. They all seek to rule over the sea, but her affinity to water in comparison is..." "Oh," Arthur turned toward the woman. "Is that true?" "It is." The woman seemed downcast, and she clenched her hand into a fist. "However, a pirate doesn't need anything other than their skills to navigate treacherous paths." Arthur paused and nodded in understanding. He didn't understand a lot about navigating a ship or even sailing, but he encourages people's refusal of the cards that life dealt them. They walked deeper into the palace until they reached a giant field. There were countless spirits inside meeting seekers from all over the sea. However, they all turned toward Arthur the moment he walked in. His overflowing golden energy seemed to captivate the hearts of the present spirit. As if they have rehearsed it, the spirits began swimming toward Arthur simultaneously like a fleet. "What is going on?" The woman beside him yapped with surprise as she took a step back. The seekers were all shocked by the events, and Arthur was included. He knew that his energy was desirable by the spirits, but he didn't think that such a scene would occur. He realized that it was the first time that he met more than one spirit simultaneously. Before the matter could get out of hand, a voice sang from within the deeper parts of the palace that made the spirits stop gathering around him. The voice was melodic, and Arthur felt the familiar presence that allowed him to walk on water. The singing didn't convey a specific meaning, but Arthur could tell that it was an invitation to him and a warning to the other spirits to stay back. Chapter 381, Deity of Seas. The singing prompted Arthur to go into the inner palace. The woman followed him, but it seemed the spirit with the fishtail didn't want to intrude on his meeting with Her Majesty. On her glass throne sat the Deity of Seas, fabric-like structures protruding from her lower back to bloom like a flower and cover the hall. Other than the wooden doll, which was quite inhuman, this spirit was the closest Arthur met to the shape of a human. The deity had fish scales covering her neck to her chin, and each scale reflected a myriad of colors. There were fins instead of ears on each side of her face, but she looked otherwise human. "She's beautiful." Arthur found himself mesmerized by her beauty, even if he didn't feel attracted to her. However, he could tell that there was something odd about the way she looked. Hypnotizing. There was no change in spiritual energy, so Arthur didn't think she was doing it on purpose. Instead, it was simply the deity's passive ability to charm everyone who gazed at her. "Welcome," her voice was sweet and crisp as she greeted him. "I thank you for answering my invitation." A smile overtook her lips. Arthur was surprised by how polite and friendly she was, as that was relatively rare for people of high status. Since she showed respect, he could only requite the same. "Greetings, great deity of seas." Arthur placed his hand on his chest in greetings. "I ask for your forgiveness for coming to your palace so abruptly, but I'm on a quest that requires your assistance." Straight to the topic, "I see," the deity smiled sweetly. "What is it that you seek, Golden One? Do you know where the bookkeeper is?" Arthur didn't mind the nickname she called him. However, his question seems to confuse the deity. "The storyteller," she asked with disappointment as if she was expecting something else. "He is in the snowy mountains north from here, recording the story of trolls and brave knights." Arthur had no idea what kind of story that was, but he wanted to hear it. However, his attention shifted to the disappointment that the deity had on her face. As he was trying to phrase what he was thinking, the deity beat him into it. "Is that all you are here for?" she said, and he could hear the disappointment in her voice. "Don't you want something else?" Arthur paused. Arthur had no idea what to reply. Her eyes held expectations of something more important to come, and he felt like a boyfriend whose girlfriend wanted him to propose. "My friend here wants to contract you." It might be low, but Arthur couldn't help it as he panicked and gestured to the woman next to him. "She's going to be the greatest pirate." "What?" The woman, which was mute and dazed until now, was confused as Arthur suddenly threw her under the bus. I. However, the deity only glanced at her and then back at Arthur. The expectations within her eyes and the silence in the hall made Arthur feel pressured to say something. "Did I offend you in some way?" he couldn't help but ask. The silence stretched and resumed as the deity's expression crumbled rapidly. "No," she said after a lengthy silence. "I must have mistaken you for someone else. I apologize." Despite saying that, her sweet and friendly attitude was nowhere to be seen now. Arthur believed she was lying, but he didn't know if he should seek the truth or how to do that. "Great deity," the woman beside him stepped forward after finally gathered her courage. "I'm here to seek a contract with your esteemed self." Arthur suddenly realized that this woman spoke the language the earlier spirit gave him. However, she used Alvan language when she was with him. She piqued his interest. "Is she truly your friend?" The deity didn't answer the woman but spoke to him directly. Arthur turned toward her and met her icy gaze. You can contract one of my generals, she said after seeing Arthur's silence. Thank you, great one, the woman bowed. Then, seeing the deity of seas wave her hand dismissively, the woman left the hall hurriedly. Suddenly, the hall's temperature dropped by several degrees once Arthur was the only one left with the deity. You bastard, she spat. I'm sorry. Arthur blinked his eyes in surprise. However, a powerful current slammed him to the walls of the hall before he could react. It didn't hurt, but the wrathful expression of the deity came as a surprise. She stood up from her throne of glass as the blooming flower behind her turned from navy blue to red. Her white teeth gnashed against each other as she waved her arm, creating countless water creatures that began attacking him. Wait. Arthur wasn't hurt in any way, and her attacks came as a tickle, but he was confused about what was going on. The palace shook under her wrath, threatening to be torn to the ground. Screams of panic came from outside the hall as the sea unleashed the anger of its deity. Arthur realized that her wrath would hurt not only the Seekers but even the spirits around them. Even though he asked her to stop, the deity seemed bent on attacking him. Arthur's aura exploded as he disappeared from his spot. The walls crumbled beneath his feet as he launched himself forward. The rageful currents wanted to shred him to pieces, but he didn't sense any hostility from the deity. The only thing he felt was her rage and sorrow. His hand clawed forward as he flew toward the spirit, and it tore down the powerful water currents. Her eyes were dyed with surprise when Arthur suddenly appeared in front of her. I'm sorry, but do I know you? Arthur whispered as he grabbed her wrist and stared her in the eye. Tears glistered in her eyes, and Arthur realized that her sorrow was genuine. Don't touch me, as she said, her spiritual energy exploded. Arthur felt the water grab him as if it was a million tiny hands and pull him away from the deity. The current slammed him to the wall once more as he fell to the ground. It didn't hurt him as much as it annoyed him. The deity emerged from within the hurricane with dark blue armor, and she dived toward him with a kick. Arthur's chains pushed him away from the kick, and it landed on the ground in front of him. The glass broke apart as the pressure created a giant bubble underwater. A crater formed on the ground as the shockwave pushed Arthur back. Can't we talk about it? He asked, but the deity simply clawed toward him. Then, seeing her refusal for a peaceful measure, Arthur sighed, and his hand stopped her attack. I said, don't touch me, the deity scowled at him when Arthur grabbed her wrist again. She raised her other hand and slashed his way. And I asked you to stop. His chains sprung up and blocked her attack, and 4 long slash marks appeared on the ground. Why are you attacking me all of a sudden? The reason is your question itself, her rage returned, boiling more than ever. The audacity you have to ask this question is the greatest crime one can commit. That's too extreme, great deity. Arthur tried to appease her. Can I know the reason, at least? Because you forgot about me, she said through gritted teeth. Before Arthur could answer, the flower's petals behind her turned into cones, and they began to spin. The cones dug through his body, and this time, Arthur felt the pain. The cone didn't push him away, only piercing his spiritual body. Arthur groaned, and the moment the deity heard him, she took a step back as her petals returned to normal. Are you hurt? The deity seemed more surprised, and Arthur was speechless. What would one expect when they attack others relentlessly? The odd thing was that he heard the concern in her voice. For a split second, he feared the spirit was schizophrenic. A crazy spirit was the last thing he needed at the moment, but for some reason, he didn't think that was the case. I'm all right. As soon as he said that, she slapped him again. As he flew to the side, Arthur came to realize the one single truth of the universe: this spirit was nuts. Enough is enough, he thought to himself as Arthur decided to fight back. However, the deity's attack suddenly ceased as she walked toward him and crouched. I'm so sorry for attacking you, she said with genuine care as she caressed the cheek she just slapped. Are you hurt anywhere? Arthur had goosebumps as he witnessed the shift in her personality. He couldn't wrap his head around what was going on, but he knew one thing. He needed to get out of here. Chapter 382, A Stoneman. The bookkeeper was in the northern icy mountains. That was all Arthur needed to know. As the deity of seas inspected him for wounds, all he could think of was the nearest exit out of this place. He wasn't terrified by evil beings but by incomprehensible ones. What's wrong with the spirit? Arthur saw the tender care she had for him, the type he saw in his mother's eyes when he got hurt as a kid. It sent chills down his spine that the same person who relentlessly attacked him moments ago was now worried about him. "Who are you?" Arthur's tolerant attitude was gone, and he slapped her hand away. He saw her face crumble in rage, but he didn't think it was his actions that ticked her off. It was his question. "You forgot about me," she through gritted teeth. "I spent years in this prison waiting for your return, only for you to forget about me." "How can I forget about someone I never met?" Arthur stood up as his killing intent flickered. "If you dare attack me again, then I won't be as tolerant." "You are." She took a step back, surprise evident on her face. "You are not the same, but how can this be?" Arthur saw her expression morph from surprise into a rage. "What have they done to you?" "I have no idea what you are talking about." Arthur took a step back, feeling uncomfortable about the things she said. The pair of eyes in the sky, Solomon being the inheritor, and the words that Riga said to him threw him into an unceasing identity crisis. The last thing he needed right now was another truth attacking the core of his being and identity. "How can you not?" she said, her voice suggesting that he was to blame. "Why did you allow them to do this to you?" "I'm leaving." Arthur felt his chains tremble as if reacting to the words she said. That's why he wanted to leave. He didn't want to hear what she had to say, lest they scatter what he gathered of himself. "Wait, don't leave again." The deity seemed to panic after hearing of his intentions. "They will hurt you once more, stay here." She was desperate, and it made Arthur feel sick for some reason. It was the conviction in her voice as she pleaded for him to stay because they were going to hurt him. Regardless of whether her intentions were good or not or whether Arthur needed to hear them, he didn't want to stay next to her. It felt as if the next thing she says might strip him naked and as if the next truth might be too unbearable, a revelation of his insignificance or the opposite of that. What if he became burdened with a responsibility that devours him? There was no comfort in the truth. Arthur ignored her and turned to leave, expecting her to oppose him. But, instead of closing the palace's doors, the spirit stood silently, looking worried, as Arthur made his way out of the hall. There was a feeling in his stomach that made him want to ask her about what she knew. He knew the truth might not be comforting, but it was better than living in an illusion of stability. I know, Arthur clenched his fist. But, even if he knew all of that, he didn't want to face it, not now, at least. "Please wait, Golden One." The woman that Arthur helped earlier ran after him as he left the palace. It seems she was running short on spiritual power. Arthur turned to see what she wanted, and he found that her aura grew more in alignment with the world. "Have you contracted a spirit?" Arthur asked with interest. Her aura was fading, yet he could tell that it has grown exponentially. "Yes, I have." The woman bobbed her head. "I might not be the sharpest, but I know that the only reason I was able to contract it was because of you," she said with her hand on her chest. "What are you saying, pirate?" "I want to repay the kindness you've shown me," the woman said. Arthur stared at her silently and nodded. "Do you know about Hidden City?" The woman tilted her head. "Isn't that the city being built in Frida?" "What's about it?" "If you are truly grateful, meet me there and work for me," Arthur said before he turned to leave. He didn't wait for the woman, nor did he want to hear her reply. If she came to his city, then she would be helpful. If she bailed out, then he would find someone else to be the captain of his fleet. He left the palace, unhindered, almost half an hour ago. He rode the waves and used his chains to get from the deity of seas as far as possible. Why did I run away? This was a chance to learn more about the mystery surrounding his powers and identity. Yet, he threw it away and ran with his tail between his legs. He didn't even think about hearing her out, and it seems that was the reason she didn't give chase. After all, what would you do to a person who doesn't want to listen? Arthur has always sought the truth, but it seems the truth was too frightening to face head-on. He knew that his legacy and powers were slowly changing him until he becomes someone else, and it made him scared to face the truth of himself being someone other than Arthur Silvera. What if? He faded into nothingness, crushed by the powerful existences of ancient souls. What if he was not who he believed himself to be, but someone else disguised as Arthur Silvera? His chains impaled into the ground as Arthur stared at them for a long time before they pushed him toward the surface of the water. Then, finally, he broke through the water, and his chains helped him reach land. The great expanse of water made him feel small, and he realized that even though he thought of it as a sea, it might be an ocean. The deity's presence remained as long as he remained in the water, so he went to an island. Rain and thunderstorms covered the cliff that faced the ocean. Arthur used his chains to climb toward the highland, and he got to see the island he found himself on. Judging from the location of the sun, he went north. Unfortunately, the island in front of him wasn't as icy as he expected, so he might need to visit a different island to find the bookkeeper. Arthur walked north, farther away from the truth behind him. The existence of the deity felt like an itch on his back that wouldn't go away. Arthur knew that he wouldn't be able to hold himself back one day and would seek the deity of seas to learn the truth. But, at that time, he would cross a line that separates him from the comfort of what he knew and the terror of what he did not. The island was full of rocky mountains and spirits. Some of them tried to contract him, while others ignored him. Either way, Arthur was quick to find the beach that faced the northern islands. The only problem was that he didn't want to go into the water anymore. So, he looked around the sandy beach and decided to look around for a raft or something that he can turn into one. There were no trees, weirdly, but he found something that moved alongside the water. It was a stone golem wandering. Thinking that it was better than doing nothing, Arthur asked it about a boat. The golem did not speak his language, but Arthur felt like he conveyed his meaning through the countless gestures toward the water. Finally, at long last, the golem nodded and turned to take him somewhere. The spirit seemed to be, despite being in the skyey world, of low intelligence. Arthur needed to remind it several times of what he wanted because the spirit would wander away from the beach. This might be futile. Arthur wondered to himself until he saw the giant masterpiece that the golem guided him to see. It was a massive ship of thin, chiseled marble that gleamed brightly in the sun. The golem nodded when Arthur thanked it. After that, it simply walked away to wander on the island, and Arthur wished it well. He then turned to look at the beautiful ship in front of him. Who built this? Arthur muttered in a daze. I. A voice answered his question, and Arthur raised his head. The stoneman looked like a character out of a children's book wearing a leather patch on its eye and having a giant hammer for an arm. Are you looking for a trip across the sea, boy? The stoneman asked with a grin. If so, you have lucked out with the greatest ship in existence. Chapter 383, Goldeneye's Cat. Can you take me to the snowy mountains in the north? Arthur asked, and the stoneman looked speechless. Then, finally, he sighed in a very human-like expression and nodded. You simply ignored my baby being the greatest ship in existence. The stoneman shook his head. Not to mention the snowy mountains. I can even take you to other worlds. You can? Arthur asked with suspicion while scanning the ship. Despite being beautiful, he couldn't feel any unique qualities that would make it transcend worlds. Do you have a doubt, son? The stone gave a proud smirk. I'm not your son. Someone is edgy, the stoneman whistled as he walked away from the edge. Arthur frowned, feeling like this spirit would be troublesome. Not all spirits sought his companionship, as some simply didn't want to contract anyone. Not everyone wanted to go on adventures in the physical world or ascend higher realms. Instead, some of them tried to build cities or build a ship. Hop on, boy. We are sailing. As the stoneman said that, the ship began to move off the shore. Arthur was amazed as he saw the boat move on its own without an engine or sails. The hull gave a loud screech as it slid off the shore toward the ocean. Arthur hurried to use his chains and jumped on the deck. As he landed, he got to see the ship's marvelous design. However, it lacked as most of the items on board were made of smooth stone. Welcome on board, Seeker, the stoneman said with a grin as he stood on the ship's figurehead. Make sure to befriend the people on board. They are quite the interesting folk. There are others. Arthur looked around. The ship was gigantic, so it didn't make sense for him to be the only passenger. However, he didn't feel the presence of anyone else. The stone respels any type of sensory ability so that no one can find us in the ocean, the stoneman explained before he jumped from the figurehead to land on the deck. He was as tall as Arthur. Behave on my Guinevere, boy. I'm not a boy, Arthur looked at the stoneman, trying to judge his age. As long as you are on my ship, then you are, the captain said with pride. Furthermore, I'm a few 100 years old, so you are like a toddler to me. What's the price for being on your ship, Captain? Pay your share of spiritual energy in the core room, the stoneman pointed toward a section of the ship. There's a daily fee, so don't try to leech off. I understand, Arthur nodded as he felt that the process was too smooth. When are we reaching the snowy mountains? 3 days, the stoneman said before he disappeared somewhere, leaving Arthur alone on the ship. Then, as he grew confused about what to do now, he heard a meow from behind him. Turning around, Arthur got to see a black cat sitting on top of the mast. It looked down on him, and Arthur realized that it had 3 eyes, one being in its forehead. Its eyes were golden. They looked familiar. Arthur frowned and took a step forward to get a better look. The moment he did, the cat disappeared. It has been half a day on the ship, and Arthur got to take a tour around. There were indeed other seekers, but most acted like hermits on a mission to achieve enlightenment. That's why Arthur spent his time alone, walking around, gazing at the sea, or looking for the cat with golden eyes. However, it disappeared as if it was a fraction of his imagination. A cat. The stoneman was confused when Arthur asked him. He was hammering the mast, each strike making the mast grow taller. The ship carried countless spirits, and the process of taking the fee is automated. I don't know every being on my ship. So, you don't know if there was a cat? I never met a cat, the stoneman nodded. Maybe the small girl can help you. She seems to be fond of animal spirits. The small girl. Arthur was confused, but it seems that the stoneman grew disinterested. Then, before he left, he reminded Arthur to go and pay his fee. If he stays on the ship without paying for a single day, the ship will throw him off. After learning of this fact, Arthur was quick to visit the core room. The core was a crystal of grayish light, and it seemed to absorb a part of the spiritual energy of the world around them. Arthur walked toward it and touched the sphere. It lit up like a miniature sun. Whoa! Arthur let go of the sphere when a feminine voice gasped behind him. The crystal returned to its previous color, but it looked as if the grayish light faded a bit. As he turned to see the source of the voice, Arthur got to see a small head. He looked down and found a short girl looking at him. She was also of ethereal light, but she was made of green. "Mister, it's the first time I see that ball light up like that," the short girl said in amazement. "Are you a powerful master?" "I don't know, are you?" Arthur didn't know how to answer her question. Then, he realized this girl must be the one fond of animals. I may be not, hee. The girl said and ran away. Arthur was confused, as he never learned how to deal with kids. His mother's only method of raising them was to slap their heads if they misbehave. Arthur walked out of the core room and found the girl looking over the railing. He peeked at what she was doing and found out that she was talking to a fish spirit in the sea. "Did you ever see a black cat on the ship?" Arthur asked at long last after waiting for a conversation with the fish to be over. It did not. "Mister is rude." The fish ran away. The girl said with a pout before snapping her head toward him. "Did you say a black cat?" Her voice held recognition and surprise. After seeing Arthur nod, the girl skipped steps toward him and tried to lift herself to his eye level. "Did you see the black cat too, mister?" The girl was surprised. "I told everyone about it, but they didn't believe me." "Wait for a second." She took a step back and looked at Arthur's body. "You have the same color as its eyes." "That's why I'm looking for it," Arthur nodded with a smile. "Do you know where I can find it?" "Nope." The girl shot down his expectations ruthlessly. "I saw it when I first arrived on this ship, but I never got to see it again," she sighed in disappointment. "And how long have you been here for?" "A year." "Oh damn," Arthur couldn't help but exclaim, and his words made the girl angry. "Mister, cursing is bad." The girl raised a finger. "And a year is not that long." Arthur nodded, but he knew that was not the case. To spend a year in the spirit's realm could only mean 2 things: no spirit wants to contract you, or you are simply fleeing from the real world. "Where are your parents?" The girl flinched at his question, and Arthur sensed fear and terror. She took a step back as she shrunk a bit, her aura wavering. "They are not around," she said, voice trembling. "Mister is annoying. Go away." She barked before running away. Arthur looked at her disappearing figure with a sense of pity. When Arthur learned about entering the spirit's realm, he knew that such a case would exist, someone hiding from the real world in the spirit's realm. However, he can also tell that staying here ate away a person's spiritual energy. Humans needed their physical bodies to survive. If someone spent a lot of time without going back to their bodies, they would lose the link and then disintegrate into nothingness. Is she running away from abusive parents? Arthur wondered, rage filling his being for the first time in the spirit's realm. The simple thought of people abusing their children made him angry. However, he wasn't a savior. He didn't have the duty of saving anyone in suffering. Furthermore, thinking that he could rescue everyone was simply incomprehensible. However, why can't I save those I want to save and come across? I want to help her, Arthur thought to himself as he sighed. At that moment, he heard a meow behind him. Arthur turned and found the black cat showing itself again. It was standing on the railing, a few meters away from Arthur. It looked at him silently with its golden eyes. Then, it nodded as if agreeing with Arthur's thoughts. Chapter 384, The Monk Lin Zhao. After giving Arthur its seal of approval, the cat jumped into the sea. Arthur rushed to catch it but realized that it disappeared again. He was left dumbstruck, left with puzzlement on whether the cat heard his thoughts or not. Is it telling me to help the girl? Arthur wondered to himself. He tried to peer into the ocean for the cat, but there was nothing, not even a shadow that resembled it. Finally, feeling as if the water looked back at him, Arthur retreated. Arthur looked around the narrow and empty pathway between the railing and the inner core room. For some reason, he could feel untold stories from all over the worlds hiding beneath the spotless and ashen surface. The cat with golden eyes wants me to help the kid, Arthur pondered. Does that mean it would reveal itself again if I did? Golden eyes, ones as golden as his, were so rare that Arthur never met someone with that eye color. So, to find a golden eyes cat was more than a coincidence, or so he wanted to believe. Either way, it aligns with what I desire. Arthur has changed, but he was still the same. His personality was to help others if he could because he knew how it felt to be left helpless, digging relentlessly for a good night's sleep. The sky was turning dark, and Arthur retreated to his room. As he was walking back, he found another seeker sitting on the ship's railing, gazing silently at the rising waves. Hey there, new guy, the seeker asked as he turned. Arthur stopped walking and looked at him silently. Don't worry. I'm not looking for a fight. Not that any seeker, sane ones at least, want to fight you. I guess the stone features of the captain helped him to hide his true thoughts, the featureless seeker said with a grin, his mouth turning into half a circle. That overflowing spirituality, are you an Empyrean ranker? Maybe, and maybe not, Arthur shrugged. What does it have to do with you? Well, if you were, then I would fawn over you. But, on the other hand, if you are just someone with abnormal spiritual energy, then I would take you in as my disciple. Your disciple? Arthur was amused. To teach me what, exactly? Spiritual arts, the man said as he rose to stand on the railing, walking on them toward Arthur. I can tell that you haven't contracted a spirit yet, so you are an uncontracted seeker. Let's say I am an Empyrean ranker, Arthur probed. You wouldn't want me as your disciple. What would I teach someone who became one with heaven and earth? The men jumped to land in front of him. The spirit's realm is a place for the strong to grow stronger. I believe that you aren't an Empyrean rank because it's unlikely to evolve from the Astra rank without contracting a spirit. Arthur looked at the men silently, not wishing to say anything that reveals his lacking knowledge about higher realms. It wasn't that he didn't want to learn them, but they were strictly confidential information in the Yalvaran Union. Tell me who you are, he tried to change the topic, and the men seemed to be okay with it. Clapping his hands together, the seeker introduced himself. I am the wandering monk, Lin Zhao. You are from the theocracy of Shan. Arthur tried to mask his surprise, but he couldn't help it. The men spoke fluent Yalvaran language, so he was surprised that such a person was from the theocracy of Shan. Now you know what means we use to contend against the 7 families. Lin Zhao said with amusement. Arthur was silent, as this was the first time someone mentioned the 7 families so casually. I know, Arthur feigned knowledge. However, the monk didn't seem convinced and simply chuckled as he walked away. I will be here if you change your mind. If you learn to use the force of self, then you will be omnipotent against the other families. Where is the girl with the animals? Arthur asked, and the monk pointed toward the mast without answering. Then, raising his head, Arthur found a small cabin on top of the mast. The girl was peeking at him from above. After turning to look at the monk, Arthur found out that he has walked away. He wondered what he meant by the force of self and if it was the same as spiritual energy. Either case, he was hesitant about the offer the monk made. The waves slammed themselves against the hull of the vessel traveling across the ocean. As the cold wind traveled past him, Arthur closed his eyes and enjoyed the peacefulness. "Yeah!" the girl shouted from behind him as if trying to startle him. Arthur turned with a smile, and the girl looked at him with frustration. "I thought you would fall into the ocean, annoying mister." She stomped away angrily. Arthur looked at her, skipping steps around the corner of the ship and disappearing. He didn't want to be too eager to help her, as that would startle her away. Cases of abuse were difficult to handle, as the victims would shut themselves away the moment you tried to help them. Arthur stood up from his spot as he tried to think of new ways to make her trust him. At that moment, a presence appeared above him as an eagle spirit flew past. The wind arrived, reminding Arthur of the spirit contracted by the president of the Yalvaran Awakeners. "Hello." Arthur called out to the spirit as he raised his arm. The spirit looked down before descending, landing on his limb. It was a giant spirit, its talons taking up the entirety of Arthur's arm. "Such an amicable soul you are," Arthur smiled as the eagle made himself comfortable. "Can you help with something?" As soon as he said that, Arthur felt the eagle try to make a contract with him. However, he shook his head in refusal. Arthur couldn't contract a spirit just yet, as he would leave the spirit's realm. Arthur felt someone's gaze on his body, and he turned to see the girl peeking from behind the corner. She gazed at the eagle with such fondness, but she turned to look at Arthur with wariness. Does she think I would take her back to her parents? Arthur wondered for himself as he ignored her. The best way to make someone trust you is to prove they have nothing to use you for. "Let's play, little spirit." Arthur grinned, and the spirit nodded, flapping its wings to fly up. It made circles in the air around Arthur, creating miniature whirlwinds. They danced around Arthur, who moved his hand to command them. The eagle played its part, and the girl was soon floating. She gave a slight gasp as the animal spirit flew next to it, rubbing its head to the girl's body. "Whoa!" The girl giggled as she began flying around the ship. With the spirit's help, the girl had the time of her life as the girl kept cheering and laughing. The whole ship looked upward, noticing the change to a friendlier atmosphere. Then, after the spirit was tired, the girl landed in front of Arthur. The eagle landed on his arm again, and Arthur fed it with his spiritual energy. "Thank you, good friend." The eagle nodded with a smile before it flapped its wing and soared through the skies. Arthur could see that its tail turned golden after it fed on his power and hoped the payment was enough for the trouble. Mister. The girl raced toward him, almost falling in the process. "How did you do that?" "Well, animals love me," Arthur said with a smile before walking away. "Let's play again tomorrow. Maybe you can ride the waves. Or a giant dolphin." "Yes. I'll wait for you here." The girl shouted from behind him as Arthur walked back to his room. He found the monk leaning on the walls of the chambers, seeming to have witnessed the whole event. "Careful, golden soul," the monk warned. "It is not so easy to fix broken things, and sometimes you would break them further." "Are you suggesting that I leave her alone?" "No, just a warning," the monk said before he walked away. "I know that if anyone can help that shorty, it would be you." He left Arthur with those words. Arthur stared at his departure silently, and a meow arrived from beside him. The black cat stood on top of the railing. This time, the cat didn't disappear right away. Instead, it rubbed its head on his arm but disappeared the moment that Arthur tried to touch it with his other hand. Such an introverted cat, Arthur sighed before he walked back toward his room. They should reach the snowy mountains tomorrow or the day after. He needs to finish his business here before that. Chapter 385, Hannah. Arthur didn't need to sleep in the spirit's realm, but it helped him to meditate. He understood that the more he detached himself from thinking, the more he aligned with the world. That was the way to grow stronger in the spirit's realm and probably the outside world. Lee's case was unique, as he needed to grow stronger beyond his limits. The only reason he reached the skyey world and contracted the gravity spirit was Arthur's abnormal spiritual energy. The morning of the third day arrived, and Arthur left his room in another chase of the black cat. As soon as he did, he heard cheering of a crowd coming from the deck. Arthur navigated his way through the ship to reach the gathering crowd. The sound of splashing water and the erratic movement of the vessel made him suspect an aquatic spirit being nearby, and he was right. Is this a giant green turtle? Arthur was amazed by the head peeking above the railing. A seeker was standing on the edge, and their presence was fading. It was an excited young man who received the congratulations of the crowd. They say it brings fortune. The monk, Lin Zhao, appeared beside him. I'm happy for this man. He's been trying to contract a spirit from everywhere. And why did he succeed now? That, my friend, has to do with the presence of a spirit's magnet on the ship, Lin Zhao said with a shake of his head. Before you arrived, the number of spirits we encountered was less than a third of the current number, and most of them weren't keen on contracting. I'll assume you're talking about me. I would question your intelligence if you did not, the monk said with a shrug. You are rather casual with possibly an Empyrean rank, Arthur bluffed. Don't you fear being obliterated? You look like a reasonable person, the men said without caring a lot. I've heard that you are traveling toward the snowy mountains. The stoneman should keep his mouth shut. Excuse him. He has grown bored of the dull routine, Lin Zhao snickered. Let me follow you, golden soul. I refuse. Don't allow cynicism and distaste to prevent you from meeting others. I know you can see the potential in people. Who knows, I might even be your next answer. Arthur was momentarily silent. The monk's words were correct, even if he didn't want to admit them. He didn't like this monk because he felt on edge around. The monk was trying to see if he was an Empyrean ranker made Arthur feel like an imposter. All right, Arthur agreed, as he had nothing to hide. He only wanted to meet the bookkeeper. However, you'll have to answer some questions of mine. Questions about what, exactly? Lin Zhao seemed hooked not by the prospect of following Arthur but Arthur's desire to ask things. About the theocracy of Shan, Arthur didn't hide it. The crowd turned silent, and he turned to see why. The young man who contracted a spirit was fading rapidly, leaving the spiritual realm. As if they were praying, the seekers looked at the fading man silently, an ascetic silence descending on the ship. Then, finally, the man closed his eyes as if savoring the feeling of being one with the world, raising both arms toward the sky. What the fuck are they doing? Arthur looked at them speechlessly. The devoted expression was clear despite most of the seekers being featureless. Most of the seekers were faceless, as they consisted of nothing but light. They gathered around the man until he disappeared. That was certainly weird, Arthur muttered, and the monk turned to look at him with surprise. Meeting someone who doesn't think religiously of the spirit's realm is a first, the monk seemed amazed. I, Lin Zhao, am honored to be in your presence. What are you talking about? Arthur was confused. Lin Zhao stared at him for a long time as if unsure whether he was teasing him or not. Then, seeing that Arthur remained silent and confused, Lin Zhao seemed shaken. Who are you, exactly? The monk asked with a shaking voice. If you are not a practitioner of religious clans, then are you from a different world? You are so gullible. As he walked away, Arthur laughed at the monk. He could feel Lin Zhao's gaze on his back, confused and uncertain. Ever since the emergence of gates, mana, and awakeners, the people's perspective on religion shifted toward strength and whatever granted them that. The common people believed heavens chose awakeners to protect the human race, while awakeners believed in whatever gave them power. Ray mentioned something about amplifiers, including people like Faye and the Yalvarin Union's awakeners president. They were the secret of the Shan theocracy, ruled by people outside of the seven families. Does it have to do with the spirit's realm? Arthur thought that it was highly possible. However, there were many things he didn't know about the other nations or the seven families. He believed that he bluffed his way out of the conversation with the monk, which would endanger his identity. However, the monk was from Earth instead of Alka, so it was unwise to reveal too much. Arthur saw the short head of the girl jumping up and down as she waited for him. She stood by the railing, looking expectantly at the ocean. When she heard Arthur's footsteps, she snapped her head before jumping with joy. Mister. I'm not annoying anymore? Arthur asked with a smile, and the girl shook her head as if she didn't know what he meant. Mister is Mister, a nice mister, the girl feigned ignorance. Are we playing again today? Haha, Arthur was amused by her antics and nodded. Then, he walked toward the ocean and raised his hand. As he closed his eyes, he could feel the spirits underwater. Heed my call, Arthur invited a spirit, and it answered. The water's surface broke as a spirit emerged. It was a killer whale instead of a dolphin. The girl's chin was on the railing, looking at the whale with dancing bangs. Mister, can I ride this cute whale? She said, and Arthur could hear the expectations in her voice. First of all, what's your name? Then, Arthur decided to shoot his shot. The girl looked hesitant, but the whale gave a cute shout that made her gather her courage. My name is Hannah, she introduced with a face that said, I need to ride this whale no matter what it takes. And how do you know what animal this is? Arthur probed, as the answer could tell him if she lived in a coastal city or if she came from a knowledgeable family. She hesitated again. Arthur glanced at the whale, and it splashed its tail. There was a book in the library about animals, and I read it a lot. A lot. Okay, Hannah. Let's get you down. He was about to help her go down, but Hannah jumped off the railing and landed on the whale's back. Wait, careful. Arthur warned as the killer whale gave a surprised shout. Key. Arthur made sure to communicate his will to the whale, which seemed to understand. Then, just like the whale before, Hannah began playing with the spirit as they swam around the ship. After spending an afternoon playing, Hannah was tired. Arthur wrapped the chains around her and pulled her aboard. He crouched beside her as she tried to rest. Are you tired? Yes, it was the first time that I played so much since coming here. She seemed delighted nonetheless. What about before coming here? I never played because my parents were. The girl paused as if she caught herself in time. Arthur noticed the change in her demeanor, and it strengthened his theory about why she stayed in the spirit's realm for so long. If you stay here for any longer, then you will disappear. There won't be any more animals or playing. There will be nothing. Arthur didn't want to tell a kid about death, but he was running out of time. The girl was quiet before answering his question. I don't mind disappearing. As the words fell on his ears, Arthur noticed a dark spot appearing inside Hannah's green head. He grabbed her head with his hand and allowed his gentle power to wash over her without thinking. Don't say that, he said with a sad voice. If you disappear, who am I going to play with? Mister is lying, she shook her head. You don't know me enough to care about me. I know that you need my help, and I want to help you, Arthur said with a smile. Return to your world and let me help you. I'll take you away from that house, and we'll build a city with a lot of animals. Hannah's body began shaking as green tears pooled in her eyes. They streamed down her face unceasingly as her sobs resounded through the ship. Chapter 386, Snowy Mountains. Arthur could only pat her head lightly as she cried. He didn't think that seekers, in their spiritual bodies, can cry. And it felt as if Hannah's existence was growing stronger, as her tears disappeared into her skin after rolling down her face. Are you really going to help me? I don't want to disappear. I don't want to, mister, she cried, and the tears didn't cease. Arthur could tell the fear she had toward her parents. I'll help you, but you need to be brave first. You need to go back to your house and wait for me. Tell me how to find you, and I'll make sure to be there to take you. Arthur pushed forward, but the little girl was hesitant. I know it's scary, but you won't get anywhere if you stay here. Hannah nodded silently, and Arthur heard a meow behind him. He turned to see the cat looking at him with approval. However, it seems that he was the only one capable of hearing it. What are you, exactly? Arthur asked in his mind. The cat stared at him before looking in a particular direction. Arthur followed its gaze to see an island covered in snow. We have arrived at your destination, boy. The stoneman appeared on top of the upper deck and gave a hearty laugh. Arthur looked at the island where the bookkeeper was and felt his journey in the spirit's realm nearing its end. After this, he would go back to Hidden City and finish what he started. Why are you here? Arthur asked the monk who stood beside him. The ship was approaching the coast. None of the islands had any docks. Southwest the ship got close to either the highlands or a beach. Oh, I remembered. That I have some business in the snowy mountains. Lin Zhao gave a blatant lie, but it's not like Arthur could ask him not to leave the ship. Suit yourself, Arthur shrugged as he looked around. After a while of waiting, Hannah came running from around the corner. "I said goodbye to everyone," Hannah said as she looked at Arthur. "Let's go, mister." "You are quick to trust him, Shorty," the monk said, and Arthur couldn't help but agree. Since Hannah needed to contract a spirit, Arthur wanted to find her a powerful one to help her. The fact that a child was in the skyey world was abnormal, proving Hannah's potential. "Spirits love Mister, so I can trust him." "It is true that spirits, other than abyssal spirits, only love the kind-hearted," Lin Zhao said with a smile, his gray and ashen mustache waving in the wind. Some would argue that such kindness was abnormal. "I get that a lot." As he said that, Arthur remembered the fight he had with Miko in the trial. She tried to warn him, but he was too idealistic to listen. The last time he saw her was in Girano, and her confession was still fresh in his mind. Arthur couldn't reciprocate her feelings, not yet. But, before he did, he needed to spend a lot of time with her, which they didn't do after the trial. "What do you seek in the snowy mountains?" Lin Zhao asked as the ship came to a stop. Arthur glanced his way and weighed his options. "The bookkeeper," Arthur answered as he jumped on the railing. His chains floated beside him before darting toward the highland, impaling themselves to the snowy cliff. "Your hand, young miss." Hannah giggled as she grabbed his hand. Arthur carried her up, and the chains took them across the sky, leaving the speechless monk behind. "What, wait for me." Lin Zhao jumped after them and began climbing the cliff. Hannah laughed again as the two landed on the edge of the snowy highland. They used their spiritual powers to shield them from the cold. "Should we leave him behind?" Arthur asked the young girl as he looked at the monk climbing after them. However, Hannah shook her head. "Lin Zhao is a good person," she said with confidence. "I saw him help many seekers and teach them ways to grow stronger. However, he never left the ship, so..." Hearing her words, Arthur was intrigued. He decided to wait for the monk to climb before he began looking for the bookkeeper. The monk finally reached the highland with a labored breath. "Those chains are cheating." Lin Zhao breathed in and out. Then, to Arthur's amazement, he began recovering spiritual energy rapidly, restoring his previous state. Feeling his interest, Lin Zhao straightened his back with pride. "Have you decided to be my disciple? You need to keep up first, old man." Arthur shook his head as he sent his chains toward the middle of the island again. "Wait." Lin Zhao panicked, but Arthur flew again after his chains attached to high and frosty trees. The monk ran after them as Hannah cheered him on. Arthur smiled at the friendly atmosphere as they traveled deeper into the island. He stopped when they reached the snowy mountains, only to find them filled with seekers of white color. "Ha, ha." Lin Zhao arrived later to find Arthur looking around the mountain range. They were halfway up a mountain, looking down on the valley of wandering seekers. "Are these the brave knights?" "Brave knights?" Lin Zhao was confused before he looked at the valley. "Oh, it's the spirits division." "The spirits division?" Arthur asked as he began walking down the mountain. "A seeker I met a year ago said that the snowy mountains were full of knights from the spirits division. They were here to contract ice spirits to fight against the trolls attacking their kingdom." "That makes sense," Arthur nodded. "Let's hope they know where the bookkeeper is." He walked while carrying Hannah and the monk walking behind him. "The bookkeeper, huh?" Lin Zhao pondered. "I never thought it would be here, as its location is always changing. So how did you know that it was here?" "Someone told me." The image of the deity of seas in her face appeared in Arthur's mind, desperate and full of recognition. "What do you seek it for?" "You talk too much for a monk." Arthur was speechless. "Aren't your bunch supposed to be secluded and reclusive?" "Those are the boring monks." Lin Zhao shook his head as he held his mustache, caressing it. "I believe that half of the truth lies in oneself, and the other half is one we find in others." "That explains a lot about who you are," Arthur said as they reached the base of the mountain. "Stop the chit-chat, and let's focus on finding the bookkeeper." "A great deflect of the topic. I'm guessing the reason that you seek the bookkeeper is one you want to avoid." "Guess all you want." Arthur scowled and began regretting allowing the monk to travel with them. If this were Alka or Earth, he wouldn't allow a prying stranger to follow him and annoy him with his questions. However, this was the spirits realm, where the only danger was abyssal spirits. They found the first seeker after a while of walking. The seeker was holding a sword made of light, which was a trait Arthur never saw before. They have practiced the sword arts enough for the sword to be a part of their spiritual bodies, Lin Zhao admired. A sign of sword mastery, the swordless art. Now I understand why the bookkeeper was interested in their story, Arthur said in awe. Let's ask him, as the bookkeeper must have talked to him before. As they got near, the knight turned their way. It was an ethereal man holding a sword, his aura being the sharpest Arthur felt since he came to the spirit's realm. Nay. The knight spoke a language Arthur didn't know, and he lamented that he didn't have a rune for communication or information intake. Ave kin se na, Lin Zhao replied. The knight turned his way, and the conversation began. The knight then pointed toward the highest mountain on the island. He says that the bookkeeper went toward the highest summit, the monk explained to Arthur. The storyteller asked it a few questions before going after the strongest seeker to ask it as well. What is it trying to do? To record the best story or something like that? Lin Zhao shrugged. I met the bookkeeper on Guinevere once before. An odd entity, only interested in heroic tales and betrayals. Betrayals, huh? Arthur pondered. Let's go up. Can you thank him for me? Arthur asked the monk to relay his intent, to which he did. They resumed their journey toward the highest summit. The temperature kept decreasing, and the group had to use their spiritual energy to fend off the cold. The cold was spiritual as well, so it could affect their spiritual bodies. So Arthur decided to surround the group with his chains, and they worked to fend off the cold. Chapter 387, Twisted Bookkeeper. The snowy mountain seemed as if it got further away from them the more that they walked. The group kept walking, but it looked as if they would never reach their destination. The cold is intolerable, the monk Lin Zhao grumbled. The bookkeeper always made it a hustle to find him. Have you tried looking for him before? No, but I met others who have, Lin Zhao explained. They always said that the bookkeeper was a devotee to his craft, so it took special care to make sure no one finds it and disturb it. Such a bothersome spirit, Hannah shook her head, and Arthur agreed with her. I think we've entered some sort of loop, Arthur looked at the trail. The mountain keeps getting further away. If the bookkeeper truly took it as its residence, then some sort of mechanism to ward off visitors is at play. Even if that was true, what can we do about it? Lin Zhao looked around. The bookkeeper is one of the few officials of the spirit's realm. If it didn't want to be found, there's little we can do. That little is all we need. Arthur raised his hand, and his chains multiplied. Let's try something. His chains began expanding in a circle around them. Arthur's spiritual energy infused into them, deterring the snow away. Suddenly, their view began shaking. A crack appeared in front of the group as if they were looking at the world through a glass. The glass broke down, and they were at the base of the snow mountain. That was easier than I thought. Easier, huh? Lin Zhao seemed to be baffled by the event. You pull off something like this and call it easy. Mr. is weird, the little girl agreed. Arthur ignored them and resumed walking toward the summit of the mountain. As they began going up, the snow grew thicker until it reached their knees. Mister, can you hear that? Hannah suddenly craned her neck upward and closed her eyes. However, Arthur was confused as he heard nothing but the snowstorm. He could feel the existence of spirits in the mountain, but there was no sound. I can hear nothing, the monk was the same. What can you hear? Arthur asked the young girl as he stopped moving. She didn't answer right away and kept her eyes closed. A scream. Hannah muttered, and the earth began to shake as soon as she said that. Arthur looked up the mountain and could see the snow roll down toward them like a tsunami. A giant white monster emerged from within the snow that looked like a yeti, striking toward a smaller seeker. Come! The seeker shouted as he slashed with his sword, creating a deep gush in the snow mountain. The snow kept rolling toward them, and Arthur decided they needed to flee. He might survive this, but the others would not. To the trees. There were giant trees at the mountain base, and the group jumped to hide on top of them. The snow arrived, and so did the two fighters, passing and ignoring the group. As he used his chains to deflect the collateral damage of the battle, Arthur noticed another figure running behind the Yeti spirit and the Seeker. Is that a cloak on a bicycle? Arthur was confused at what he was seeing. Flying across the sky was a cloak with no one beneath it riding a bicycle. The bicycle rolled on an invisible path midair, avoiding the battle and the snow. Marvelous. Heroic. A shout came from within the cloak as it jotted down something in its book. The inked brush danced around the pages as if recording what was going on. I guess we found the bookkeeper, the monk muttered, but the identity of this spirit was obvious to Arthur. Hey there. Arthur shouted from above the trees. Can we have a chat? He said toward the cloak, who only glanced at him before turning back to record the battle. Not used to being ignored. Lin Zhao snickered to himself as he saw Arthur's speechlessness. The bookkeeper is eccentric, so get used to it. We should follow after it before we lose it. And so, the game of cat and mouse began. The trees were slashed down, and rivers got frozen under the brutal attacks of the knight and the snowman. Each of them battled to their heart's content to determine whether the other party was worthy of being a contractor. As the scenery neared obliteration, it seems that both sides realized that any further fighting would be unnecessary. With a final strike, the bond of the contract was established, and the spirit disappeared into the seeker's body. And so, ends another chapter of our hero, Avalon. What awaits him next after he obtained the power to save his kingdom from the trolls? The bookkeeper sang the words he wrote down as Arthur, and the others stood behind him. The seeker was disappearing, not understanding the words of the cloak behind him. As the knight left the realm, Arthur could feel its unwavering determination. For a better future. The betrayal of his friends and the death of his family. The price he paid for power would forever haunt him, The bookkeeper gave a pleasured moan at the tragic fate of the knight, and it made Arthur feel sick. What the fuck is wrong with you? The bookkeeper turned at Arthur's harsh words. It stared silently at him, and the appearance of a hollow cloak staring at him gave Arthur's goosebumps. You are the seeker who almost broke the bell, the bookkeeper said and started flipping through the pages. You were on my list of visits, but it seems you have a purpose of your own. I was on your list. Arthur felt an ominous forbidding. Since the bookkeeper liked tragedies and betrayals, it wasn't a spirit you would like to attract. Ah yes, of course, you were. After all, no other seeker caught the attention of the spirit sovereign itself. The bookkeeper flapped through its book rapidly as if searching for something. I see. What now? Arthur frowned. The reason you are here. You told the gatekeeper that you are here to find a friend, but that's a lie. You are here to kill that friend. What? Lin Zhao was shocked. Arthur didn't say anything and simply glared at the bookkeeper as if glaring would give him the method the spirit knew of his plans. You want to kill your friend? No, I don't want to. Arthur shook his head. It must be done because she asked for it. No betrayals. The bookkeeper reached another page and read aloud. What a boring aspiration. If she wants to die, then make him hate you before you do. Add some spices to the story, stupid witch. Arthur's chains paused before daring toward the bookkeeper. They struck the cloak, and the bookkeeper screamed as it lodged to the nearest tree. You think you can hurt a servant of His Majesty? I am the twisted spirit tried to threaten Arthur. Shut up. You twisted psychopath. Arthur's voice was full of rage and indigitations. Tell me where I can find her, or I'll kill you here. You can't kill a spirit in the spirit's realm, the bookkeeper snickered. I guess you haven't reached that chapter, huh? Arthur walked over slowly. I don't care what sick mentality you carry. If you dare insult my friend, then you will die here, I promise you that. The bookkeeper was silent before it began laughing hysterically. As it did, a gate opened above it that looked similar to the ones before. When one becomes a servant of His Majesty, they get the ability to summon the realm guards. It was never used as a method to fight before, but I guess there's a first for everything. The gate looked celestial, and its doors began to open. A guard came from beyond the doors that looked like the one seeking to arrest Arthur in the earthen world. However, this one was bigger and looked more threatening. How about you kneel on the ground now, you weakling? The bookkeeper said with disdain as it tried to break free but could not. Release me, or you will die. Close. Arthur commanded the gate, and its doors were flung shut before the gate disappeared from existence. The present people looked shocked about what happened. You were saying? Arthur turned to the cloak, which began trembling. How can you? No, this is absurd. This shouldn't be possible. The only two who can command the guards are them. The bookkeeper refused to believe what was happening. I don't care about what you think is normal and what is not, bookkeeper. You have two choices. You can either tell me where Gala is or refuse to do so and perish like a dog. Arthur's aura exploded to suffocate the spirit. Which one is it going to be? Chapter 388, Overthrow the Gods. The monk and the girl seemed surprised about the change in Arthur's demeanor, as it came abruptly like lightning. As for the bookkeeper, its cloak tried to wiggle free from Arthur's grasp. You will be hunted down like a dog if you dare do anything to me. I'm the one overseeing the archives of His Majesty. Do you know how important I am? All I know that the spirit's realm will be better off with one twisted bastard less. His chains wrapped around the tree to hold down the bookkeeper, who seemed to have given up resisting. Threatening seems to be of little effect on those who are ignorant about their status. The bookkeeper's attitude changed as if it took off a mask. How about we make this a trade? I tell you where your friend is, and you tell me your name. I propose a better offer, your life in exchange for the answer. Arthur refused to fall for his schemes. The bookkeeper shook his head with a sigh. Can you kill what's not there? As it said so, the cloak fell helplessly on Arthur's chains, and the bookkeeper's presence disappeared. Arthur frowned and brought his hands together, sending his chains everywhere to look for the spirit. Damn it, Arthur spat as he realized the bookkeeper was gone. However, his bicycle and cloak were still here. It is over there. Hannah shouted and pointed toward the trees far ahead. Arthur turned to look but didn't see anything. Quick, it's going to escape. The little girl shouted in a hurry. Send your chains, boy, the monk nodded, and Arthur's chain launched like missiles. The bookkeeper gave a shrill scream as one of the chains struck it, sending it flying away. The snow caved in as the bookkeeper's invisible body fell on it. Arthur controlled his chains to surround the area the spirit, which seemed annoyed as it grumbled. Annoying little brat, I'll cut off your ears. That's no way to talk to a child, bookkeeper. The monk shook his head as he walked beside Arthur. I always told you, for a storyteller, you have a foul mouth. Look at where it got you. Lin Zhao shook his head. A voice of recognition came from the direction of the bookkeeper. Ah, it's the wandering monk, Lin Zhao. What are you doing here, following after this anomaly? I'm thinking of taking him as my disciple. Disciple? The bookkeeper stood up. Are you insane, monk? This creature is not something you should associate with. Don't say bad things about Mr. Hannah shouted with anger that surprised Arthur. He thought his earlier deposition would scare away the monk and the girl, but they seemed to be taking his side. I have been labeled insane long ago. The monk shook his head as he played around with his mustache. But this time, I believe myself to be quite sane. Foolish, the bookkeeper spat before turning silent. Despite being invisible, Arthur could tell that it was glaring at him now. What is it going to be, bookkeeper? Arthur took a step forward, and his chain hovered around the spirit. Are you choosing death? I am made of words, and words never die, the bookkeeper said heroically. Fine, then perish. Arthur waved his hand, and the chains destroyed the trees, but they didn't strike the bookkeeper. For a spirit which never dies, you sure run away a lot. Arthur glared at the space above him. I've seen enough anomalies today, so I'm not going to risk my life for petty principles. The bookkeeper landed a distance away. It's a simple deal. You get what you want, and I sate my curiosity. Tell me your name. Why do you want to know his name? Lin Zhao interjected as he held his chin. You said he was an anomaly. What do you mean by that? Lin Zhao, Arthur barked as he glared at the monk, who shrugged in response. I need to learn a lot about my disciple, the man shrugged. Unless you already know what he's talking about, then you should be as eager to listen. Don't ignore, the bookkeeper seemed more offended by being ignored than being attacked. I will tell you, it seems he couldn't keep it to himself. This man is an anomaly to this timeline. He shouldn't exist at this moment, but he does. Is that why you want to know his name? Lin Zhao seemed unperturbed by the revelation. Shouldn't you have a record of everyone in the spirit's realm, including their lives? I should. The bookkeeper's answer came in a whisper. However, it doesn't make sense how he came to this timeline. Suddenly, he was there. Arthur silently stared at the space where the spirit should be. It should be talking about his arrival to Alva after he had traveled into the past from Earth. I agree, Arthur calmed down as he answered. I agree with the trade you proposed. Why? The bookkeeper seemed confused as if Arthur was following a different script. What, do you want me to kill you that badly? Arthur shrugged. My name is unimportant, I've spent too long of a time in the spirit's realm, and it's time that I leave. I advise against that, the monk shook his head. This spirit might be a servant of the sovereign, but it's a cunning one. There's no way that it doesn't have ulterior motives. I think the same. Bookkeeper is bad. Hannah chimed in with agreement. Shut up, brat. The bookkeeper scowled, and Hannah simply stuck her tongue out at the spirit. Disrespectful. I know, but I'll deal with whatever schemes it plans later on. Arthur felt grateful for their advice, but the spirit's earlier escape made him realize it could do it again. What guarantees that you won't go back on your words? I swear an oath to His Majesty that I won't go back on this trade. As the bookkeeper said that, lightning descended from the sky to strike the ground between it and Arthur. A violet sphere of light appeared between them, binding the two in an oath. I approve of this trade. Arthur touched the sphere, and he felt the power of the oath bind him to the bookkeeper. The which can be found in the Valley of Time, simply go toward the sunrise, and you'll find it. The bookkeeper revealed before continuing. Now, tell me your name. Arthur, he answered. Arthur Silvera. Silvera. The bookkeeper repeated. Ha ha, ha ha ha. It began to laugh hysterically. Trust the silver. Trust the silver. Arthur frowned as he heard the words he knew very well. Then, as he was about to take a step toward the spirit, it disappeared without a trace. This time, Hannah couldn't find it anymore. Arthur Silvera, the bookkeeper's voice appeared in his mind. You will regret this trade, hee. After saying so, the bookkeeper disappeared without a trace. Do you regret telling it your name? On a highland by the sea, Lin Zhao asked the man next to him. The golden chain seemed to be at peace, floating gently in the sunrise. Sacrifices need to be made, the man, which he learned his name was Arthur Silvera, answered wisely. Lin Zhao can tell this was a young man who has just left his youth, but he went through a lot to get here. The bookkeeper might be a servant, but not even the sovereign could control it. Telling it your name would bring a lot of troubles. Do you want me to regret it? No, but I want to know something. Is your friend worth it? I wouldn't do it if she were not. Arthur stood up from his spot. Are you going to keep following me? Lin Zhao paused as he pondered an answer. Did he need to follow the young man more since he has already learned of his name? Instead, he could simply look for him in the real world. Only until the short girl finds a spirit, the monk said. Are you against it, Arthur? No, not really. Arthur shook his head. It feels weird to be called by my name after so long. I can repeat it. If you want, the monk teased. Please don't say stuff like that, Arthur scowled. Follow me if you want, but I need to know what your motives are. Lin Zhao admired this quality of the young man, who he wanted to teach the ways of force. He was direct, not bothering with mind games and facades. I want to teach someone powerful. For what? Revenge. Power. A legacy. No, just to prove that humans can reach godhood and control their destiny. Lin Zhao said casually, but it seems that Arthur Silvera didn't take it as a joke. I see, he said, pondering. We might not be that different. You want to prove that humans can reach the gods, and I want to overthrow them. Overthrow the gods? Lin Zhao was confused. Why? Because they abandoned us. Chapter 389, Endings and New Beginnings. The story didn't start with him. He was simply a character in the grand scheme. When Jizo gave him the legacy, asking him to stop people from going beyond the dungeons, he fell into the cogwheels of fate. Arthur looked at the sunrise as he sat all alone. Lin Zhao has left him to look for Hannah, who was playing somewhere with wandering spirits. The responsibility he was left with became heavier with every person he meets in Alka and Earth. 7 of the Guardians betrayed the people. 2 of them remained neutral when the time needed them most, choosing to disappear from the world. How can we trust such gods? They were powerful beings, almost toppling the natural order of the world. Arthur wasn't even sure that they were humans, but the fact that people worshipped those who betrayed them irked him. "Are we going back to the ship?" The monk's aged voice came from behind him. Arthur nodded before standing up. Luckily for them, Guinevere was still on the island, as they didn't spend much time on it. It was time for the final destination of his journey in the spirit's realm, killing his friend. Like this. Arthur woke up to the puzzled voice of the girl traveling with him. He rolled over to look at her from the edge of the roof, peeking at his two companions below. There was a brief moment of confusion before he realized that Dia and Gala weren't his companions anymore, but different ones instead, a runaway child and a monk with grand ambitions. It was sad to think how fast things change, and Arthur greatly missed the ice girls bickering with the witch. The thought that he would never meet Gala again after leaving the spirit's realm left him exhausted and discouraged. He knew better than linking his happiness to a single person, but how would he go on without the thoughts-inducing teasing of the witch? Gala acted like she was only doing things for the fun of it, but Arthur knew her well enough to conclude that was far from the truth. She helped others become their better selves, she sought meaningful relationships with others, and she wanted to take a short break from living. Such a decision cannot be changed by reason nor feelings. Arthur knew that he didn't even have the right to devalue the conviction she built over the years. However, he selfishly chose to do so, but it wasn't enough. The stoneman seemed knowledgeable about every place in the spirit's realm. Thus, when Arthur said his next destination was the Valley of Peace, the stoneman had two things to say. "The trip will take 10 days to 15 days, the disinterested captain said as he tied two ropes together. "Have you ever been to the Valley of Peace?" "No," past him denied. "I can tell," the stoneman smirked before he stood up. He waved the ropes he got from somewhere before throwing them over the mast. "That place is one of the rarest destinations." "Why?" Arthur followed after the men with intrigue. "Because it's where things end and goodbyes are said," the stoneman left him with this poetic line and went on to hammer away from the mast. There were always things to do for him and never a limit to this giant ship's growth. Arthur could only suspect that Gala chose this place on purpose. It was their final meeting and their eternal goodbyes. She might not die, but he didn't think that he would live long enough to meet her again. As he closed his eyes again to the sound of a giggling girl and splashing waves, Arthur felt someone stand next to him. The monk was looking down on him as Arthur opened his eyes. "You are awake," the monk said with a nod. "You make it sound as if I have risen from the dead." Arthur turned to the side and closed his eyes again. "How many days have we been on the ship?" 9. 1 to go, then. "The captain said it might get delayed," the monk said beside him. "Aren't you interested in forging new friendships? To learn about the stories of others? Are you a disguised bookkeeper? Is it a sin to be interested in others?" Lin Zhao sighed helplessly. "You make it seem as if it was the forbidden pleasure to let your guard down and allow others to take root in your heart. Not to the extent of calling it a forbidden pleasure, but I do believe that you are better off without getting attached to people. Which one of your parents disappeared?" The monk's question was met with silence. Then, finally, it seems he realized the error of his words but seemed unable to fix it, so he decided to go on with it after a short apology. "Forgive my directness," the monk said as he sat down on the edge. "I have a habit of answering the questions that people hate." "You overestimate yourself," Arthur sighed and sat up. "It was my dad, but that has nothing to do with it. On the contrary, it is my personal belief that meeting people will only bring hurt and misery." "Such a dark outlook on life for a personal belief," the monk snickered. "And everyone says that the past doesn't affect who you are. But if it doesn't, then what does?" Arthur didn't entertain the monk's philosophical indulgences and simply looked ahead. As he watched the waves roll past the horizon, land appeared in the distance that resonated with his soul. "Here." Arthur's heart throbbed when he heard her voice, something he missed so greatly yet wished to never hear again. He wanted to meet her again, but he didn't want it to end. When he stood on his feet alert, the monk seemed to realize that they have arrived. The line in the distance began to grow bigger until they could tell it was the end of the ocean. "Here I am, Arthur." His teeth gnashed against each other when she muttered his name. It seems no one else could hear it, so it must be a guide left behind by the witch for him to find her. "Land." The stonemen roared, and the ship buzzed with activity. The skyey world was filled with oceans and ever-stretching lands. A new chapter was beginning once they reached solid grounds. "We are here, boy," the stone captain walked toward them with a smirk. Arthur looked down from the roof before jumping to land in front of him. "It would have taken us 5 days with my baby, but we had a few stations along the way." "I'm very grateful for the kindness you showed me," Arthur bowed down to the stone man. "Without you, I wouldn't have been able to cut across the ocean this easily." "Save it, boy," the stoneman sighed. "We both know that I've used you as much as you used me. The spiritual energy you gave to the core is enough for Guinevere to evolve into something more glorious." "I truly hope that it does," Arthur raised his head and said with a smile, his chains seeming to itch at the prospect of a new adventure. "I need to warn you that the laws on the land differ from the ocean," the stoneman said with apprehension. "Domains that belong to different powerful spirits, vessels of His Majesty himself. They might execute his will, but each of them has their ego, so be careful on land." "I will take good care of him, don't worry," Lin Zhao interjected as if he was Arthur's guardian. Before he could dismiss the monk, Hannah jumped in as well. "I will take care of Mr. Tu." Despite knowing his name, Hannah was smart enough to realize that names were dangerous things to share, so she retained his identity as a secret. Her words made the 3 men laugh, and Arthur rubbed her head as he looked onto the horizon. "Things might end here," he muttered, and the monk turned to look at him. "But new beginnings are everywhere. Your voice doesn't carry optimism about the future, but resignation to the will of others," the monk sighed. "However, it's a good start in the right direction. I was getting sick of your downcast drama act." "Don't call it a drama act," Arthur scowled. "Thank you for everything again, Captain." He turned toward the stoneman, who nodded at him with a smile. "Who knows, we might meet in the future." The stoneman, who Arthur has yet to learn of his name, waved his hand and walked away. "Let's go say goodbye to the other seekers, Hannah." The monk offered her his hand, and she grabbed it. Arthur was left alone beside the railings, and he heard the meows of the cat again. Arthur turned to see that the cat was looking at him from a few meters away. It gave another meow of approval before running and entering Arthur's body, disappearing once again. Chapter 390, A Trial and a Harbor. The cat sank into him like a pebble would into a pond. Arthur didn't feel any change after that, and he was simply left with a memory that felt like it didn't happen. Was it a spirit? Arthur could honestly not tell if it was even a figment of his imagination, and Hannah was the only person to prove otherwise. However, there was nothing left to remind him that it was real, and Arthur could do nothing but ignore it. "Mister, we are ready." His 2 companions returned as Arthur was pondering the situation. As spirits, none of them had any baggage, at least not one you could see. "Hey Hannah, do you remember the black cat? When did you see it, and why did it appear?" The girl seemed hesitant to answer, glancing at the monk beside her. "Well, it was when I first got here. I was crying on the ship, and the black cat rubbed itself against my leg. Then, when I stopped crying, the cat disappeared." I see," Arthur nodded. "It seems the cat wanted me to help Hannah. Is this whole thing about Hannah or me?" Arthur felt childish to question that, but the cat's golden eyes were unmistakably similar to his. The 3 of them left the ship after bidding the captain farewell. Before he left, Arthur made sure to resupply the core with spiritual energy for the past ride. "The next time we meet, I'm giving you a free ride," the captain shouted toward Arthur, who walked off Guinevere with a smile. Finally, for the first time during their travels, there was a harbor that the ship anchored beside. As his foot stepped on the wooden tiles of the dock, Arthur was amazed to see many seekers leaving their ships and more spirits to navigate them through proper channels. "Have you been to this place before, monk?" Arthur asked, and the men humphed in displeasure. "I have a name." "Yes, I have. This place is similar to the real world because it is governed by spirits who cannot be contracted easily. The fact that the first seeker gave spirits the ability to feel means he also gave them the thirst for power, greed, desire for order, and patriotism. The first seeker seems to be a man of many emotions. I don't think these are his emotions, per se, but simply his ability to feel them." The monk's voice was filled with awe. Without his sacrifice and heroism, humans would have never been able to contract spirits and survive the Dark Ages. Aha, Arthur looked around and saw spirit talking to seekers and visitors, chatting unceasingly with them. The infra-world was silenced, I think. Did it also have such a society? No, it does not. Lin Zhao shook his head. The spirits in the skyey world are more intelligent and fuller of ego. Therefore, low-tiered spirits are unable to band together and facilitate the contracting process. Arthur nodded and walked toward the office constructed on the dock. The three of them stood in line and waited to be allowed entry to the harbor. Next. A feminine voice called out, and Arthur's turn arrived. The monk and girl were in front of him, and they were allowed entry after touching a crystal held by a spirit looking like a woman. Touch the crystal, hurry up, the spirit urged him, and Arthur looked around. There was a spiritual barrier around the harbor, and the only entry was through this office. He had a bad feeling about this but could do nothing but comply, hoping for an uneventful passage. Instead, as soon as he touched the crystal, Arthur saw the clear crystal rapidly turn red. Please don't, Arthur muttered, but the crystal gave a loud buzzing sound that made everyone turn to them. The spirit of the woman turned to him in shock before it began to morph into a manticore. A shapeshifter. By the authority of Lord Rain, I arrest you for the charges held against you. Then, the feminine voice was gone, and all that was left was the bellowing of a beast. Exhibit resistance, and you will be banned from entering the spirit's realm. Arthur looked at the giant manticore threatening him and the countless spirits surrounding the office. All seekers were evacuated, and the harbor went into lockdown. I could take them down. Arthur knew, but he wasn't sure about the strength of Lord Rain. Nevertheless, he knew that he wasn't in the wrong here, as the charges held against him were in self-defense. Furthermore, he already met the gatekeeper and assistant of the spirit's sovereign, who wished him well on his travels. If matters called for it, then Arthur and the gatekeeper were best friends as far he cared. Submit immediately for trial. A dozen spirits were surrounding him, each of them equivalent to a powerful awakener of the Astra rank. He wished no harm to them or the seekers around them, so Arthur simply presented his hands. I will stand trial. His words shocked the guards and the office worker, who paused before beginning to shapeshift back into a woman. It looked at him with surprise and asked again to confirm. You yield. I'm innocent, so why shouldn't I? Unless your trial does not bring justice, then I have nothing to fear. Arthur shrugged. If he were imprisoned or delayed, he would simply fight his way out. He needed to make use of his abnormal spiritual energy, after all. I understand, the woman's gaze toward him softened, and he was sure this would help with his plea. Take him away. Another spirit rushed forward, carrying spiritual chains that it threw over Arthur's hands. However, as if jealous and offended by the existence of another, his chains attacked on their own, and the spiritual chains flew away. I'm not resisting. Arthur hurried to explain. However, these things don't listen to me, and they don't like other chains. I'll follow after you without resisting. The woman seemed suspicious as she squinted her eyes at Arthur. However, she nodded eventually and raised her hand for the other guards too. Stand back. Take my post. I'll oversee this case myself, the woman commanded another spirit who looked like a living armor. As for you, follow me. Arthur nodded and walked behind the woman. He turned to his two companions to ask them to wait for him. However, they were already walking beside him, and the woman simply glanced at them before ignoring them. What are you two doing? Arthur shook his head. Wait for me in the city until I'm done with this matter. And miss the fun. No way, the monk shook his head. I want to know what your crimes are, hee. I will tell them that you are a good person. Hannah interjected, making Arthur smile. You don't know if I am. Arthur shook his head, but Lin Zhao raised his arm to block his view of the short girl. Don't teach her your cynicism, boy, the monk talked as if it was contagious. Let her believe in the goodness of people. And wait for her to be betrayed. Now you talk like that bookkeeper, the monk said, and it was the most brutal slap to Arthur's face. He closed his mouth as he couldn't refute the words. You guys act as if you are on a picnic, the woman glared at them. Arthur looked at the countless guards surrounding them and shrugged. Is it better if I try to run away? Not for you, for sure, she scowled with a threat. Lord Rain doesn't like such a lax attitude, so make sure to wipe it off when you see him. The Lord is the one judging me. Arthur was surprised. I thought it would be a trial. It is a trial, and the Lord is the only judge in his domain, the woman glanced at him as if he was ignorant. You will be seen when the Lord is free. So, You will spend the next few hours in the ethereal prison. What about my friends? They can wait for you in the witness's abode, the woman said as she led them through the city, surrounded by countless guards, into a giant mansion. Arthur was surprised to see that the mansion was filled with countless spiritual plants and flowers. As soon as they passed through the gate, they found ever-stretching gardens on each side of the pathway. This doesn't look like a place for trial. Most criminals resist, so we simply kick them out of the realm and give their spiritual energy to the gatekeeper to ban them. Thus, cases such as yours are a rarity, so we didn't bother building them a court of their own. As she said that, the woman's clothes shape-shifted into a flowery dress. Arthur could tell that she was trying to appeal to Lord Rain, who seemed to love flowers a lot. Wait in this room. They arrived at a room, and the woman pointed toward the chair in the middle. The Lord will meet you in a few hours. Part 6 of the series ends here. Thank you for watching and listening. If you find it interesting, please give us a like, a comment and a subscription so that we have the motivation to make the next videos.